Good morning and welcome to TRCMA 2026. We are your hosts for the wonderful pre-show and halftime show, Joey and Alex, and we're back for another fun-filled year.
Joey, I can't believe this is their 6th year doing this event. Time really flies. Speaking of flying, I was able to fly, not to Boise though. I had to go somewhere else, to the Golden State Capitol, and pick you up.
We decided to take a little road trip and really test our friendship out and our patience with one another. And safe to say, I think we're still friends.
Yep.
Nothing has been ruined there, and we made it here safely. And I am just excited to be here this week.
That's right. I'm very excited to be with our wonderful friends in the Treasure Valley. All the behind the scenes here has been absolutely phenomenal. The amount of work that goes into this event is something that really starts right after last year's event ends.
And speaking of last year's event, there was a lot that happened. I think one of the biggest ones was Armour Detail Supply's big launch at the rag company.
We had Donovan Jameson Mayonnaise III with an amazing presentation. That guy had more airtime than, I don't know. Unbelievable.
He was the star of the show. He stole the camera.
Yep, absolutely, because they were doing the ADS launch and that stuff. You and I have been using those products for quite some time. Amazing group with Brad, DJ, Jefferson, and the whole team down there.
Just a great bunch of guys down there, and they are just selling like hotcakes. Yeah. Like everyone wants to jump on the Armour Detail Supply train. ADS
has been an amazing fit at TRC, and again with last year, we thought there was an amazing fit with some pants.
But unfortunately, our friend Matt Mormon is not here this year. I don't know if he was, deterred by the steaks, the $180 grill that we cooked them on.
Wouldn't stop eating the steaks.
Or the fact that, he ripped his pants and may have, shown a little too much on camera.
Yeah, we had some rip and rags last year. We got Gully Shelves here holding up the fort.
Yep.
And I mean, when you're in a fort, you're either going to have an M22, the towel, maybe you got the slim dryer. That was also last year.
Both came out last year. Both came out very nice towels. We only got to see the slim dryer last year. There was no M22 in the house, but the M22 has quickly become my favorite towel.
Absolutely. And, along with that, Arts and Crafts, probably one of the internet's favorite events. We did some scent bottling. We ruined Anthony's new truck's interior.
Yep.
That was always fun.
Yep. There's always a good time when you're razzing Anthony.
Love it.
There's been a bunch of other changes around the studio. I don't know if we could maybe swing around here, but the wash bay has gotten a couple upgrades here. First, we've got Carson's upgrade on his vehicle.
Full send Carson.
Got a new little Tacoma here. It's a very beautiful blue.
He went from low to high. What else is high is the actual size of that lettering for the rag company vinyl. Funny enough,
helping you shine since 1999.
Man, 1999 was a banging of a year, and
some people here weren't even born yet.
No, not at all. I mean, we were, because we're the elder millennials. The more that we do this, the more we got the back pain. But hey, it's worth it. But if you want to alleviate a lot of that back pain, there is a hell of a giveaway going on this afternoon, Joey.
There is a giveaway going on, and you can go to trcma.com and That's the direct site, or you can click the link in the description below of the live stream, and you can scroll to the bottom and enter that giveaway, and there will be a giveaway at the end of each day.
These are the times where I wish that we weren't involved so we could actually participate in these.
I know, but you know what? Just being here is a prize in itself. So
that's right.
I think it's a good consolidate. What's the word I'm looking for? Consolation prize.
Consolation prize.
That's it.
You know what the hell of a prize is, Joey?
Tell me.
The Detail Factory acquisition.
That's right.
Of all those amazing
that also
brushes.
happened since last year.
You got the podium, you got the tri-grip, you got all three, and man,
whole bunch of new colors.
The colors, Joey.
There's a particular one that I'm a fan of that's on the ragcompany.com right now on sale, and it's the Vermil colorway of the what is it, teal and purple?
Can we host from Belgium next year?
Maybe.
Okay.
If they invite us back next year, maybe we can get to across the pond.
Yeah, but with a pond, we haven't been flying over ponds. We've been flying over lakes. What have we been doing this past year?
We've seen each other a few times over the last year. We got to hang out in Monterey.
Yep.
So we've touched millions and millions of dollars worth of vehicles. So I think that just makes us an expert now in anything car related.
I came across automotive enthusiasts with shoes worth more than my home.
Yes. We also met up a few weeks after that here in Boise because we had some fun stuff to film for TRCMA 2026. We couldn't really share what we were doing, but you guys will get to see all of that hard work this week.
Yeah, that was a heck of a time. First time here in the spring, or in the fall, I'm sorry. It was kind of during the...
It's pretty hot.
Right before the school year was starting.
Yeah. It was pretty hot, though. I mistakenly wore pants too many times. I should have worn shorts.
Yeah, and no sunscreen. And, you got to keep that lotion up here in the high desert.
You got to keep the lotion up. But what else do we have going on? Oh, we've got the huge sale that's going on theradcompany.com, but we also wanted to let you know, just like years past, if you would like any of your order items signed by anybody here in the studio, leave a note in your order, and we will do our best to do that. What are some popular things that people like to get signed?
I'd like to get a banner signed if they have that inventory.
The banners,
If you want some special edition bottles, maybe some KCX bottles, maybe some ADS bottles.
Shirts. I don't know if we can do shirts, but we'll try.
I brought a silver Sharpie just to sign the darker color things because the black Sharpies, they don't show up on that.
No, they don't.
But
they
I
don't.
mean,
what about the shirt off your back? Would you be willing to give that to someone?
I'd give the shirt off my back.
If you want Alex's shirt, leave that in your order comments as well.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, it's not sure if we're gonna do a shirts and skins game for halftime, but you're just gonna have to wait and find out.
Alex, out of the corner of my eye, I see one of the big giveaway items.
Should we spill the beans with it? Maybe
show, like a teaser of it.
Yeah, maybe we can
just to get people like interested and
let's just head over there.
Let's walk on over here.
We can't show them the whole thing. Maybe just take the top off since we're talking about shirts off our back.
That's correct. But there's a let's see. We can show you this.
My goodness.
What a beautiful gold. Is it gold? Is it bronze?
It's a winner. And you know what else is a winner? We had Copperhead Detailing in the house, Ambassador of the Year for 2025, a program very near and dear to our hearts. Justin Dean's in the house. We're
all a bunch of old news now compared to the new Grand
Old
Ambassadors,
news.
though.
We got the Golden Retriever himself, Hunter.
Hunter's
He's going to be in the house later this week.
With KCX.
And we got the Heart of TRCMA. He's been doing amazing things with, doing. Absolutely.
So let me put this back down so I don't look weird holding it, Alex.
Absolutely. But yeah, this has been something really near and dear to our hearts. And again, there's so many people behind the scenes here, from the camera operators.
People miking us up, making sure that we've got the earpiece in the right side that we prefer.
I've never had so many hands at my back, Joey.
Yeah, a lot of people have touched my lower back, my upper back today. I'm getting used to it.
Last time I had someone touch my lower back was applying sunscreen, and you've been dealing with like some 100-degree heat dome temperatures last week, right?
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a heat wave at home, and it's quite chilly here this week. We had some nice weather in Boise yesterday, but
I think it's been in the high 60s this week, which when you put that into terms that I understand, that's anywhere from 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, which ironically enough is the same percentage as the sale this week. And you don't want to wait. You don't need to wait till the end of the week to order anything. That can happen right now because the stock that they have, you want to order it now.
Get those orders in.
Like, why wait?
Because once you see these demonstrations from all these amazing people, I'm sure their products are just going to fly off the shelf.
And I think that we can maybe do some vlogging behind the scenes of the packing team. They're going to be like, who are you? Why are you here? Why do you have a camera?
Yeah, if you guys want to give us a follow on our social medias and see some behind the scenes stuff, we will do our best to bring that to you.
Yep.
But we can't give away all of these secrets, but I am excited for our first segment, which is going to be the last detail.
Yep.
With Jace Price. We actually got to polish a vehicle with Jace yesterday. And man, what a pleasure it was to be with the owner. And use his products and get his feedback all on the same vehicle.
Why don't we get some feedback to Jeff and Carolyn right now?
Let's go check in with Jeff and Carolyn Hennon and see what they have to say about the week.
Hey everybody, welcome to TRCMA Day 1. We're Jeff and Carolyn Hennon, owners of the Ride Company. We've got a full slate of products and entertainment and education from around the world, and we're excited to bring it to you here throughout the week.
So sit back and enjoy the show. It's going to be a great one.
Hey guys, Anthony with the Rag Company, and welcome to TRCMA 2026. Joining me today is Miss Sydney Bray-Gwen.
Thanks, Anthony. I'm so excited. I can't believe we're here. I
Me
feel like
either.
we were just here, but I could not be more excited for 2026.
I know, Joey and Alex did a fantastic job starting off with the pre-show, and there's going to be more of that to come for the mid-show segment. So if you like what you saw there, and you laughed a little bit, there's plenty more. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
So I can't believe it that we've been doing this for 6 years. Absolutely incredible. This is probably one of the biggest team effort events I have ever been a part of in my entire life.
It's pretty dang impressive.
It is.
Pretty dang impressive.
And if you love detailing, and let's just say you're a detailer or a detailing enthusiast or somebody that just likes watching people detail, this is going to be a full-on show for you, and you're going to learn hopefully a ton from this event, but also find cool new products, maybe learn some tips and tricks, and then also, again, going to theragcompany.com, you're going to be able to see a lot of the supporting products on sale. And that's a huge thing because this is our biggest sale of the year, actually.
Yep, biggest sale of the year. We get to see all of our friends, all the manufacturers are here. You know, we all put on presentations, and we have gotten to see the schedule, right? So we know we have a lot of really great stuff in store all week. And I mean, every year it gets better.
Yep, bigger and better. And this year, again, no exception. There's gonna be so many fun things that you're gonna see. Funny and fun and informative. People thought we couldn't make this year more unhinged in certain segments, and we've done that. We've actually happened to make this a very entertaining show, probably one of the most entertaining shows we've put together. So a huge shout out to Glenn behind the scenes, who is the person behind the curtain running everything. Obviously we have Dane as the man in the box, which we'll get to here, and you'll see what we mean by that. But there's just a lot going on, and we're really, really excited. So just a big shout out to the Rag Company team as an entirety, but also all the help that we get for the week as well, for people running the cameras and all of that, because again, without them and without you watching, this wouldn't be possible. So I've kind of talked for a minute, Sid. I actually got someplace to
Somewhere to be.
So
Okay. I got it.
I'll see him in just a few minutes.
Perfect. I got it. All right. So let's cover this morning's events really quick. So we have the last cut, the last detail, we have Armour Detail Supply, and then we have the Ultra H2O line. And then you cannot forget the halftime show, which we have so much in store, and it's actually me with Joey and Alex today, and we have a lot of fun cut out for you for arts and crafts today. So real quick, make sure you enter the giveaway at the bottom of the TRCMA page. Again, every day the giveaways are absolutely awesome, so we don't want you guys to miss those. And then of course the sale, we're gonna mention it every time we're here with you on camera. So why don't we go check out who is here? We have a little bit of TLC from TLD with Jace and Anthony.
All right, and welcome to a very exciting segment here. The first segment, which I believe is maybe the most important. Joining me today, Jace from The Last Detail. No pressure at all, man. So we did this last year, and we had a ton of fun. And we actually showcased some TLD products and showcased some paint correction and highlighted some really important factors when it comes to polishing and finding the right compound for your needs. And today we're going to touch more on that, right? And we're actually jumping into the nitty gritty of some real detailing stuff, which I think is exciting. So Jace, a little bit of background.
Yes.
TLD, your history with it, for people who don't know you.
Yeah, so if you don't know me, my name is Jace Price, the owner of TLD Products. I'm married with 2 kids, Kanaya and Kamira. I'm also a retired military veteran, so I served 21 years and 4 months in the military.
Thank you.
Started detailing a little bit over 13 years ago, and started the brand a little bit over 8 years ago. Actually, it's coming up on 8 years. Okay, actually, coming up on 9 years, I'm sorry. And so that's really my background, and I'm just here today to hopefully ease your mind when it comes to working with black paint, because how many people like working on black paint? Yeah, I know I do.
We like it, right? But some people can be pretty intimidated by
Yes.
it, and they're not really sure, where to really begin. But what's funny is that you are such a fan of black paint, right? That most of these, actually not most of them, all of these products here have been literally put to the test on so many different types of black finishes over the years. And if you can make black look good, if you can make GM black look good, then really, you can pretty much do anything, right?
Exactly.
So I'm really excited. So a little bit of background here from our perspective here at the Rag Company. We've been carrying TLD products now for close to 5 or 6 years?
Since 2017, actually.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it's been a minute.
Time flies when you're having fun, right? Which means that I've been using the products for that long. So basically close to a decade at this point, which is pretty insane. And it actually started out with the original Last Cut formula, Last Cut, the original product here. And then now the line has expanded to a couple other offerings. Now we have the Last Cut Plus, and then we have the Final Polish. And so this is kind of, in our opinion, some of the creme de la creme of the paint correction and compounds and polish world. So what's nice is that we have Jace here to actually show us how we can combine these very simple 3 products here in conjunction with the right pad and the right machine to get the result that you're looking for, but also show you that it's not that scary. Right? And these products aren't meant to be scary, and they're not that scary, but the benefits and the results are absolutely incredible. So, Jace, what are we going to show them today?
Yeah, so I always preach versatility, right? So I have 3 products, and basically these 3 products, I want them to be able to basically tackle any job that you have, at hand and get the results that you need. But first, of course, you need to be able to listen to the paint. A lot of people think, like a certain pad is meant for this particular process, or this product is meant for this particular process, but it's a little more in depth than that. So you always have to listen to what the paint is telling you to decide what you will need to do to get it to where it needs to be.
Totally.
That's basically like you go into the barber, right? And walk into the barber, and the barber's going to tell you, oh, this is the haircut I'm going to give you.
Yep.
That's not how it works, right? You're going to want what you want. So treat the paint like a person, and you will always get the best results instead of just having a cookie cutter, approach to it, and you just tailor whatever you're doing based on the paint you're working on at hand. And of course, a job could either be a one-step or a multi-step correction if you want to get the most defects out and get the finish you need for your customer.
And that's actually, I like the way you put that we are really tailoring this. This is like, it's like going to a tailor, getting a suit made, right?
Exactly.
Right. We are trying to find what that perfect suit is, what that perfect material, that combination of, maybe analogy, fabric, fit, finish, all that kind of stuff going onto the paint, because essentially this paint is going to be wearing whatever the heck we put into it, or we put on it, right? And then eventually, right after that process, maybe there's the spritz of, I don't know, maybe like a coating or something that goes on the top, right? And so now we are, I'm trying to get really deep into an analogy. I'm like, what would you put on like a suit? And there's really not much, like a nice fine cologne or something like that. A good watch to wear with it, maybe. So what I'm trying to say here is that this really is going to be a perfect combination of product as well as pad combinations, machine combinations, to be able to tailor this to the look that you're going for. And so what I love is that these products are completely capable of, pulling out sanding marks. They're capable of doing body shop stuff. They're capable of doing everything, but also for the home enthusiast, they're capable of getting that look that you're probably going for. And so, and that is, of course, right, if we have a good starting point, meaning that if we have enough paint on the surface to work with, if the paint is in decent shape to be able to be restored. And so there's certain things that we can actually check to make sure that we know we have some room to play with.
Exactly. Yeah, so the first thing we're always going to do is make sure you have your paint thickness gauge. And then we're going to check the paint to see what we're working with. So here we're at 4.6 mils.
Okay, yep, we got some room to play. 4.6
mils, so we can go a little bit aggressive, and push for a better result, as opposed to if we had 3 mils, then you're right on the edge and you're doing the least amount to get to where you can, because there's not much to play with.
One thing I want to point out too is that paint depth gauges they're nice to have, right? They are definitely something that's worth having if you are doing full-on restorations, if you're possibly doing sanding, things like that. For most people, I wouldn't say they're a complete necessity to have, right, if you're going to be doing some hand polishing and machine polishing. But what I would do is take that information there, or whether or not you have that information, and then apply that to this, right? So if I was going into a vehicle that I had no idea the depth of the paint, no idea the condition of it, then you would basically change your aggressiveness at that point, right? And if you feel like you have more room to play with, you can work up to a higher aggressive compound, but basically start light, work your way up as needed. But what I wanted to point out about that reading there is that even though we're at over 4 mils, right, you can still have orange peel and things like that at like 2 mils, believe it or not. You can still have things that look like you have a lot of clear to work with, but you may not actually, or certain clears could cut faster than others. And so something to keep in mind. The reading is nice to have, but it is not the end all be all of what's going to happen. And so I just want to say, for people who are new, you don't have to have a paint depth gauge for what we're going to show you today.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So basically, you want to always start with the least aggressive method, work your way up if needed. And this car has been through the drive-through car wash quite a bit. So I'm not going to start at like a polishing pad. I'm going to at least start with a cutting pad, because then I'm going to have to remove some ridges most likely.
Okay.
So we'll start with the blueberry from Buff and Shine.
Okay.
Here.
So we got that on the Rupes. So this is going to be the 15 millimeter, and 5-inch backing plate on this. And then what product are you using?
So I'm going to start with the Last Cut Plus, just because I know how deep those scratches are in the paint. So I've already done my inspection, and I can see quite a bit of ridges that are induced from the drive-through car washes and everything else, and probably just bad washes overall.
This thing is, you can actually, you can definitely see it on camera, Jace, that this is, I'll kind of be the light guy for a quick second, because I can kind of see Jimmy's perspective here. And so what we'll do is, there we go, get you there angled. So you can see that we're pretty deep here. Now, again, I just kind of covered that you can go least aggressive to most aggressive. We're actually going to be covering the least aggressive route here kind of towards the end of this segment, but we want to show you some real results, and we've already, again, kind of done some test panels so we know what we're working with here. But yeah, this is pretty bad, but this is common. This is what most people are going to see from a car wash situation on black paint, and I would say that this is what 99% of black paint looks like on the road today. I mean, or worse, right? So there is a very small percentage of people who know how to care for black paint, wash it, polish it, correct it. And so that's why when you see a black vehicle that is absolute perfection, it looks unlike anything you've ever seen. It looks amazing, but you have to put in a little bit of work to get to that. So Jace, show us what we're working with here.
Yep. So as always, no matter how much experience you have, how many times you've spent polishing paint, you always have to do a test spot.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're going to first start with a test spot, then we're going to listen to the paint, and the paint is going to tell us exactly what we need to do, to continue and get it to where we need to be for a multi-step correction, which is what we're going to be doing.
If cars could talk, you're saying we're listening to this paint. What kind of voice do you think that this particular car would have?
Help me? Screeching, help me?
It would be a voice in dire need of some love. And so, all right, so you're going to step down here. So we have a little bit of product on the pad. Can you talk me through, so everybody applies compound a little bit differently. So you have created a dot, line. Do you like to run this in with your finger? Do you like to spread it, or just apply it straight to the vehicle?
Yeah, so because TLC is, it spreads so easily, typically I just make sure the pad, like all the contact points, is going to have polish whenever the machine spins. So there's no true need to massage into the pad and everything else, in my opinion. So I typically just do this for the first pass, just to make sure I have full action from the whole pad from the first go around, and then I just use 4 dots the next time around, because it's already put for most part primed.
I want to keep talking, but people want to see some stuff. So let's go and
let's get going. So since it's diminishing, I'm not going to start on speed 1, because that will start the diminishing process too early. So just a quick bump with the trigger and do a quick spread, and then we'll start working it in. I'm on speed 5 right now.
So you're jumping straight into a higher speed because we're working with the Last Cut Plus right now. And really the magic of Plus it starts happening probably that halfway to final stage of the abrasives. And so you don't want to necessarily short cycle the last cut plus. You want to actually work this in because that's why this product was created in the first place. But the working time of this stuff is absolutely, I mean, it's amazing. One of the longest working compounds that's out there that can withstand the amount of heat that you put it through. So how does it feel, Jace, with the blueberry pad on there, the rotation? Feels good, lubricated?
Right. Yep, it's good to go.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use the Eagle Edgeless 365
Okay.
to remove. I like using this towel because of the low nap. To me, it helps to remove the product quite a bit easier than the more plush towels. And it's also safe on the paint, so you're not going to worry about scratching the paint. So
Totally.
This is typically my go-to when it comes to polish removal.
I can hear that. I can hear the wipe off. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's when you've done this for so long, you kind of start to know. Let's go ahead and show what that looks like here with just a quick pass.
So what the paint is telling me now is that the blue pad was not as aggressive as it needed to be.
Okay.
So I'm going to step it up to the microfiber next to see if I can remove more of the rids that are left behind.
This is, I think, with the microfibers where the magic's going to start happening, I think. So microfiber or wool would be a great option here. Just keep in mind that you're going to have kind of two different heat buildup options when in terms of a pad, right? So microfiber is going to build up heat faster than, let's just say, wool will, but microfiber is going to cut probably significantly faster in certain cases, especially right off the bat. And so, again, pretty much the working time that Jace just did with a microfiber pad, that's going to cut fast, and it's going to be nice.
So the paint is telling me it needs a little more aggression, right? So I'm going to give it a little more aggression. So I'm keeping the same compound, but increasing the aggression with the pad selection. As Anthony said, I could always go to a wool for even more cut, but from what I'm seeing, the paint is on the medium to softer side. So a microfiber should give me what I need, to get it out. But of course, you can listen to the paint and see exactly what it's asking for.
Now, with jumping into like a higher nap pad, do you like to spread this in or same process?
Same
Just bump
process.
it? Okay, cool.
Same process. As you can see, same process. Make sure you have, the full contact points covered and good to go. I'm going to bump it up to 6 on this one just to make sure I have proper pad rotation because of the higher friction with the microfiber pad, just to make sure I have proper pad rotation.
Okay. Now you can see that Jace is really working this in pretty well. And so what's nice is that the last cut plus, again, the working time is, you're gonna get substantially more working time than just the original last cut. And I do want to point out though that more working time doesn't necessarily mean better for certain correction needs. And so it's just nice when, again, you're working with a high heat situation. So, and again, the abrasives are gonna diminish way later on down the road with Jace's process here. So we're finally starting to, I would probably say, get some really good correction in that last probably 30 seconds or so.
Yep.
So taking 365 here.
Again.
Yep.
So I can see that's a huge improvement.
And the wipe off just awesome.
Yeah, a lot of the rids are gone. And what we have left behind now is the haze from the aggression of the pad and compound, which is called micro marring. So then the next step would be to use a foam pad with the finishing polish, the final polish, to get it to be nice and crystal clear again.
Yeah, that's looking, yep. Oh, and the fender is unpolished, by the way. So I mean, if you, it's kind of hard to see a comparable there. But if we go this way, we'll kind of show you, and then we'll come back over here. Do it one more time. There we go. Fender, and then I'm gonna bring you guys down here towards the door. You can see that it's a pretty massive difference there. And so what's nice too is, I mean, I'm feeling this panel. Dude, this panel is like lukewarm.
Yep.
You know, there's barely anything there. So now we're gonna go ahead and remove that just slight micro marring there with a finer pad.
Yep, so we'll switch to the second step.
Okay.
And typically everyone thinks to finish you need a finishing pad. So that's what we'll do to see if the paint wants that this time around.
It's funny because a finishing pad is something that some people, they feel like they need because it's labeled as a finishing pad.
Yep.
And some paints will need that, right, depending on like the jeweling step.
Absolutely.
But I can pretty much finish out with a medium foam pad almost every single time, right? Whether it's yellow or whether it's, you can say white, orange, anything like that will finish up beautifully. Because at that point you're chasing that, I mean, microscopic perfection.
Exactly.
So, all right, so we got it spread, and let's see this worked.
So what we're seeing right now is good. The micro marring that we have left behind, that is good, because once it's clean and uniform, that means the second step is going to be a breeze to clean up.
Yep.
Once you have the right pad and polish combo. So now we're using the final polish and the black finishing pad from Buff and Shine, and we'll see what we got.
So final polish, which we will actually show you possibly one more time here. This is a super nice polish. I mean, whether you're doing some jeweling or whether you're just removing some very light micro marring, again, a lot of working time here, but also a polish that you can short cycle pretty well and still get some pretty fantastic results. No fillers, no major polishing oils left behind. So really, taking your truth serum of some type of panel prep product will show you your final result here. But I think 100% of the time, every time I've wiped off this product and hit it with a panel prep, my results have stayed exactly the same. So I'm watching this pad spin, I'm like, this is butter, right? Right now, a decontaminated black paint that pad is rotating that well and that smooth with minimal to no pressure, I can tell that this is gonna turn out just beautifully. I'll get you a new towel here.
Towel, yep.
Yeah, I'm jealous, Jace. That wipe off just looks super, super nice.
Yeah, so that looks really good, but I can still see a slight bit of marring left behind. So that doesn't tell me I needed to go back to the cutting phase. It tells me I need to finish with a more aggressive pad to remove a little bit more of that marring that's left behind. So same polish, but we're gonna step to a slightly more aggressive pad, which is the white from Buff and Shine, and that's gonna just get it just a little bit better.
Yeah, it's funny because, let me see if I can get you guys an angle here. There we go.
Just about perfect already, but.
I mean, Jace, we're chasing again.
Yes.
We're chasing something that's basically non-existent, but that's why you're here, right? Because this is something that, I mean, when we're talking real detail stuff, this is what some people want to see. And so this is going to be a great segment for those people who, this is, I guess this is what will separate the detailers from the, the people who wash cars or, do your hand polishing. So this is what's going to look good. So I'll let you run that.
Yep, so listen to the paint again. It's telling me that I need just a little bit more aggression because the finishing polish doesn't always have to be used with the most softest finishing pad. There's different levels to it, and you choose one that the paint wants exactly.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna step it up a little bit and we'll see what we get here.
Awesome. So white pad, also a great option here. White pad also makes for a great kind of a single step polish if you want to do it like that. But yeah, this is this is gonna look really good. I mean, my mouth is watering right now because I would love just to go to town on this entire car, and I think that at some point we probably will off camera here and really get this thing looking awesome. But yeah, I'm really happy about that. The fender is really the one thing that needs to be done. Outside of that, the rest of the paint actually has been, I think it's been done up. It looks really good. So that was a little bit more of a short cycle there on that polish. And so what do you recommend your minimum working time there is on that? Do you have a minimum working time on the polish?
So typically there isn't a minimum time. I typically just look through the light like while I'm working, so I can see the finish as I'm going, and then that kind of provides a guide to me.
My friend Levi Gates says it's called seeing through the paint, right? Seeing through the pad, as an old line that Levi used to. And it is true, right? That's exactly what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah, so basically now I can see a little bit more of the flake through it. So it actually has a really fine blue flake in it.
Wow, yeah.
And so that's definitely a little bit better finish than before.
Let's go bend it to the door. Okay. That looks super awesome, yeah.
Let's do it one more time, go a little bit farther on the fender.
Oof, rough.
Yep.
Rough, 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 rough. Wow, amazing. So very cool. And we actually, again, we've nerded out so much. I've probably talked so much, and we could do this an entire day, and I think we'll have to actually do this pretty soon for like a separate video segment because. Again, this is like home. This is just great. It's amazing. So we have some questions, and we have a man in the box with probably some questions for us. So what are we working with in the comments?
Well, you know what? I got some comments and some questions for you. So you came to the right place with the man in the box. Okay, let's try and pull those up here. I got a cue. Yes, indeedy. So I just wanted to, shout out Jace's great work here. We, of course, had Native Titan saying, Jay's attention to detail is refreshing. It's nice to see another perfectionist in our craft. Now, do you consider yourself a perfectionist, Jace?
Yes, it's actually a blessing and a curse. It's a great thing to have, but it does make for some longer days.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Yeah, well, he was chasing things that I'm crazy, and he's like, I still see some stuff. I'm like, if I don't see it, then
he's encouraging.
You are just as bad as I am, if not worse. So yeah.
So Dan saying the same thing. Man knows his polishing. We got Black Mirror, but let's go ahead and actually get some comments and questions. So, all right. Weekend detailer here wondering, I always have trouble removing compound. Do you recommend anything? So just in your practice, what's a best practice?
Yeah, just use these. Yeah, even in the direct sunlight, you won't have any issues removing my compounds. So I've personally tested them myself up to 130 degrees in the direct sunlight, hot panel, working to make sure I had proper flow and wipe off, and they all will work in direct sunlight, and you should have no issues with the wipe off.
Correct, yeah. And that's again, just so people are aware, not all compounds are created equal. I mean, you cannot say that loud enough, right? So different compounds will have different wipe-offs, different compounds will dust, different compounds will have fillers in them. There's so many different variables when it comes to compounds and polishes. But if you're looking for one of the best experiences in the market as it currently sits and has been for the last decade, then this is where you need to be.
Awesome.
All right, and then I've got Wolfsburg, of course, asking, what's a good pad if you want to do a one-step? So say you're using the last cut, just regular, and that's the way to go, huh?
Yep, the blueberry pad from Buff and Shine is one of my go-tos. I mean, it can be used with the final polish, the last cut, or the last cut plus, depending on the paint hardness. But this is going to give you the best cut and finish in one step.
Totally, yeah.
Excellent. And, this is a question. I've seen this pop up in comment sections all the time, the way YouTube videos get labeled. Are these products only for black paint?
Yeah, definitely not. It's for any paint you encounter, throughout the spectrum of paints that you will encounter. And you choose the product based on the hardness of the paint. So if you're working on something like a BMW Sapphire Black Metallic, then the Last Cut Plus will be a go-to because it has 25% more aggression than the Last Cut, and it will get you to where you need to get to faster. But yeah, you can use them on any paint you run into.
Yeah, color-wise, I mean, don't let that fool you. I mean, don't let anybody tell you this compound is for this type of color paint or whatever it is. If the compound is good, if the polish is good on, let's just say, the softest of the black paint, right, then you know this product is going to be good for so many other things, right? Or the hardness of the hardest clear in the world. And I've cut through some exceptionally hard clear after sanding with the Last Cut Plus and the Last Cut Original.
And I will say, like with the final polish is one of the finest polishes that you'll find on the market today, which is why sometimes it doesn't work with the softest pad. You got to bump the aggression up. But I made sure that worked with black powder coated parts with no metallic in it, and which is like very soft. So I made sure that I could finish it. So from hard paint to soft paint, these two should have you covered.
Yep. So here we go. Fun fact. Jace designed every single one of these products himself.
Steven.
The amount of time and effort he put into the products is top tier. He truly stands behind his product. He absolutely does, man.
That
That's
matters.
my brother right there.
That really matters.
Yeah.
Well, we love that. So thank you, Jace. Thank you, Anthony. That was a great segment. I know people were, of course, really excited to see you polishing up black paint right out the gate there. So that's a good way to start a show, I think.
We need Jace back for a full day of some real video stuff where me and him can really throw down and get. I think we talked about that last year, but we need to do it.
We need to make it happen this year.
We need to actually make it happen. This year is going to be the year. So Dane, that is going to be it from us. Jace, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, brother.
You did an
Appreciate
awesome job,
Thank
and
you.
we have a lot more in store for you. So Dane, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. And, you know, I could sit here and chat all day in the box, but actually, we've got something kind of important to get to with TRC and, of course, TRCMA. We've got a big event. Kind of tough to figure out what to buy sometimes. I think I've got just the ticket. Let's check it out.
Hey guys, Ethan with the Rag Company, and welcome to the official TRCMA 2026 Buyer's Guide. Now, the show has been going awesome. You've been learning a lot of amazing things, but one of the coolest parts about this event is the fact that we have a sale in conjunction with TRCMA. So if you haven't gone to theragcompany.com to check out our wares, now's a good time to do it because we do have a site-wide sale on almost everything. Now, for specific details on the sale, right now you're currently watching this live, which means the sale is currently live, but the sale will be ending April 7th. Now, this is going to save you 20% off almost everything and up to 25% off select items, such as some Detail Factory brushes and more. Now, as you can see, I have a lot of different wares here on the table. The goal here is not to go over each individual product and say, you need to buy this, or you need to buy this, or you need to buy this, but more so try to guide you, hence why this is a buyer's guide, towards finding the right thing for you. What are your needs? What are you missing in your detailing regimen? And what's gonna fill that perfect hole? I feel like with a lot of detailing videos nowadays and just a lot of detailing content in general, there is an overconsumption of detailing products that you don't necessarily need, but you want, mainly because you want to try it, but then you don't actually end up using all of it. And it sits on a shelf for months and months and months, and then you have to give it away to a neighbor who doesn't really know what they're doing with it, and they may not even want it. So instead of doing that, it's me saying, hey, let's try to get you set up with the right products so you can use them. So I guess the goal here is not to overconsume and purchase all of the different detailing products. I mean, that's okay if you want to, but to ideally give you guys an educated start on which is going to be best for you. So let's go ahead and jump into some cool things. So here's what I need you to do. Yes, I'm talking to you. I need you to get up and walk out to your garage or your shop. Or if you are at work right now, do this a little bit later and come back to this video. But go out to your garage, go out to your shop, open up your cabinets, look at your shelving, look at everything you have, and ask yourself, do I have too much stuff? And do I have redundant things here on my shelf? If the answer is yes, then I think that purchasing more stuff may not help the problem. Yes, it'll help our sales here at the Rag Company, but I don't think it's actually going to help you in your detailing ventures. I think you're just going to add more stuff to that lineup. So what we need you to do right now is think to yourself, out of everything that you have on your shelf, what holes are you missing? Or what products do you not really enjoy using that maybe you would look at replacement options for? And you need to take those products and you need to set those somewhere else. box them up, put them on a different shelf, and say, these are products that I don't really enjoy using, or maybe I'm looking for a replacement in these categories, and these right here will be my giveaway, throwaway, something items. Once you've done that, I think you are going to go into this with a much clearer headspace where, again, you're not going to think of what I can consume, but what's actually going to fit into my lineup or what's going to make sense for my detailing. Now, the next thing you need to do is actually think, just close your eyes and meditate on this and think, when you are detailing your vehicle or customers' vehicles, what is something that is currently frustrating you? What is something that you feel like needs a solution? What is a product, a chemical, or a towel, or an accessory that maybe isn't doing what you need it to do? Or it's something that you've said, oh no, I need more of that because I'm running low, or this thing's not really working properly, I need to buy this to fix it, or whatever it may be. So right now, you need to think about what your solution is for your current detailing regimen. So now that you kind of understand the mentality that you should be in when purchasing some detailing products, let's try to actually guide you towards purchasing the right stuff. This is stuff that I've picked out that I enjoy using, that I think that you guys might enjoy using as well. This is stuff that I know fills a lot of the niches that I have and a lot of the holes that I have. So let's go ahead and start off with a couple honorable mentions here and some things that, again, I think are pretty cool, and if you haven't tried them out, they might fit a hole for you. Rip-N rags here, right? A lot of people waste microfiber towels in detailing and throw away towels that are perfectly good, or use towels on tasks that they shouldn't be using them for, right? They'll take an eagle here and they will use this for non-eagle things. Don't do that. Buy this instead. This makes sense. This fills a hole for people who need a towel that is affordable, it's easy to use, and you could throw it away at the end of the day and you don't feel horribly bad. Okay, well, now that that's out of the way here, let's take the Ultra Rip-N Rag XL. This is also a great towel because, again, 70-30 blend, it's gonna be higher in GSM, it's gonna be a full 16x16, but this is also going to be a perfect middle ground, right? It's not quite an FTW and doesn't cost what an FTW costs individually. It's definitely not a Rip-N Rag in the 12x12, but it's gonna be a step above that, right? So this particular towel, awesome for coatings, right? If you've been looking for a good coating towel and that's part of your process that you go, hey, I'm running low on coating towels. The previous set I got weren't my favorite, but you know, I don't know how much I should commit to. This is a great thing to buy, right? Each towel is like, it's like a bucket towel when it really comes down to it. And these are super great because you can reuse them, you can abuse them, and you can use them for so many different things. Interior, exterior, coating, windows, all of that. Everything else here, again, could be kind of niche, right? Depending on your own detailing regimen and what you do in your shop or in your home. But I pulled aside some new stuff, some honorable mentions here, some new colors of the FTW. Maybe the FTW is already part of your process, but you've been dying for a new color. Well, now we have green. So you can throw this into the mix somewhere. We also had gray that we launched last year. So the gray could be used for something as well, because there's a lot of people out there that love FTWs, but they're using them for multiple different things. We are saying, hey, here's a couple color options so you can categorize them by that task, right? I'm not saying you have to have this color just to have the color. I'm saying if it makes sense for you and it fits inside what you're doing, right, with the product you're using, then cool, there's an answer, right, that maybe you've been looking for. Drying towels again, Gauntlet wheel towel. Some people don't even know this exists, right? But if you're looking for a wheel drying towel that isn't maybe another type of towel, or maybe you're sacrificing eagles to the wheel gods, you don't have to do that anymore. You can actually get a dedicated wheel drying towel that's a Gauntlet that works really, really well. Now I realize again that this could kind of feel shilly in the segment, and I'm not trying to necessarily say you have to buy these things, but I really want you to think about why you're purchasing stuff in the first place and whether or not it's actually needed. So here's a product that does it all. Believe it or not, some people have never tried Optimum No Rinse, right? This product truly does it all. You can do interiors, exteriors, windows, carpets, fabric, everything with one product here, which makes a lot of sense. Now, coming down the line over here, we have a couple different accessories. Interior scrubbers were launched this last year. These are great, especially when paired with something like the PNS interior system. So whether you're going with Terminator, Express, maybe Carpet Bomber with a carpet brush, these things are great. Now, going through some other honorable mentions here. People who haven't tried CES from Koch Chemie, this stuff is amazing. If you like the effects of protector wax in the foam cannon, you'll love this in a bucket because it's that same effect just now in a bucket wash, and the results are truly incredible. Let's just say there's people who've been living under a rock and didn't know you can restore floor mats. Goof exists from Koch Chemie. Floor mat restoration, does that fill a hole for people, especially with rubber floor mats? Weirdly enough, it does. Believe it or not, more people have rubber floor mats nowadays than carpet floor mats. People have carpeted floor mats, they're just underneath the rubber floor mats. People got smart. People realized that carpet gets dirty and it holds onto a lot of grime. Let's put rubber over the top. Well, how do you clean that rubber and make it look new again? This stuff right here. So this could fill a hole that you may or may not know you needed. Again, I wouldn't take a normal dressing to your floor mats. That could get slippery. This stuff is not slippery, hence why it exists. Some of this stuff here, I think are needs. Terminator right here from PNS. This is an enzyme cleaner, right? So this is going to target more of that kind of urine buildup. It's the nasty smells. It's going to focus the tannins, things like coffee stains, blood stains. This is going to do a killer job. It's also going to deodorize it at the same time. So this right here is going to do a lot more stuff than, let's just say, Express can do. But for the most part, Express can do almost everything, right? So now we're kind of getting into a niche educational thing. This works great on certain things. This works great on everything, but you may get stuck in a situation where you need this and you may not have it. Is it worth having a whole bottle and having it and storing it? Potentially, depending on your situation. The last cut, one of the best compounds in the game. A lot of people still don't know this exists. This is hands down one of the best polishing cutting compounds on the market. It is a pad dependent cut. What does pad dependent cut mean? Well, it means that this compound paired with maybe a certain color of foam pad or a type of wool or microfiber pad may be able to remove more defects in a faster rate, right? It's going to be pad dependent cut. The more coarse the pad is, the more this has the ability to cut through, and you don't have to change up the compound. You can just stick with this and you can actually finish polish with this as well. I also like it because staining trim really isn't an issue with this stuff, and a little goes a long way. Now coming down over here, we have a few more accessories that I kind of want to talk about, mainly because some of these people don't know exist, and some of the other ones are just, again, good to have if it fills that hole in your lineup. So I found that over the last few years, these right here are becoming more and more popular in the home for a lot of different uses, paired with the appropriate air compressor. And the reason for this is that this is essentially a blowgun on steroids, and it's something that you can actually use to create a vortex effect to really clean out your carpet, really remove a lot of that sand and debris. And it's not just something that pro detailers can do, right? Home hobbyists can do this. Weekend warriors can do this. Again, just plug it into your air compressor, go out there, blast away, and you'll see the results pretty immediately, and then vacuum up the rest, and you'll have some pretty pro results. So I want to highlight these because for a lot of people who didn't know that they could run these with their particular air compressor, more and more people are justifying purchasing a decent quality air compressor to have better results with a tool like this. So they're kind of creating that new category of cleaning for themselves, but it may make sense and it may save a lot of time. Some other honorable mentions. We have the pet hair brushes from Detail Factory. These things are awesome. These work great. If you've never used a dedicated pet hair brush, it is game changing. Throw away the pumice stone. You've been scratching up your plastics for years. You do not need that. Use these instead. These are awesome. And then we have the different Detail Factory colored brushes. I want to highlight that there are different colors here. In the Detail Factory lineup, the reason why there's different colors goes to the same reason why there's different colors of the FTW, right? People love using these brushes for so many different things. Eventually, they start using that same tire brush on fender wells, and then they use it on some carpet, and then they use it on floor mats, and they start cross-contaminating, and then they take it into the engine bay. Well, you don't really need to do that anymore because you can just color code things as needed. And so color coding is a big part of education and something I recommend many people do where needed. Armour Detail Supply hit the game hard last year. A lot of growth there in the company, and a lot of people started using more and more products from them. If you've never used an ADS product, here's some of my two favorites. Amplify, which is going to be their final spray. It can be like a quick detailer on steroids. It's going to have some SiO2 built into it. Tons of gloss, smells amazing. And then you have the wheel cleaner here. Also smells amazing. Smells like Japanese squash. I love this stuff. But this stuff also packs a punch on its own. The whole ADS line is really good. Again, I'm just trying to help you guys say, hey, if you're looking for a new SiO2 spray, here's one to try out. If you're looking for a new wheel cleaner, here's one to try out. Potentially, maybe, if you need it. Coatings, right? We know that a lot of people love what's tried and true. XO CSL combo, amazing combination. People have been using it for years. There's nothing wrong with this. Keep using it if you love it. But if you're looking for something different, you want to try something new, ADS Pro, awesome, awesome coating. This stuff's great. And then there's Trim Plus. This stuff is phenomenal. This is an all-in-one trim restore and coating, meaning it's not just using solvent to actually take down that top layer of oxidation on trim, but it's actually driving a color, a dye, down into the trim as well, and then leaving a coating finish on it, meaning it's going to be extremely hydrophobic. Now, Solution Finish. This stuff is the GOAT, right? We know that this is the grandfather of trim restoration. If you've never heard of this stuff, you've been living under a rock. Try it. I swear, this is a great trim restorer that you can do every single year or as often as you would like, right? And it will never build up. Amazing. Well, now we have Trim Plus, which does a lot of that, but now leaves behind a coated finish. But from an educational standpoint, not everybody is going to want a coated trim piece. Some people may just want to restore and have the benefits of a darker trim with being able to put whatever they want on top of it, but some people want an all-in-one and done. Two different products here that do work amazing and both serve a fantastic purpose in the industry. Just find which hole you need to fill. Next up here is another hole that here at the Rag Company, we had to fill as a supplier. This right here is the interior scrubber. This is going to have that awesome scrubbing material for interior surfaces that you can use along with something like Express Interior Cleaner. We put a corduroy microfiber edge on the outside of this thing to keep it nice and hardy, but this right here is hands down just a fan favorite. People love this type of scrubber for seats, door panels, and so on. But this was a hole that we saw we needed to fill because a lot of you requested it, because this is something that you want in your lineup, but maybe you just want it from us or you want to see how we do it different. Well, this is now available, which is pretty cool. We also have Ultra Clay Scrubber in red, if you didn't know that exists, and then the Ultra Clay Mint, honorable mention here. We know a lot of people love the Ultra Clay Towel because of its ability to fold, and we know a lot of people love the scrubber because of the ability to flip it and use the Jersey bug scrubbing material. But did you even know we had the mitt? We have had the mitt since we have had the towel, and this is like the fastest decon process ever. Like, because look at, got double the surface area that I'd normally have here. So if I'm detailing a boat and I'm doing a decon, do you think I'm using this? I'm putting my hand in this, dipping it in a soapy bucket. I am deconning full hand. I'm going to town. So a cool honorable mention there. And then a couple last things before we get into pads here. We have some brushes. Blue Ultra Utility Brush. This thing's incredible. It's very durable. It's good on pretty much everything. I really like this on grills. And then we have this, the Detail Factory Drill Brush, the large version. This thing is crazy. Do you know how much surface area this thing covers? You throw this on a drill, you start spinning it, it'll build up a ridiculous lather in just a little bit of time. And again, you compare it with something like Express right here. All right, last few honorable mentions. Optico's Protectant Plus. I don't know what this stuff is, but it is magic. It's got UV inhibitors. It looks great on your interior plastics. Has just a little bit of a sheen to it, adds a little bit of slickness, but ultimately it smells amazing, kind of like a leatherish smell, but a little goes a long way. Like this one bottle right here will probably last you 3 years. Seriously, it's pretty cool. M-Wash over here. A soap that Optima makes that not a lot of people know exists. This is going to be the OptiCoat version of a soap. It's going to contain a little bit of protection in there, but it suds great. It smells amazing. Then next up here, Intermediate Blues. These are a great middle ground polishing pad that performs a little bit better than the yellow pad does in terms of cut, but still has some good pliability to it. This has become really popular. And then of course, some fan favorites here. We have the blue wool from Rupes, and we have the yellow wool from Rupes. I love these in a 3-inch. These things are absolutely awesome. So ultimately, I wanted to give you guys a couple different ideas here on the table in terms of things you can check out, but I'm really just trying to provoke thought, right? Like, what are some things that you would actually use? What makes sense? We have so many different offerings. There's so many different offerings from other suppliers and manufacturers out there. It's easy to just get overstimulated and just feel overburdened with too many things. Hopefully I've made this a little bit easier for you. Hopefully you've gone out to your garage, you've cleaned out some stuff, you've cleared some stuff, you've opened up your mind, your body, and your shelves to something new and exciting that you can find here at TRCMA. Now, here at the end of this, if you're still feeling overwhelmed on what product fits in what hole, back to the hole again, you can reach out to customer service. We have a fantastic team here in customer service at the Rag Company that is like more than happy to fill that hole, to help find that product that you are looking for, and to lay down some serious education. And they are wonderful. So please reach out to them. But as always, we hope you guys enjoyed this segment here. Good luck with shopping. Any questions, just leave a comment down below. We're happy to answer these things as the show goes on. This is a live show, so continue to enjoy, and thanks for watching.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. And to those of you watching just now, make sure you hit that like button. And of course, this has been a great guide to see. Anyway, let's kick it over to Armour Detail Supply.
Hello and welcome to probably what is going to be known as one of the most anticipated segments of this year's TRCMA. We are here with Armour Detail Supply, and with me I have Brad. I like to call him Bradley, but Brad from Armour Detail Supply. And then with me we also have Ryan from Fine Detailing, and I'm sure you guys all know him as a big fan of Armour Detail. We all are, and which you're very brave to be standing up here with us, right? Because we were just joking off camera that I've always felt like I was one of the biggest critics of products, and I like to, you know, find something wrong with every one of them. But I honestly think that Ryan has kind of taken that title away from me because he likes to say what he doesn't like too. So good job for being up here with both of us. But
Yeah.
you know what? I think that actually says a lot because we both are wanting to be out here with Armour Detail Supply. Killer lineup. So what do you have for us this year?
So we've launched quite a few new things over the past year. We don't have anything a specific hard launch that we have new for you guys, unfortunately, right now. But we did launch over the last year, kind of rounding out our whole lineup with an APC. So we have Clean APC, which is a heavy-duty cleaner, but also very, very safe.
Yeah.
Surfactants in there are all similar things you would find in like a baby shampoo, which is really, really safe. Going from there, we did kind of revamp our coating lineup. We did, again, start as a coating company, built into kind of a full maintenance line to care for those chemicals, whether you're a pro detailer or you're a shop that's coating your car, coating a customer's car, and then they can also use these chemicals. They're very user friendly for anyone to use realistically. But we did revamp our coatings, so we have a couple new coatings: our new Pro Quartz and our Armour Quartz coating, which are now V2s. You'll know that by being in a clear greenish bottle versus the old black bottle, so they're easier to see. We have 50 ml bottles now, and they're just really easy to use. We focused on more ease of use this time, slickness, while still retaining all of the benefits you want with the coating: durability, gloss, slickness, all that sort of stuff. So it just makes it easier for people to grab and use, and not have to worry about using a hard coating. And then
Super cool.
From there, we added a couple new accessories, so we're kind of rounding out the line with some accessories this year as well.
Good.
Yeah, so we started with the Armour Drift Foam Cannon, introduced that, which has made a giant splash in the industry. We have not been able to keep these in stock. We're actually out of stock right now, so if the rag company has them, I believe they're on sale too. Pick them up because we're going to be out for a little while. But this is we basically try to make the best foam cannon we can within a budget. We wanted it to be accessible for the home hobbyist that's probably not detailing a ton of cars. Keep it budgetary, but give you a lot of the great features that you typically recommend, or you would expect from a great foam cannon, and what a lot of the more expensive foam cannons have. So we have quarter turn wide mouth, produces great foam, obviously, breather holes so it doesn't leak all over the place. And comes with a bunch of different accessories and stuff. So again, built to its price point, but it works really, really well for what it's designed to do.
Yep, it's great. It's great. Did you talk about Trim Plus?
I did not.
Okay. I have to say, not that I'm like an awards show or anything, but I tell everybody that I think Trim Plus was like the product of the year for 2025.
Yeah.
Such a good product.
I know we teased it last year at TRC.
Yeah.
We had an unlabeled bottle that no one knew about.
Yep.
Now it's actually finally labeled. You can buy it. But yeah, it's a great product. Again, kind of 2-in-1. So you get the coating protection as well as the restoration. So hopefully we can show that on the card today. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll do some demo. And then what is all this fun stuff up here?
Yeah, so again, rounding out the accessory line. So we worked with TRC over the last year to kind of bring some new green accessories for you guys to have, and also use with the product. So we have a couple new applicators. So kind of your standard block style applicator that you're kind of familiar with from TRC in our colorway. A little mini applicator that is great for like your wheel coatings or your trim coatings, your glass coating, just something a little bit smaller, a little bit more nimble, so you can get in those tight areas. And then the one that I'm really excited for that I worked with Anthony kind of hand in hand with to create is this new style kind of round puck applicator. So for phobic, but I've been using it for all the coatings as well. I really like the Pearl Puck, but I didn't like that I had to hold on to it.
Right.
So we kind of reworked the design and added a strap. So this hat now has a strap, but it's not a one-sided strap, so you can reverse this.
Oh, nice. Cool.
And you still can use both sides of the applicator. again, they are expensive, so you can, kind of reuse these. Yeah, so you can basically put your hand in here, and you don't have to sit and hold on to the applicator.
that's
so
cool.
I like to just keep this on my hand.
Yeah.
You can, use the coating in the other hand, wipe with this hand, and this literally
Yeah.
just stays on my
That is
hand
really
the
cool.
whole hour that I'm coating. It's just really nice.
Very nice.
So super cool applicator that we kind of introduced.
Very nice. Very
Yep.
nice.
And then the clay pad, which is a standard,
Yep.
TRC scrubber, but we wanted to kind of brand it out with the ADS.
I love the
You
green.
didn't want to change anything. That's like the perfect.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's
Yeah.
perfect. So we just wanted to
Very
kind of
cool.
put it in our colors and kind of keep the brand going. So
I love it.
Sweet.
Very cool. Very cool. What's your favorite product?
Ooh. Of the whole line?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Amplify is probably my absolute favorite.
Everyone's
And then in the
Yeah.
coatings, honestly, not just because you said it, but I've been reaching for Trim Plus a lot
Oh,
more.
yeah.
It's such an easy, quick fix
Yeah.
as long as you're prepping the car, and then you can put it on any sort of plastics or trims. I put it on new cars as well, and
Yeah.
it just enhances the look.
Totally.
Trim Plus is really kind of
It's-
underrated, I think.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing.
For
I
sure.
love it. I love it. Okay, well, do we want to jump into some demos? What are we going to be demoing today?
yeah, so we'll demo. I want to demo the new applicator just to kind
Okay.
of show that show how that works.
Okay.
So we'll use that. We can apply our Armour quartz coating.
Okay.
We're cool with that.
Cool.
We've done a video with TRC with the Pro coating. I think a lot of people know about the Pro coating. This one made a big splash over the last year, but I do want to highlight just the ease of use of the regular Armour quartz coating. It kind of
Okay.
doesn't get the light
Yeah.
that it deserves.
Yeah.
It's still a great coating, and I think for the new installer or your first time coating, I think this is really what you should reach for.
Okay.
Just because of how easy it is. So we'll kind of demonstrate that.
So I know that somebody out there is going to ask the question, and I hate answering questions about how long does a coating last. What range are we putting this one in?
We call it a 3-year, but
Okay.
realistically, depending on, you could
Yeah.
see probably 2 to
Yeah.
4 years,
Yeah.
depending on how you're treating the car, how
Where
it
it
lives, how
lives,
it was
yeah.
applied.
Yeah. Cool.
Stuff like
Yeah,
that.
and I've reached out to you before too, because I've had questions about PPF, right? Because we know PPF is porous, it's flexible. So how long do coatings last? Typically, right, it's well known that coatings won't last as long on PPF.
Right.
So quartz is a great option for PPF
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we use quartz is our kind of like our catch-all coating. You can literally use it on anything. If you want to put on glass, you can. You want to put it on trim, you can. PPF vinyl, this is really excels at. It works on matte paint, matte vinyl, all that sort of stuff. So
Very cool.
that's kind of the nice thing about it. It's pretty foolproof.
Sweet.
Very, very cool. All right, well, let's do it.
Yeah, let's grab
Cool.
some panel prep. We got some towels.
Yep.
So we're
Awesome.
So we like to use what pink FTWs because it matches the panel prep.
yeah, FTWs just because they're super absorbent,
Yeah.
super safe. Makes the streak.
I love it. I can help.
Makes it just easy, so there's no streaks, and kind of picks up all
Yeah.
the oils and stuff like that.
Cool.
And
Very cool.
yeah, the pink liquid, pink towels,
Yeah.
kind of works. So with panel prep, get this loaded up here. So with panel prep, with ours, it's alcohol solution, but also surfactant based. So you do want to give it some time to sit. We're gonna coat the hood on this right now. So we do like to just spray it on and give it a nice light mist over the whole surface, and give it just a couple seconds to work. There's some solvent-based preps that you might be used to where you kind of only want to spray into
Yeah,
the towel
right.
and wipe
Yeah.
very quickly because they are solvent-based. This is more surfactant chemistry and alcohols.
Okay.
So once we get to like this, give it a couple seconds to kind of
Nice.
bring that oil to the surface, and then you can wipe it away and just do kind of a normal, first towel, second towel kind of wipe down.
Yeah.
You'll see it'll flash off super
yeah.
easy.
And it smells good too. Most panel preps don't smell good.
Yeah, we were able to use a minty fragrance to
Yeah,
hide the.
I was gonna say, it reminds me of gum.
They're not supposed to smell good because they are again alcohol and stuff like that. But the minty fragrance is able to hide that kind of underlying
nice.
smell pretty well. So
Yeah, and I've noticed that with panel prep too. Like I know it's not the most exciting product, but what I have read on your label, which thank you for addressing, it's you do call for 15 to 30 seconds of dwell time because some are so aggressive that you could cause like swelling in the paint.
Yeah. There's some out there. Again, you want to read the label of the one you're using,
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's some out there that you need to spray in the towel, wipe on, wipe off quick.
Yeah.
Because again, like you're saying, they're basically softening the clear coat
Right.
while they're cleaning.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So
Nice.
you want to make it safe
Awesome.
so that you don't have any worries.
Cool.
So we're done
Love
with
it.
that.
Okay.
All right, I didn't bring girl gloves, so we're gonna let Ryan do
Yeah.
the coating.
We can coat. I've put on 1 or 2 coatings in my day. I'll let you lead with that, and then I'll coat the other side.
Super cool. All right, and what towels are we using for coating? Looks like we've got some.
Yeah, coating removal. I like personal preference really, but I like a thinner pearl weave for the first wipe.
Yeah.
Really kind of helps break that coating layer that's again started to cure, break through that and start leveling it out. And then for second wipe, I just like a fluffier towel, whether it's a creature like this or an eagle or something like that. Really just helps kind of get off the last few streaks and is not as impactful to the coating. A thinner towel, you can put a little bit more aggression behind it. With a thicker, plusher towel, you're a little bit more gentle, so you're really doing just that final leveling and you're not going too hard on the coating.
And quick plug, this is the new creature in teal.
Love it.
We're not aware. This is my favorite color, SPG's favorite color, and these are available.
There may have been some of us kicking and screaming asking for teal towels.
Just so you know, on the site now.
Yeah, so cool.
All right.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right, we're doing quartz, right?
Yep. You start on the hood?
Very nice.
Okay.
Here we go. Get my first wipe towel ready.
Sweet.
I love it.
So, as always, shake your coatings before you use them just to make sure that they're all kind of incorporated and there's no issues there. It's a brand new bottle. And like I said, get my strap going. So now I'm good. I don't have to hold on to it. Holds on to me. And then I'm going to prime my applicator just to get that going. Butterfly it in so that I have a nice even layer. And I'll recap.
And I may have missed this, but you said these are no soak, right?
These are no soak. Typical Rag Company no soak. Pearl weave 70-30, super, super safe. And the pearl weave gives it a really even application, which is super, super nice. So when you're using the quartz coating, especially in here, we're like 70 degrees right now, plenty of work time. You probably get anywhere from 60 seconds to maybe 3 minutes, depending on, there's a kind of a big buffer window. Like we said, this is a very easy coating to use. So I'll work about half the hood at a time just to be safe. So I like to do an X, kind of X marks the spot of where I'm working, just to get the coating evenly distributed. I'll go and do all my edges first, just to make sure you're not missing anything. And then from there, you can do circles or straight lines. It really doesn't matter. I like circles, personal preference. With this, it's really nice to do circles because it kind of holds on to you. If you want to do straight lines, you can. I like circles because it feels like I'm working the coating in a little bit more, and I feel like I get a little bit even of an application that way. But again, it's all preference. There's no exact rhyme or reason that you have to do this for it to work.
Well, so circles maybe because less chance of high spots, because with like maybe crosshatch, you're starting and stopping on a point.
Yeah, correct. Right. And then with that, with the circles, once I've kind of gone from there to there, I'm done. I don't have to do the cross hatching. Once I see that it's, I've covered everything, then I'm good to go. And then you'll see that it'll flash away. I don't know if the camera saw it, but you'll start with something that looks like an oil slick on water like that, and then I mean, honestly, like this looks like, if you can see
it looks like it's totally gone.
That's
what I've been sitting here watching it.
It kind of flashes away like by itself.
I saw it kind of rainbow, and then it kind of flashed, and then now it's like
and once you see it like this, that's when you know that it's basically ready to wipe, because it's all flashed off on its own.
That's so cool. This is the one I have not used, so this is really awesome.
Oh, you're
probably gonna want to use it a lot more now.
Yeah, holy cow.
I think I've been like debating. I think quartz might be the slickest of the lineup.
Okay.
Right on the wipe off, like immediate slickness, and then right. Would you agree?
It doesn't have as much tack to it because with Pro you've got a lot more solids that are kind of there. This is
right.
Now, can you layer this?
You can layer it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You could layer it. Technically, it's designed as
a
one-layer system.
Sure.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
You can if you want to.
Okay.
This one's not going to reject itself if you try to layer it. You can also put on top our phobic spray coating if you want. They work well together if you want kind of an extra double layer system too. But if you have you coat your car and you have stuff left in the bottle, just keep going around until you're until you run out.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So that's
so easy.
That's why I wanted to highlight it, because it's such an easy coating to use. It almost flashes off by itself. The nice thing about this coating with some of our other coatings, like our Pro coating, is if you get a high spot that you miss and you leave it for a couple of minutes, it is like not permanently there, but you're going to need to polish it or use some sort of abrasion to remove it. With this coating, even like an hour or so later, if you find a spot, just put a little bit more in the applicator, wipe it on, wipe it off,
Yeah.
and you're good to go. So it kind of relieves that stress for a new person installing, that
Yeah.
if they do notice some high spots after they're done, that
Okay.
they can fix those without having to pull out
That's
the
cool.
polisher
Yeah.
or do anything
That's
crazy.
cool.
So
Nice.
Yeah,
Perfect.
this is great.
That's super cool. Love it.
yep. So
I can't believe I've never
super
used
easy
this.
application. And then again with the applicator, being able to do it really, really quickly.
Yeah, and if you're in a pinch too, like you said, like you have specific products, right, for different substrates, but if you want, you can use this on glass, trim, you can use it on everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Super easy.
Headlights, all that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Headlights,
100%.
everything, chrome, whatever you want.
Cool.
You can go on plastic trim. It's not going to give a crazy darkening effect, but if
Right.
you have a new car,
Yeah. Yeah.
you don't need that. You
Yeah.
can put this on and it'll give you the protection too. So
Right.
Nice.
Very cool.
Okay.
Very
What do we
cool.
go
you
next?
want to do like a fender just to give a little bit more?
Sure.
We'll panel prep it.
Yourself a little jump. Well, that's super cool.
I'll be careful because we did just coat the hood.
Right.
And panel prep is safe for everything. So we're gonna do a Trim Plus demo on this too. So I'll prep this while I'm at it. That way it's all ready.
While we're prepping that, before, if you want to do a true prep on trim, Brad, would you want to talk through prepping trim specifically?
Yeah, we can do that maybe on some of the lower
Okay, cool.
sections. But ideally, you really want to clean the trim. So
Yeah.
using something like tire cleaner, which is our dedicated like rubber and plastic cleaner,
Okay.
Yeah.
is going to be your best bet to kind of really, strip that. Again, like you can see the trim is very, very dirty. To really strip the surface, then you can go back with the panel prep and get it fully clean and prepped.
We're really getting under there.
Oh yeah.
That's like
Probably
the part where you're like, okay, who washed this car?
I probably
I don't,
shouldn't have.
actually, it was pretty good. So whoever washed it
Yeah,
did
it
a good
was.
job.
I'm always
You
scared
know, that
to go
always
under
like
there.
makes me nervous. You're like, oh.
You get your applicator, it comes back a little black.
Yep.
You're like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Sweet.
Gotcha.
All right, we'll knock out the other side. We'll get you some
A
coating
couple
here.
little drops. Perfect.
So what do you think on size for a car like this? Would you use, do you think, I know you made a cool video on your channel about how many drops, but like, do you think a full bottle of quartz would work on this entire car? Would you do a half bottle? I mean, what do you, most new people for coatings, you tend to overuse it.
Yeah.
But one bottle would probably be able to get this entire car easily, right?
Yeah, one 30 ml bottle. Again, we do have multiple sizes now, so we have a 30 ml and a 50 ml depending on what kind of size vehicle. But with this, I would coat this with a 30 ml, no problem. I'd probably even have some left to put on the trim and the glass too.
Okay.
Okay.
Left over. If you're coating everything, probably a 30 ml would do it. If you're a newer person though, I always tend to recommend just grab the larger bottle because the last thing you want is to get to the, the last couple panels and you're like, oh, I have no coating. That's that's the worst thing. So grab the larger bottle if you're not as familiar, but you should be able to easily do a whole mid-size SUV like this with a 30 ml.
Okay, cool. So hypothetically, you're coating this car, and say it's a brand new car, right? And it doesn't need a lot of prep. And so, would you choose to coat the front glass with this over glass, or are you still going to grab your traditional glass coating?
If I have the glass, I would use the glass.
Okay.
On the side and back windows, it's not as
Right.
as
Uh-huh.
as needed.
Yeah.
I would say. But on your front windshield, the glass coating is designed to withstand the wipers more.
Yeah.
And it's also designed to reject water at the lowest speed.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
with your quartz coating, I mean, it's going to work. It's going to be hydrophobic.
Okay.
But instead of it shooting off at 30, 35 miles an hour,
Sure.
it might be 40, 45.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it might get tarnished by your wipers a little
Okay.
bit faster.
Yeah. Okay.
So, leaning to the glass coating, again, a specific coating for a specific substrate is always going to do better than an all-around coating. But if you just want to buy one bottle and do everything,
Okay.
it works.
Yeah. So
Right.
good for like those enthusiasts out there that,
Correct.
because we do have a lot that watch the show that, may want to try it on their own. So they technically could kind of experience what a windshield coating would be
Yeah,
like by
correct.
using this. That's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Correct.
And then if you're going to use it on everything, maybe pick up the 50 ml bottle, and
Yeah.
then just now
then you
you're
have
covered
everything.
for everything.
You can put it on your wheels. You can,
Yeah.
put it on everything.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Okay.
So same thing as the hood. pretty much flashed away. There's a couple little darker spots here or there, but once you see that it's kind of gone, away, you can start wiping.
Did you touch on, was it rainbowing or
it has
sweating?
a little bit of rainbow at the start.
Okay.
And then you'll start to see it dry into more of like little sweat beads.
Okay.
It kind of goes through it all.
It's
kind of interesting.
It starts as a rainbow.
Yeah.
And then we'll go into kind of your more like little sweat beads, and it
just
really kind of just goes clear.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
And kind of disappears, honestly.
Nice.
Yeah, it's super, super like user friendly.
Yeah.
And you almost feel like you forget where you applied it because it does, like it soaks in,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, this is the one coating I will say that because it's so easy and because it kind of disappears, people feel like they need to use too much.
Oh, yeah.
Or use more.
Yeah.
And then they end up short.
Yeah.
So there's a catch-22 there that it's so easy that it kind of disappears. People are like, oh, did I not put enough on?
Right.
But that's the way it's designed to work.
Okay.
Nice. Yep.
So I think this is a good example of why to follow manufacturers' recommendations, right? Because I know that like some of the higher level coatings, you do have to use more product because if you don't use enough, you end up with spots that you miss or and so it is important to like always check the videos, check the manufacturer's recommendation. We were laughing this morning about seeing people saying like, how do you know how long to wipe off a coating? But it's like they're all so specific that you really have to pay attention. So super cool. That's awesome.
Yep, just do your research on the one that you decide to go with.
Yeah.
And the manufacturer should be able to tell you and watch a couple videos of them installing it. The coatings these days are so easy.
Yeah.
Whether you're using ours or another company's, they've gotten so easy to use and so user friendly that with a little bit of reading, you're good to go.
Right, like a 5-minute video. Yeah, I remember back like 10 years ago, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
Some coatings were pretty scary.
We're blessed now with all the new.
We totally are.
With all the new stuff.
Very cool.
Do we want to try it on glass? We have some time, or do you want to go to the trim next? What are you guys thinking?
We could do it on glass.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the actual glass coating, or you want to do this?
We could show this. That way people can see kind of how it works.
Cool.
I think because
Which I will say, I mean, since we're not going to use the glass is just as easy.
Yeah.
Like it couldn't be any easier.
Correct.
Yeah.
Nice.
Couldn't be any easier.
Is this okay for you guys? Can you see? Sweet. So similar thing with the panel prep is, spray it on, let it sit, and then you can wipe it clean. Get it prepped. So that piece of glass is ready, and we'll let you do the honors.
All right. Now, do you want to touch on, because I know it's different with the glass coating specifically, a lot of people might have questions about glass polish and prepping. How should we be prepping our glass?
I always recommend polishing your glass if you want to prep it properly to give the coating the best bond.
Okay.
I'm not a huge lover of glass polishes.
Okay.
I typically just use whatever I was using on the paint, use it on the glass because it works. It's going to prep it. It's going to remove light water spots. Glass polishes are really mostly designed if you start to have like scratches, or you have like really, really nasty water spots, then you might need to move to a glass polish. But usually your paint compound and your paint polish, whatever you're using on the paint, you can go on the glass and it's gonna, remove anything,
kind of a deep clean.
Deep clean it, remove, light water spots and stuff like that and prep it perfectly.
Okay.
For the coating.
Okay. Yeah, so like here on glass, I see more sweating.
An hour or so of the car being done, you can go out and drive it, do whatever you want, which is also really nice. And then 24 hours for us to get it wet. So we can chemical torture test this, after 24 hours, and you can throw whatever you want at it, and it'll do perfectly fine.
Well, and for me, I think that is such a big deal because again, when I started coating, 10 years ago, they would recommend, that we held the car for 24 to 36 hours after, it literally couldn't live. But when you really break it down as a shop owner, as a detailer, or even a DIY person doing your own car, when you can't move a car or have your customer pick the car up, that becomes like a financial issue, right? Like now your productivity is going down if you can't get that car out and get the next one in.
Correct.
And so for me, and you started in your home, it's a big deal to be able to get them out,
Absolutely.
right? I mean, that's productivity and that's money. So That's really nice to be able to get rid of them.
Yeah, sending it out same
quick.
day. And
Yeah.
what the glass coating, right, that's instant. That can get wet right away, right?
Yeah, that would be the other difference between this and glass coating
Yeah.
is, this you would want to let it cure.
Yeah.
But with the glass coating, it does instantly bond. We do recommend not using the wipers
Sure.
for at least a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But you can spray water on it right away. You can go drive in the rain and be totally fine.
Super cool.
Very cool.
So.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah,
Well,
this
and that
gets all
even,
the
like,
same.
looks better. Yeah.
This gets all the same benefits.
Yeah.
If you feel it, it's super super
tough. Yeah.
slick. It was
Like, it looks
easy,
better. Yeah.
easy to wipe on and easy to wipe off.
We look better.
You know,
Oh yeah, that's really what
the
we're focused on.
reflections.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Very cool.
Sweet.
Very cool. All right. So what do we want to do next? I think we're going to knock out some trim.
Yeah, let's do the
We
lower.
can also work on
let's-
tires and stuff. So let's do the trim.
Let's do the trim.
We'll
I
just
think
work our way
this trim
down.
could use some love.
Yeah. So I don't know if the camera can see, but on this trim, so the trim's actually in pretty good shape, but because of like some fading and maybe some car wash chemicals, it's got some like streaking down it from previous chemicals. So we'll just go ahead and hit it with trim. We are going to end up coating this entire car,
Yep.
but yeah. So what are we going to do next?
Yeah,
We're
this
gonna-
looks like light oxidation. I mean, this isn't anything like crazy where the trim's like
Yeah.
completely trashed or
Yeah.
anything. This is kind of in between like a newish car and you're way at the end of the spectrum. The
Yeah,
Chevy
it's in really good
Avalanches and
shape.
stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So it'll give a nice newness to the trim and kind of revitalize it. But we'll go through. I know I kind of already prepped that, but we'll go through the full, kind of prep process so that, you guys know how to do it when you do it at home. So we always use our tire cleaner. Typically we'll dilute it 4-to-1, which is going to be your kind of recommended cleaning steps for doing your trim. And then I typically take either a brush or some sort of utility towel. A rip and rag is perfectly fine. And I typically spray it onto the towel first and then just go through the trim and just give it a nice deep scrub.
So normally we're doing this during the wash process.
Yeah, you can do it during the wash process if you know you're going to do this for sure, or you can just do it like I am. You kind of, you just want to hit the trim by itself. You're
Okay.
totally fine to do this.
So we're just deep cleaning. Cool.
So this will deep clean, and you'll notice a difference between this too. Like once this dries,
Yeah.
it's going to look a lot better than this. Just cleaning it. I mean, you can
Oh, yeah,
see on
look
the
at that.
towel how dirty it is.
Interesting. So it's like kind of, I don't want to say degreasing. You're truly kind of deep cleaning.
Yeah, you're deep cleaning it, and
Okay.
this will even pull off some of that oxidation too, and pull that out of the trim, and also just the dirt that's built up over time. Again, trim is very very porous, so it tends to hold on to a lot unless it's sealed.
And do you recommend your tire cleaner at the concentrate at 2-to-1 versus like clean APC or?
4-to-1 is what we recommend for the tire cleaner. I would recommend this over the clean APC. You can use both. You're not going to have an issue.
Okay.
But this is specifically formulated for like tires and rubbers.
Yeah.
Whereas clean APC is a little bit more gentle, a little bit more all around of a cleaner.
Okay.
But either one will work totally fine.
Makes sense.
So that would be your first prep step for that. Doing the
What
tire
I think
cleaner.
is interesting, I'm going to grab this and show this to Jimmy, is like this car was clean, right? Like we cleaned it and like look how much like debris that still pulls out, and that's why we don't want to skip this step.
Correct.
Because even though this was totally cleaned and prepped, and I'm pretty sure that's been paint prepped, there's still like a lot of stuff that pulls out. So that's kind of cool to see how much dirt was actually still left on there.
Yep. And then even though we did that, we do want to just do a final cleaning with panel prep just to make sure that this is fully, kind of grease free. So similar thing on the trim. Spray that on. And just give it a nice wipe down.
Now, prep's the most important step, obviously, with any coatings or anything like that. But if someone's in a hurry or they're just they're flipping a car, they don't care, et cetera, et cetera. So what's that? It's just going to hurt the durability, right? If we don't prep it as well.
Yeah.
But it'll still work.
Yeah.
It just won't.
Yeah,
last
with
as
Trim
long.
Plus, I mean, honestly, you wouldn't want to, but
Right.
you could probably throw it on some dirty old trim and it would
Right.
still
Yeah.
restore it. It's still going to soak in.
Yeah.
But you're probably just not going to,
Yeah.
you'd get 6 months to a year versus up to 2 years or,
Yeah.
more. So again, it doesn't take long. Just
Right.
do the prep.
Absolutely. Cool. Okay.
So now we can
Very
show,
good.
where's the Trim Plus bottle? Did you steal my bottle?
Oh, it's right there. I set you
Oh,
up. There you
perfect.
go.
So now
Carson was over here a minute ago.
we can show the little mini applicator in all of its glory. It's perfect for these kind of little intricate areas.
So now for those that didn't see last year, so this is actually like a dye infused ceramic,
Correct.
right? So it actually comes out black.
Yep. It's a little bit messy. Definitely wear gloves.
Yeah.
The nice thing about it is, while it is dyed, if you get it on your paint,
Yeah.
if you get it on your chrome, you get it on your glass, it will just wipe off.
Yeah.
It's
Never a
only going
problem,
to
yeah.
soak into the plastic, which is really, really nice. Especially like, you know, we've had some people that have been scared because they're like, oh, I have trim right next to my white paint. It's going to like dye my
Yeah.
paint or whatever.
Yeah. No, it
As long
works
as
out
you,
from, yeah.
you know, wipe it off after you're done,
Yep.
you're not going to have an issue.
Yep.
So just put a little bit on the little applicator, and then with Trim Plus, again, you're just applying it. There's no like special way to do it. You're just applying it nice and evenly, making sure you get into all the corners of the trim. And what I like to do, if you can, is just apply it even and leave it. If you have to go really heavy because of the type of trim that you have or how bad it is, you can go back through and level it off. But if you can
Yeah.
just go through and apply it evenly like I just did,
Yeah.
leave it, and you don't have to
Yeah.
do a second wipe. The only thing I would do is, you know, just where I made a little bit mistake and got some on the paint, we'll wipe that off.
So, and when would you ever do, if you have a really, really nuke trim, let's say, would we, yes, we'd probably do a second coat, and if so, after how long?
Yeah, so trim like this, one coat, done,
Yeah.
totally fine.
Yeah.
If you have like the Chevy Avalanche or you know those like really
full
just
restoration.
trashed
Yeah.
white trims, a
Yeah.
couple coats is going to be best.
Okay.
Doing multiple thinner coats is going to be better than just trying to slather the whole bottle on and being super messy.
Yeah.
For sure. And typically after about 10 minutes, you can apply the next layer. You'll know when it's starting to dry,
Yeah.
or anytime after. Honestly, between 10 minutes to an hour is,
Yeah.
is usually a good time. You can kind of see like where I bled over right here.
Yeah.
You can see the.
And see, isn't that funny though? Because like one would look at this and go, well, it doesn't need trim restoration, but like it actually, like it makes it look so much darker and so much better.
Yeah.
I'm such a big fan of this product.
So I'll apply here just so we can kind of see a good 50-50 too. And then even though we haven't cleaned in here, we'll show you a Ryan method of
Yeah.
you know just slap it on. So you know
I do not condone
this. This is you know super you know gray, but you can apply.
You know, true story, this does work, and I'm embarrassed to say this, but not really. But one day, Gabe and I were doing Amazon Lives, and we walked around my neighborhood and found Ford trucks with the back end that were all faded. And we literally had, I think, we maybe had clean and some panel prep, but I mean, the cars weren't washed or anything. But honestly, like they're in my neighborhood, and I've seen them,
Yeah.
they still look great.
Yep.
They still look awesome.
Yeah, I mean.
Definitely
it's
not the
hard to argue.
recommended way.
It's hard
but
to argue with
yeah,
what it does, you know?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not the recommended way, but.
So there, and the nice thing is, like I said, if you apply it evenly, you can just let it sit, and you don't have to.
Looks great.
Yeah. And I should say we were doing that to test the limits of
Yeah.
the product. We
Yeah.
weren't like purposely not cleaning a car. We were kind of testing the limits, and on it, they still look great.
All right, so wow, I'm learning something here because I use way more product
I
than
use
Brad
way
is.
more than that. Yeah,
Okay.
I use way more.
Yeah. So you see how much he was just
I also
dabbing it.
just primed the applicator again.
Because I dump it like I dump a coating,
Yeah, I
but
dump
that's
it.
far too much.
Yeah, I mean this, as long as you have enough that it soaks in.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I say like if you apply it evenly, you can just walk away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I usually prefer that than slathering it on really heavy to
Yeah.
where then you have
Yeah.
to come back and wipe.
Yeah.
You know, this method is, and it's also faster and easier.
Right.
Yeah.
A little bit does definitely go a long way here.
Yeah, I need to lighten up on mine too.
Yeah.
Mine, it's like sitting on top of the applicator.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a 50 ml bottle too, so it'll stretch you.
Yeah, that's the other thing too we haven't even talked
Yeah.
about. It's a 50 ml bottle. This
Yeah.
thing will last you probably
Yeah.
a lifetime.
Yeah.
Several
and
cars,
It
yeah,
says
for
what?
sure.
Once it's open, that bottle is good for about 6 months. Is that right?
Minimum 6.
Oh, wow,
Honestly, it'll probably last years.
Okay.
To be honest.
Oh.
Yeah.
As long as it hasn't started to solidify in the bottle, just shake it up. make sure the die hasn't separated, because it will probably separate a little bit.
Okay.
If it sits for 6+ months or so.
Got it.
But I mean, as long as it's liquid and you apply it and it's darkening, it's totally fine.
Nice.
So just keep a bottle on hand. It's always nice to have, especially if you're a detailer. I mean, you never know when that trim's going to come in that needs it.
Yep.
So it's just nice to have on hand.
And what are we saying on longevity on this? So if this is a customer and you've coated their car with, say, like, a 5-year coating, how often are you reapplying this? Like when they bring it in for maintenance, are you just redoing it every year?
Yeah, I mean, typically, obviously, see, because you'll start to see. You want to do the.
But it does kind of go back on top of itself just
Yeah,
fine, right? After
correct.
enough time has
That's
passed.
the nice thing is it's technically not a ceramic formula, so
Right.
it's not
Closing the pores of the plastic.
sealing the
Okay.
plastic, so it's open to new dressings,
Okay.
new
Nice.
new trim plus layers,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
Which is really, really nice. But in terms of when it needs to be reapplied, it's really a case-by-case basis. It's
Yeah.
going to depend on
Okay.
the type of trim. It's going
Yeah.
to depend on the preparation, obviously. It's going to depend on how the car lives, whether you're in
Right.
Mr.
Yep.
Arizona,
Yeah.
Florida,
Sunshine.
versus
Clouds.
maybe someone in like
Yeah.
Colorado or New York is going to be
Yep.
different.
Yep.
But just look, and if you start to see it, kind of wearing away, then just apply some more.
Okay.
What about the other thing too? Is like, so it's good plastic trim, but what about the faded rubber?
Yep.
Still good for that.
Yep.
Okay. Nice.
You can apply
I've
them.
actually used it on the arms of the windshield wipers.
Yeah,
and
windshield
it
wiper
works
arms,
for
like if
that too.
they're
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the matte paint, it actually
Yeah.
does bond to that and
Yeah.
work really well
Yeah.
there too.
Totally.
Sweet. Well, should we do a little bit? We've got a little bit of time. Should we jump in to show some tire?
Yeah, so we have 2 different tire options we want to
Yeah,
go
let me
over,
finish
right?
this one piece of trim really, really quick.
I can do
it
because
if
it'll,
you want.
It'll bug me. If
I
I don't.
got you. You,
Okay,
you do the
You
tire.
did the
Yeah.
do the
prep.
tire.
You gotta
Yeah.
put the,
Do we
you gotta
have?
do the coating.
Oh, okay, perfect. We have applicator.
Yep. So what applicators do you like with, so we're doing Ghost, which is a longer term.
So we have 2 different tire conditioning treatment options in our lineup. We have Tire Plus, which is going to be your typical water-based dressing, going to last a couple of weeks to a month or so. We're not going to oversell this and say it's
Yeah.
going to last
Yeah.
forever.
Right.
If it rains a couple of times, it's going to wash away, but the
Yeah.
nice thing is it doesn't build up, it doesn't
Right.
do anything
Yeah.
crazy, and you can just reapply as you
Yeah.
need to.
Right.
Even if the tire's dirty, you can just apply it, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
The next one is the bigger brother, where you need to do, think of this more like a paint sealant, think of this more like, a ceramic coating almost, not really,
Yeah.
but more so like a paint sealant,
Yeah.
where this is going to last a couple of months. You're going to get, again, a couple of months of durability on tires, kind of hard to achieve, to be honest, but you do need to prep the
Yeah.
tire properly to be able to do that. So these tires were prepped with Ulex.
Yes.
So number one, our wheel or our tire cleaner. So get all the browning, get all of the the grit, the grime. Basically go until the tire cleaner is not brown
Right.
on the tire anymore. That's
Couple
when you know
passes, yep.
you're good to go. And then from there, on some tires you'd be totally fine with that. But if you've been using like solvent-based silicone dressings before,
Yeah.
they tend to be really
hang
substantive
around.
on
Yeah.
the surface.
Yeah.
Tire cleaner, it may make the tire look like it's clean, but still below the rubber there is
Right.
that stuff that's sitting there, the
Yeah.
silicone solvent stuff that just lingers forever.
Yeah.
So using solvent to remove solvent works really, really well. So something like Ulex or mineral spirits or Stoner's Terminator or something like that to really strip the tire. And you'll notice tires, doing that process on a tire too is not something I would recommend all the time, but when you do it, it's
Yeah.
really healthy.
Yeah.
It really strips the tire, really
Right.
lets the new product
Yeah.
bond properly, whether it's Ghost or just a standard
Yeah.
dressing. It's really good for the tire to do that every once in a while
Yeah.
to remove that buildup. So
Yeah.
that is kind of the prep process for Ghost, because again, it is a sealant. You want to make sure that you're prepping it properly.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I always tell people that that the prep of a tire with any dressing is so
Yeah.
important because a lot of people will talk about like tire dressing sling down the side, right?
Correct.
And they always blame the product, and it's not the product.
Yeah.
It's the prep of the tire. So that's primarily what happens when you go to different car washes and dealerships and stuff like that. So it's always good. I know on my own, I reset my own tires like once a year, even though I try to kind of
I think that's a good plan. You kind of do it the first time whenever you get the car, and then about every year you kind of do that full strip process is really, really good. Typically I would use for Ghost like a foam applicator, but we can show how that even though these are designed for coating, they will work really well for any sort of dressing or anything that you might have. So I just put a little bit on the surface. Ghost is kind of a runny liquid, so you got to be a little bit careful when you're squirting it out. And then with Ghost, again, kind of like the Trim Plus, a couple thinner layers is going to be a lot better than just slathering it on the tire and hoping that it self-levels. The way you apply it is the way it's going to level. So just make sure you take your time to apply evenly. And again, if you do the first layer and you're not happy with the shine, you can just do another layer after about 10 minutes, and you can layer it until you're happy with the shine. So a lot of people like Ghost because you can go from a very, very matte looking tire all the way to like extreme gloss, depending on how many layers you put on.
Okay.
With Ghost 2, I typically don't like to use a brush for the final application. If you want to use it to get in some of the nooks and crannies and stuff, you can. But again, the way it's applied is the way it's going to level with this product. So if you leave those brush stroke lines, you'll have brush strokes in the final. So
because it actually kind of cures like a coating, right?
Correct.
I mean, it kind of cures with
it's
some body
latching
to
onto the rubber, and that's why again it has to, it has to, be prepped properly. Is otherwise it's not going to be able to make that latch to the rubber, and then it's going to fail.
That's good feedback, because some of the mobile detailers in my area, they do big trucks and things like that, and they like to use brushes to apply it. So maybe I'll give them the feedback, or if they're watching this, maybe you can use the brush to apply it, but come back with an applicator
or a foam applicator or something, and just let it just level it out. Just to get it as smooth as possible.
Cool.
The other thing to note too is again it's curing on the tire, so anywhere you get it, it's going to cure. So if you need to like tape off your wheel, you can. Or, if you get it a little bit on the wheel, I haven't, but if you did, just go back right through and get it off before it dries, because otherwise it will dry to the rim itself too.
Yeah. So if you're coming back like every 6 months, are you having to re-prep the tire, or can you just clean it really well and reapply to itself?
Yeah, once you've applied Ghost, you don't have to do the full like strip. You can just go through with like tire cleaner at like a more heavy dilution, like 2:1 or standard kind of tire cleaning. And then just go right over the old existing.
Nice.
With coating. Ghost, you can reapply. Okay.
Yep.
Very cool.
So there's that, and we'll let that dry over the next 5 minutes or so. That'll become completely dry to the touch.
Yeah.
And it'll lower the sheen a little bit, and we can kind of see if we want to put a second layer on.
Yeah, maybe we do half the tire with a second layer, and we could see what the difference is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I did get a lot in the grooves, so I'm gonna.
Now, I'm gonna ask a question that maybe will come up in the Q&A. I know we have Trim Plus. Could you ever use Ghost on trim?
You technically could. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't recommend it because it wasn't technically designed for that. Again, this is very specific to rubber. So it'd actually work a lot better for like some of your rubber trims. But I would leave Ghost for tires.
Cool.
It's just. That's the best use case for it, and I would stick to like Trim Plus or Tire Plus for some of the more dressing style applications.
Got it.
So yeah.
Awesome. All right, and then we'll do Tire Plus on the back tire.
Yep. And
now Tire Plus, I do like to put on with a brush.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Tire Plus is, like I said, it's foolproof.
Yeah.
Slap it on anything.
My favorite. What's my favorite?
Sydney loves a $30 curveball brush from the Detail Factory, and she uses it for tire shine and cleaning wheels.
Yeah, I actually use the screwball with it too.
It's
curveball
so
to clean, screwball to apply dressing. So we know she's bougie. She likes it. It's fine.
Yeah, but you got stuck on it.
Don't tell people. I'm not admitting that openly.
But this one, Tire Plus, apply it like you would any standard dressing.
And these are all water-based, right? We touched on that.
That's the nice thing. These are all water-based. Again, silicone or solvent is, again, we use it to clean the tire, but reapplying solvent too often to your tires is damaging to the tire. So sticking with something water-based is definitely a lot better for the tire longevity over time. You know, and the you know, the stigma of like the tire sling and the gummy tires, and like you can kind of pick your finger on it and pick off like an inch of gunk.
Yeah.
That all comes from those solvent, you know, kind of dressings. So, you know, water-based dressings have come a long way. Again, you're not going to get the crazy longevity, but they're easy to apply, and it doesn't take long to just go over.
And I think that's what's interesting is even in my own house, you know, I have 4 drivers in my house, and 2 of us like to have long-term dressings on our tires, and 2 of us like to dress our tires every time we wash our car. And so it's nice to have different options. I'm the type that I like to dress it every time I wash my car. So I use Tire Plus a lot because I actually like for it to come off easy the next time I wash my car. I like to reapply it. I love the way it looks. You know, so for me, I love the way Ghost works, but for me personally, I like to redress my tires. Now my customers, amen, because then I'm not having to worry about what they're putting on them. But I actually love the 2 ends of the spectrum.
And you know, something that Bradley taught me was interesting. Like some people were like, well, how do I know if there's a solvent dressing on there, right? Like how do you know what's, you know, how to prep it? A really good way is if you've ever used the tire cleaner from Armour, right? It's really foamy and it does really well. So as soon as you spray that foam on the tire, if it totally kills the foam, it's a good indicator that is a solvent dressing.
If you spray that on there and the foam just kind of goes away, that's the silicone solvent dressing in the tire, literally just nuking all the foam, because I mean, in some cases, that type of raw material is literally used as a defoamer. So that's what it's doing on the tire.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I know we didn't show it on camera with the Ulex, but we had the Armour training last week at my shop, and then we showed them where we prepped it, and then we literally pulled it off, and then we did Ulex, and it was crazy how much extra came off even after trying to strip the tires. Yeah, cool.
That's nuts. That's awesome. I love it.
Sweet.
I love it. And they kind of have the same level of sheen. So you're really just, you know, how long protection do you want? Right?
Yeah, the nice thing is with Ghost, you can build it if you want. Again, there's a subset of people that really like really shiny tires, and those guys typically lean towards Ghost because you can really get it blinged out, because if you put like 3 or 4 layers on there, it'll really show, which is, you know,
awesome.
It's really cool.
Very cool. Well,
Sweet.
this car's coming together.
We've made a mess of our table now.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, very good. Very good. All right. Should we toss it to Dane? Do we have any questions?
We've actually got a boatload of questions
I
here.
figured
So
as
if you
much.
guys are ready, I have a whole lot of them. Let me
Let's
pull up
roll.
my queue I built for you. I'll go in order, so I'll start at the earliest ones, and we'll work our way back to Ghost. But I'll start here with Mac Bergson, frequent viewer here on the show, saying, I love ADS products. They are my new go-to. I love the drift foam cannon. Will TRC carry the extra bottle and cap soon? That is something that I've been wondering about, but, you know, unless Bradley knew something I didn't.
They are available if they want to be carried.
Okay, there we go. And then I've got Wes here. Bradley, how long is ADS going to make us wait for the compounds and polishes?
Ooh, that was a great question.
A long time, but when they come, they will be well worth the wait. I'll tell you that much.
All right.
DJ is extremely picky with that stuff, so getting something that's to his level of this is better than what's out there is a real treat.
That's fair.
Real hard, you know, thing to do.
I actually I was on the phone with DJ the other day, and we were talking about compounds and polishes, and he said he needs to find one that works on 100% of the cars he works on. And I was like, we're going to be waiting forever. Forever.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe you know, hit up the current products that are on sale. We have River Auto Spa saying, has anyone tried Trim Plus on the Rubicon steel bumpers? So Jeep steel bumpers.
The powder coated bumpers too, like the aftermarket ones. Over time, they'll you know, any sort of powder coat will start to number one, hold a lot of dirt, so it'll start to look a little brown and a little dingy, and they'll start to get UV, you know, oxidation and stuff, and they'll start to fade. Trim Plus works great on that sort of stuff as well, to revitalize, and it'll add hydrophobics to that surface.
Okay. An enthusiast detailing here wondering what the prep required is for reapplication of Trim Plus, after it's been three quarters of a year or 3 to 4 years, and it's time for another round. Sorry, I read that as 3/4.
Yeah, basically the same exact thing you did for the initial application. Go through with your tire cleaner just to fully, again, degrease and clean the trim. Follow with your panel prep, and then you're ready to go right into the Trim Plus application.
All right. Then I've got longtime fan Luke Berge here popping in. If you're dealing with a new car like a 2026 Bronco, would you coat the plastics with Trim Plus or Pro Coating?
Typically for me, if it's a brand new car, I'm going through and just whatever I'm using on the paint is what's going on the plastics because it's efficient and easy. If you're one of those people that's worried about the trim getting sealed up, then you might want to lean to Trim Plus. But again, Trim Plus is really like restoration and protection. Pro Coating will give you a little bit of darkening too on the trim, so kind of will enhance it a little bit, but it's just easier to hit the trim exactly at the same time you're doing the paint. So that's typically what my personal process is, but if you want to go with Trim Plus, it works great on brand new trim too.
Yeah, the other quick thing on that, Dane, is that you know, it depends on the trim. Some cars, just be mindful, they have the grayish trim versus blacker trim. So if you do use the Trim Plus, just know it's going to make it, it's going to go more black than the gray. So if you want that, just be prepared.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And yeah, sometimes people, it's kind of close. You're not quite sure. So maybe get a second set of eyes on it. We got Ricky here saying, I was recently introduced to ADS after getting my car professionally coated and instantly fell in love with their products. So
hey, Ricky, we love that.
A converted fan there. To my shop. And then I got McMaster JCM wondering, wheel coating is great, but needs a transparent bottle to see how much product is left. So is that an idea, or is there some reason why
might be solved very
you wouldn't do that? Oh, it solves it. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Hey, I like a quick answer. That's great. Sheldon. All right, Sheldon here wondering, how long does ADS quartz stay good in a sealed bottle? He bought one last April. Is it still good?
Last April, for sure, still good. Typically up to about 2 years, as long as you've kept it in like an AC place. Shake the bottle up if if it's still liquid, you're good to go. Kind of look through it. If it's not all hazy and it's still like a clear liquid, you're good to use it.
Yeah. Nice. I always tell people for coating maintenance, that a lot of it is making sure the cap's on tight. And then I always store mine if I'm not going to be using them right away. I always store them in a dark cabinet. Like the light is probably the worst thing for coating.
That's a great point.
People will say they put them in refrigerators, and while the coolness can help, every time you open the refrigerator and the light comes on, that's actually like not great. So I always just say put it in the back of a dark cabinet. If you're, you have your own bottle, you're doing your own cars, just stick it somewhere dark and it's going to last even longer.
Nice.
Yeah, the other thing too with people that put coatings in the refrigerator and in the freezer, which we hear a lot too recently. I'm not sure why people are putting coatings in freezer. But when you pull them out, same thing as when you pull out a Coke from the fridge and it builds that condensation. The same thing's happening inside the coating bottle, which is not good for the coating at all.
Oh, well.
Yeah, dark cabinet.
Good to be aware of. Turn that moisture sensor down.
Moisture, like you said, light and temperature is what kills coatings. Mostly moisture.
So here's a fun one, because I know your guys' glass coating is awesome. Wolfsburg here is wondering, what's the difference between a glass coating and what Rain-X does?
They functionally do the similar thing, make the glass hydrophobic, make it so you can see better while you're driving, make it so contamination doesn't stick to the glass as much. The difference between a glass coating and a product like Rain-X, which is more like a glass sealant, is the longevity of it and the amount that it's going to resist wiper abrasion. But those products like Rain-X are still good if you want to just use them often. Totally fine. If you want something that you can put on and it lasts, years or more, then go with a glass coating for sure.
The one thing to note on that, which we always talk about, is maintenance on the glass coating. So if you use an Armour glass coating, an awesome maintenance product is just to top it with their Amplify, quick detail or ceramic based spray, and that'll keep that longevity, slickness, and hydrophobics going as well.
And slickness is the biggest thing too for your windshield specifically, because it's reducing the friction that's being put on the glass by the wipers. So adding slickness with something like Amplify every wash, even if it's not doing anything in the hydrophobics, but the slickness, it's going to reduce that friction so that it lasts longer.
All right. Then I got Luke Berge wondering, could you layer Pro Coating on top of Trim Plus?
I would not do that. I would just stick with one or the other. just to avoid any incompatibility issues. I haven't specifically done it. You maybe could, but I would just recommend not. Just stick with one or the other.
Yeah.
I think it's just a detailer thing, wanting to layer everything.
Oh yeah.
Frederick here with an interesting question. Could Trim Plus be used on plastic engine bay components?
Totally.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anything plastic for sure.
Yep. Totally.
Works good.
All right. Well, thank you guys. It's been a wonderful presentation, and you guys did awesome. So thank you, Bradley,
Thank you,
Ryan,
Dane.
Sydney. And anything left before we kick it back to me?
Anything you want to like tease for the year?
Yeah.
Like anything that's coming that
coming,
didn't
Brad.
tell us?
You guys put me on the spot.
He's thinking
here.
hard.
I wasn't going to let you get away.
We've always got new stuff in the works. We've got some new decontamination style products in the works specifically, and we may be rounding out our interior lineup with something new coming soon, but not right now.
Okay. Hey, that's fun too. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, you guys hopefully enjoying TRCMA so far. If you haven't already, please smash that like button. Helps us out here at the show. And if you're not subscribed to the Rag Company channel, please consider doing so over the course of the day here. But the day has a lot left to give. And this next segment, ooh, boy, I think there's been a lot of anticipation. So, it's one of those things where, do I just cut to it? Do I talk about it a little bit? Do I build it up? Or do I just say, hey, Anthony, can you help me out here? What might people be interested in coming from us here at TRC?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dane. And yes, there is a bit of anticipation around what I'm talking about and what's in front of me right now. So welcome to what I would consider to be a pretty surreal moment for myself, if I'm honest. Presenting the Ultra H2O line from the Rag Company. Now, if you were at SEMA, or if you watch some of the SEMA coverage, you may have seen a sneak peek of some of these products there being displayed. And they were displayed. That's exactly what they were. They were meant to be kind of showcased so people could check them out, get an idea of what's coming. But you've never really seen these things in action. And you've never really seen these things being used or really demonstrated by myself. Now, if you are a watcher of the Q&A, or you pay really close attention to things, then you may have seen these products actually being used for the last 6 months in plenty of video coverage. And so we've kind of basically been behind the scenes continuing to test these things long term, right? Basically, in our opinion, the testing never really ends. It's always kind of a constant thing. And so what we wanted to do is continue testing them, continue using them, and kind of just get used to the process, as basically some of these products change the way that we detail and change the way that we pressure wash and make certain things way more efficient just by virtue of some of the features that they have. And it's something that I think needs to be showcased today. So anyways, welcome to the Ultra H2O segment here at TRCMA, where today we're going to be covering a few different things. This is going to be what I would consider not an official launch, but more so a kind of comprehensive coverage of what the line actually is, why we created it, and how this is actually going to perform in a real world scenario. We're actually also going to pull in some grand ambassadors here later on in the segment to actually get their first impressions, because they've never used these things before. They've seen them, but they've never been hands-on with them. So you're actually going to see their first reactions. I keep saying actually, but this is just so actually surreal for me that it's actually crazy. So let's cut back on the actuallys and just get more to what's actually happening. Oh my gosh, I've done it again. I've done it again. So what I want to start with is going through the first basic, what I would call the idea behind this. Well, when we launched the Ultra Air products, we saw a lot of success with those, and people absolutely love the Air Blaster. Just awesome, awesome products. Because you have the Air Blaster, you have the Air Blaster Mini now, you have the Air Blaster Plus, you have the Engine Blaster, you have the spray applicator, and that kind of got our feet wet in the world of tools and using things outside of towels and outside of chemicals, and we loved it. it was a lot of fun, and we got to do some engineering, we got to do some planning, some design changes to make these tools more functional. And we never really thought we would be in this kind of tool space, but the more and more that we started using these tools and the more and more studio time we've had, we started identifying things that we would like to improve or make better. And so starting from the top, really, I mean, from Mr. Jeff Hennon himself, he really tasked myself as well as the team to come up with solutions in some of the tool world for kind of our ideal experience. And that's exactly what I've been doing for the last several years. So believe it or not, I started this project over 2 years ago. And it started with some drawings. I'm literally just on paper, just drew up some design ideas and thought, hey, this could look cool, or this could maybe be nice in practice. And eventually those drawings turned into an additional drawing, and then those drawings were now transferred over from napkins to graph paper, and then some, I would say that measurements and things like that were starting to get planned out. And then it went to cardboard, and then after cardboard, it went to a CAD design. And then after the CAD design, we actually started looking through and making changes there, which inevitably turned into a 3D print. And the 3D print was crazy, right? Because I didn't think that that drawn design could eventually feel as good as it did the way I had envisioned it until I had a physical example of it. And I don't know about you guys, but I am a hands-on learner. I'm a hands-on kind of experienced guy. And while I'm very good at visual stuff, I do like to feel it to make sure that that is the right thing that we're going for. And those first 3D prints were just insane because it really, this idea was coming to life. And then the molds came, right? Then we had to create molds and we had to go through this whole process. And what I would say is, just to be purely honest, designing something from the ground up, truly designing something from the ground up, is one of the most complex processes I have ever experienced. And not just because I was, lacking maybe experience in certain things, but genuinely, even pulling people in with experience, the timeline that it actually takes to be able to produce something from the ground up is very long. It takes a long time to get something made and made killer, right? And so, eventually with pulling on engineers and people who specialize in plastic and rubber and certain materials, the idea just continued to evolve and snowball to be better and better, and small changes were made along the way to ultimately create what I would consider to be one of the best pressure washing experiences I've ever had. And that really is it. And I hope that you guys feel the same way and you guys love it as much as I do. So I know there's probably people who have comments, questions. There's people probably on the website right now saying, where is it? Where is it? We're going to get to that here later in the segment. What I want to do is actually, keep saying actually, I want to bring you guys in to showcase how some of this stuff works. And once I do that, I want to pull in some people who have never used this stuff before to get their idea of the experience in the process. And then we will bring it in for a Q&A where I'll answer those burning questions deep in your soul. I know. The drinking game will begin on the actually thing. I don't know why. Maybe it's just my word of the week, potentially. It's the word I'm just being drawn to, and there is a little bit of emptiness there where my brain is not quite keeping up with my mouth. I'm not really sure. So let's go ahead and start off here. So the Ultra Spray Gun. So this is the foundational piece in the line, and we're going to see this used here in just a minute. But this is something I want to point out, and something that took probably some of the most design work in general. Because it was one thing to draw a design, come up with initial concept idea, rubberization in the right places, an aggressive look, right? And believe it or not, the color. This color took an ungodly amount of time to come to. I don't even know how many plastic samples I went through before finally finding the right one with the right sheen, the right feel, the right finish, and something that didn't scuff easily, something that could be dirty but still look clean. There was just a lot of thought that went into that. And so with the color, the rubber, the features here like the nozzle holder that's built in, the replaceable plates, the roundel here on the back that's built into the mold itself, and even the Easter egg that's hidden on the inside of the handle that says aim towards dirt, is something that we thought was pretty cool, because we want to be different here at the Rag Company and do stuff. So all the internals, right? Stainless steel. pretty nuts. So we went stainless steel on everything that we could with just some normal coated steel for the main, we'll call it the elbow if you want to call it that, but there's no nickel plated brass or anything like that. So in terms of durability, you are going to get the most durable internals that we could possibly put into this. Integrated swivel, and then of course the auto lock quick disconnects, which I'll show you here in a minute. But this really is the bread and butter of what I would say the line is built on, and really just how much detail and effort went into making this. So we have the spray gun. I love it. I'm going to set it up there. I don't want to drop it. We have the wand here. So the wand, funny enough, was actually the first product that I drew before the gun actually. And so I drew this first because I had an idea of a wand that would look better and feel better than any of the other wands out there, because let's be honest, the wand game is lacking. There's a lot of cool looking foam cannons, there's a lot of cool looking guns, but wands, people just drop the ball on the wand. They forget it. That's probably one of the most used things in a detail. You're grabbing and you're gripping onto this, right? For a truck detail, a van detail, anything that requires you to not want to bend over, you need an extension. You need a wand. And so when I first drew this, I kind of like had this initial idea of these lines here, which I thought would look kind of aggressive, kind of like, you know, a little bit like, I don't know, you feel like G.I. Joe when you're holding it, right? But then the rubberization on the bottom, right, to actually aid in the grip with that and to make that feel a lot better was huge, right? And not just going with a rubberized grip, but going with a chemically resistant rubber. And that's another huge aspect of this, right, is finding the right rubber that's going to be chemical resistant for anything that you throw through this. Again, stainless steel all the way throughout the entire thing. But really, I wanted to make something that looked good and fit with the rest of the line, because when you look at the comparables out there, there's very few out there that have a wand that matches the gun that actually looks good. Yeah, you want it to look good, you want it to feel good, and skimping out on the materials here didn't make sense. It really made a lot of, it made more sense to make this feel awesome. So anyways, wand and then nozzle here. So we know that nozzles are extremely important, and we are all very nitpicky about nozzles, and there's some really good ones out there on the market, but a lot of people buy cheaper nozzles. Not necessarily because they want the cheaper nozzle, it's just because it's the most affordable and it's the thing that they probably lose the most. So we thought, okay, how do we make a nozzle that's better than a cheap nozzle, still make it stainless steel, but make it to where it's protective, to where it's not going to damage anything in case it goes ejecting off, right, and firing at your car, but also giving it some cool branding, right, and making it match the rest of the line. And so the nozzle here is going to be coming in 3 different orifice sizes to start, so 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0 at a 40-degree angle. And the 40-degree angle is the detailer's angle. Eventually, you know, we'll work our way to a 25, potentially 15 if needed. But this is a great starting point, and everything is marked here on the stainless, so you'll be able to see that as it is stamped on. But the nozzle here was also just a huge area of needing to really make something perfect, and something that is going to be more affordable than you think. Just going to throw that out there. Now, nozzle box over here, and everything's going to be labeled, so you're going to be able to have the different labels there. And then over here, the one that took the longest, by far, without doubt the longest, was the foam cannon. Because how do you make a foam cannon different than all the other foam cannons? Or how do you just make the experience a little bit different? And there's cheap foam cannons out there. I get it. There's $20 foam cannons, and honestly, some of them, they can perform fantastic. There's also really expensive foam cannons out there that maybe underperform what you expect them to do. So how do you find the perfect foam cannon for your needs? Well, we already knew that we had this kind of look going on in this design, and I had drawn up this kind of, I would call it like a castle design. I don't really know what you would call those things, but I was actually on I was on a trip, and I saw this, I don't even know where I was at. I saw like these castle peaks, and I go, oh, that's kind of cool, right? And I'm like, they should do more of that design stuff with other things. And I just happened to be drawing this up, and I kind of threw this on the edge here to actually work as grip points. And I'm like, that works out like weirdly good. And then it worked out weirdly good when I put it onto this as well. So the design is actually the same all the way through. But the reason why the foam cannon took the longest is because we wanted to address the biggest concerns that most people have about foam cannons, right? The adjustability, the way that things feel on the rotation, the way that the lid feels when you're unscrewing it or filling up the main cartridge here. How do you make that process better and how you make it feel good to where it kind of has a bit of everything that you're looking for? And so, taking a look here, it actually started from the top, right? We knew that we wanted detent action throughout the entirety of all the adjustments of this, which starts out on the top, right? So your biggest thing is that you'll set your foam and you'll set it to the right level that you want it at, and then it's like, it loses its spot, and you go, why am I keep readjusting this? So putting a detent here and giving it some very satisfying clicks was perfect, right? Because now you could set it, it could remember exactly where it was set to, and in the case that you ever want to back down the foam, which most people don't, you could. You just crank this down, click it through, and we've made sure that every single adjustment of each click actually comes with, comes with an, I have to say it, an actual percentage of foam to water ratio, which has been built out into an Excel sheet. So there is an addition of soap coming from the suction tube here with every single click. It all makes a difference, and it's all been tracked. And so every one of these clicks is just going to add more and more foam across the board. And you would think that would do that with everything, but sometimes there's some dead space there between adjustments. Now, transferring the detent from the top here to the horizontal and vertical position. So this now clicks as well. So this middle section here is going to click on every single, roughly 15 degree is what that is. And so you can go through and you can adjust that, or sorry, I should say 15 degree, that's about right, I think that's right. So go through and get the correct adjustment that you need. Most people will probably want to run this in the vertical position, but there's some people out there that want to run it horizontally. We've also rubberized this center section here. When you rubberize something, the idea is cool because you go, let's just rubberize, let's throw rubber on it. Well, there's an overmold that typically has to go with rubberization, and that's why most people don't do it, because it costs a significant amount of money to do. But I knew that this needed to have more grip than what most people provide, and more friction than what most people provide, because this often loses its adjustment too, and it's so frustrating. I did not want people to have to experience that. So rubberizing that made that really, really easy to do. Now, then coming to the tip here is going to be our width pattern here. So we're going to be able to go as wide as you'll probably need to as narrow as you probably need. And did you notice that? Every single one of these also has a detent adjustment on it. So you'll be able to set it and forget it, or not easily lose the position in which this is set to. Now, foam cannon here, weighted pickup tube, right? We have our silicone-based tube. We have the weight at the bottom with a strainer that goes through, and this is going to be, I call it like tri-filtered is what probably the best way to put it. So there is a stainless filter in here with 2 additional cotton filters. And so the cotton filters work great for catching debris and particulates that you don't want. The actual stainless filter is going to provide most of that flow that you're looking for without necessarily I don't want to call it like neutering your foam cannon, but it's not going to cause issues there. It's going to be able to be used with different orifice sizes as well on the entry of the gun. So awesome. And then measurements on the side of the bottle that are very easy to read. It's something that I don't know why people have to make this so complex, right? I don't want to have to put on a different set of reading glasses to find the right measurement. I just want to be able to see it clearly, and now you can actually see it clearly. And you know what? It's even textured. It's very, very textured, so you can feel it as well, just in case you're getting up there in age or you don't have your glasses on you. So that's also huge. And these are laughably large numbers, and people would think why are they so big? But they'll go like this. Look at my face. Why is this so big? And they'll squint their eyes. It's so big because you just squinted your eyes. That's exactly why we did it. So anyway, let's get these in action, right? I've talked enough about these. You want to see them in use, and let's talk about the experience, because that's what this is about. This whole segment is about the experience. So I'm going to grab my spray gun here, I'm going to grab my nozzle. And to start this off, before we even begin spraying anything, I'm going to take my nozzle and clip that in. So now that is with me the entire time, and this is going to take a while for you to get used to. Trust me when I say that, because it takes everybody a while to get used to, as people want to take these off and set them down. The second you start putting these on the spray gun, your process is going to go much quicker. So you'll lose steps in the day, but your efficiency is going to go up. So we're going to take this, and then I'm going to take my foam cannon here. This is probably the first step, because we're going to go on dry here with a little bit of foam. And let's go ahead and mix this on camera so you can actually see what this is like. So we're going to take this off here, shake this out, set that to the side. And for this, let's lay down some ADS Shampoo Plus. What do you guys think, right? I think that sounds nice, right? We have roughly, if I look here on my very visible thing, we have 800 milliliters of water in here, so we've gone a little bit higher with the water count, but that's okay, because we're going to have other people using this besides me. We're going to take our Shampoo Plus, we're going to drop this in, and that's about 3 ounces, because they say that's going to produce some pretty decent foam. From there, give it a little shake, put my lid back on with a quarter turn. It's also got a silicone seal on there that has, we'll say, doesn't have memory. So every time you seal it, it should reseal nicely with a very leak-proof, well, I don't say leak-proof, a leak-less design, right? It's ideal it leaks less. So we'll go ahead and stir that up. I do not need this table anymore, but I do want this, I do want this, I do want this, and I think I want a Viper chair. So let's plug this. Well, actually, let's go plug this in. So coming over here to my hose, we're going to go ahead and take the auto lock quick disconnect, and we are going to snap that in place. So that is a single hand use to lock that, to pull that off. You're just going to pull back that. Show you one more time here. Again, press that into place, and we are all set. The auto lock here, I didn't really talk about that, but we'll talk about that here in a second. Again, the knurling here to give you grip, and this is by far one of the most expensive pieces on the gun, especially being produced in stainless steel. So take this and undo this bad boy, and we have Carson's, we have his new Tacoma here. His new beautiful blue Tacoma that he bought just for TRCMA. Can you believe that? That's a company man if I've ever seen one myself. We're going to go ahead and take this, attach this to here, and then is our pressure washer on? Pressure washer is on. I've felt it come through the hose, okay? And we have, I've just foamed a wall that shouldn't be foamed. All right, let's go ahead and foam this thing. So Shampoo Plus here in, again, we had about 3 ounces, about 800 mils of water, and showing the foam cannon first, just to give you an idea of what kind of foam it's going to produce. And the current orifice size inside here right now, I believe is at, Carson, you said it was a 1.1 or 1.25 that you said in here with the Rinseless? 1.25, okay. So with our Rinseless, obviously there's gonna be people out there that are gonna wanna have different orifice sizes down the road, in which those will be coming, so you'll be able to throw in any orifice size you want to match up with a lot of the pressure washers out there. It's also a universal orifice fitting, so if there's one that exists already out there, you already have one, you can just simply screw it in and you are good to go. So here we go, foam. A little wide. Beautiful, beautiful foam. And if you mean, again, this right here is what a lot of people want. They want that buildup. They want the flow. And again, you want to make sure that it's not suffocating your pressure washer. But the foam of this has been fantastic for the longest time. We've been testing this initial foam cannon design here for going on, it's been a year now. and we've put everything through the main internal components that we possibly could have. High pH soaps, acidic soaps, everything that we could have done. And this has been such a tried and true setup from an internal standpoint here within the actual main housing that our foam cleaner, actually our tri-filter that we have, looks, I mean, amazing. We thought it was actually going to be super gunked up, but it wasn't. It's been holding up awesome. So we're going to have foam cleaner rebuild kits for everybody that want to be able to rebuild these things at some point. But I think that timeline for rebuilding is going to be much more extended than most people think because of the filtering system, right? And then also too, you have the filter coming through the bottom of your weighted hose. So awesome foam. Just a killer experience. So I'm going to grab a Viper chair. We're going to sit down and we're going to talk about the spray gun. Oh, this is fancy. This just happens to be a Rag Company limited edition Viper chair that maybe one of you could win. I think that's correct, right? Amazing. So shout out to our friends over at Viper for producing something so awesome. So very thick foam. You're going to see a bunch of people being able to do that more here in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and talk about the spray gun. So the Autolock Quick Disconnect here. So the knurling around here is extremely nice. This Autolock is actually the same one that we've been using now for over a year. And initially, the first version that we had produced was brass, because we thought maybe brass made more sense because it was slightly lower in cost, but it just didn't look right, right? It didn't look right with the rest of everything being so nice and stainless. So we converted that to stainless, and this is a super simple but bulletproof design. There is an O-ring built into the bottom of this, and so it's replaceable. You're going to get an extra in most of the kits, but the feel of this Quick Disconnect is better than any of the other I've ever felt. The action is awesome. It's got a perfect weight to it. And again, the release is it's just killer, man. I mean, do you know how many times we've done this? I think probably thousands at this point. And it still feels awesome. We haven't sprayed any lube in there. We haven't put any type of extra type of, I don't know, silicone or anything in there. This is just how it's been for close to a year now. So other things, right? Needed things. So trigger lockout, right? Some people obviously want a trigger lock for safety reasons. That's pretty big, right? Pretty cool. Well, what about a trigger lock? So we have put in an integrated trigger lock so you can actually lock your trigger to keep it going. I mean, basically, once you lock it, it is going to be in the on position. But it is a very, what I would call very sensitive trigger lock. So the second that you drop the gun with it running in the lock position, it will shut off, right? It'll disconnect and it will not continue to stay locked. Because when you combine a lock with a swivel, obviously there could be some concerns of maybe that thing going loose. But the second this falls on the ground, that will release that. I would say 95% of the time it's released it, depending on the drop. And then that's it. I mean, that really is it. So I'll show you that in action here. But this, it's awesome. Let's go ahead and do some rinsing here. So swivel integrated into this, right? So obviously it's pressurized, and you can see that this thing is still swiveling exactly how you want it to, or like how people do in all the TikTok videos, and they go, "Have you ever seen a swivel like this?" I'm like, I've seen a swivel like that. So let's go ahead, 40-degree nozzle on here. Do our rinsing. Trigger pull is awesome, so you can do it with one finger. You can do it with two fingers. You can do it with your whole 4 fingers, whatever feels the most comfortable. And then when you want to set the trigger, you're going to go ahead and it's a two-handed operation. Pull the trigger in, set your trigger lock, and there you go. So at this point, the gun is on. I do not need to hold the trigger in place. Now, from a safety perspective, right, one finger here, take that, unlocks it. Do it again, set the lock. Again, it is a two-handed operation, and then drops off. So I love the trigger lock. It's been one of my favorite things. It's absolutely changed the way I've washed my own vehicles, my truck. I realize that as much as I love my truck, I hate washing it. It's like the worst thing in the world to wash, but this has made that experience a lot better. And so you go ahead and hit that lock out there and you are good to go. And then again, if you're in the stored position, you can go ahead and just throw the lock down there in case there's kids around or something. You don't want to get a hold of this thing. But let's go ahead and rinse this and then throw on the wand. So this right here, for reference, does have the 40 degree with the 5.0 nozzle on it. I would say it's that perfect amount of flow, perfect amount of pressure. And we'll rinse that off. Now, my wand. So we're gonna go ahead, pop this bad boy off. Like that. And what am I going to do? I'm not going to set it down. I'm not going to go walk away with it. I'm just going to go ahead and clip it right into that because I'm going to use it here in just a second. I'm going to take my wand, bam, clip that in. That's going to lock in, take my nozzle, and we'll come up to our other auto lock here up the top. From here, start rinsing again. And let's just say, right, again, I'm feeling a little lazy and I don't want to have to hold the trigger. Well, now I can just hold this, walk through, get up top, take this, swivel that around, the bottom, and then for any reason I got to grab the gun, it shuts back off. So very rarely are you going to re-grab this thing and not hit that trigger lock, but once you get used to it, once you know it's there and sensitive, then it won't continue happening. So we'll go ahead and lock that in again and make our way around here. And that is literally that easy. So I love this experience so much. I really do. It was not too long ago that, how do I say this? It wasn't too long ago that I was able to get one of my vehicles in here. Everybody was gone, pretty much. And I was able to zen out and just say, I'm going to wash my car like somebody who just bought this is going to wash their car for the first time. And I want to measure that experience. I want to see how good it is. And I was so excited because after I was done, I was thrilled about the whole process. And I was like, man, I got to go tell everybody. So the next day I told everybody, I'm like, guys, the process, you know, of the washing was so amazing with the Ultra H2O line. I loved it. And they all looked at me because I was crazy. They're like, yeah? I'm like, well, no, I mean, it's so good. I mean, like the whole process is great. And they go, well, yeah, you spent like 2 years on it. So, and you're very crazy. So if it wasn't good at this point, then there's something very, very wrong. But I think there's just such a high standard I hold something to. And the fact that it was able to meet that, it just still feels pretty surreal to me. So there are some people here that also are pretty crazy and who have very high expectations and who are also fans of the Rag Company and the things that we produce. And I would love to get them out here to try this out for their very first time. So is there some guys in the ether over here? Yeah, maybe, potentially? Yeah, I think so. Come over here, don't be shy. Hey everybody. So this is a whole crew. Oh man, this is like, I wouldn't want to run into you guys at a dark alley. You're all very big.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, Alex. So we have Joey Belinsky, we have Alex Dewar, we have, I would say Copperhead Detailing, but Nick, what's your last name?
Anderson.
Nick Anderson, I knew that.
Copperhead Detailing works.
I knew that. Yeah. And then you got this guy who does some fine detailing every once in a while, and his name's Ryan, and he's also awesome. And so these are the type of people who can be honest with me and can let me know if an experience is crap. Not this guy. Nick's kind of new, and he is the newest Grand Ambassador of the Year. So if he doesn't say anything nice, then he's stuck here. He's not going back home. We're not flying him back home.
Yeah, my wife would not be thrilled with that. So.
I'm kidding. So, who would like to be the first to try this out? And who wants to lay down some foam?
Oh, I do.
You do? Okay. So I'm going to hand that to you, and I want you to start with taking that nozzle off.
Okay.
And putting that into the nozzle holder there. And now you just need to get used to that. You can go through either side, and that right there, that O-ring that's in that is replaceable, right? Because that's going to be a wear area of that going in and out, right? That one's been used for months and months and months and still feels awesome, right? But you'll want to replace that at some point, right? And so you saw me tearing apart the gun earlier and showing people the internals, right? It's as easy as a 2-minute job, right? So we'll go ahead and get you doing some rinsing, and I'm going to get some foam mixed up for you. So go through it.
Sounds good. There's a really nice tactile feel too when you put this in. Like I like the initial, it doesn't fight you, but yeah, let's give it a rinse. Trigger lock's nice.
So talk about it. What do you think? What do you like? What do you don't like?
The first thing, I like the trigger lock because you get fatigue, especially if you're rinsing all day. Right now I've just had it in and it's way more casual here. I like that.
Do you feel like the release on that trigger now when you click it again?
Oh yeah.
Easy.
That was butter. Yeah, and like you said, like if you dropped it or if you're panicking, you can't turn it off. As soon as you tap it, it's coming right off.
Yeah.
Right? So that makes a lot of sense. No, that's cool. Yeah, I was the most excited about the trigger lock because again, like especially if you have like a really high flow machine or something, or if you're using 3 gallons a minute or something like that, like this, it can get you with a kick, right? The Rinseless is really nice, easy to use, but when you have this on a high flow machine, it definitely like gives you some fatigue without a trigger lock. So the trigger lock to keep it on, I'm like actually like the most excited about. So it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot. But yeah, it's just crispy feel, and then that's the other thing too, like a lot of people say they have a good swivel, but when it's under pressure, it's usually like that's where it kind of fails, but like this is flowing fine. Like this is pretty nice to see. So yeah, no fluff. It's legit so far, but I need to see the foam, Anthony.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and go pop that off, put that there, and I've just mixed. I did the TRC eyeball. I just threw some water in there, and I did a couple of official TRC glugs of the Shampoo Plus. Yeah. No idea how much. I mean, I didn't put that much in there, but I think that we're going to be refilling this quite often here in this segment. So, because I think after you, Joey's looking like he's just. Alex, are you foaming at the mouth?
He wants to foam.
So you want next? Okay, so we'll let Ryan lay down a little bit of foam, and then you foam home.
Foam home.
You like that? Okay, that's like a throwback. That's a way throwback from some old TRC stuff.
I've actually never physically touched this, so I just need about 10 seconds. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not giving them fluff for the cameras. I'm just like, I'm actually enjoying the tactile feel and the noise of it. It's pretty nice, and it's not like it stops on each one. And what I think Anthony touched on before is there's a lot of foam cannons on the market where you set it and then you pick it up the next time and it's a bullet or something, or it goes way over the car. So
like, why did that have to? Like, why did they have to do it that way?
I don't know.
Right? Because then, like, my poor car is getting hit with a stream of soap at like, a ridiculous amount of pressure.
Right.
And I'm like, please, no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
My poor cars. So
crispy top on it. It seals nice. The detents are like loud, which is really nice. I actually like the short nozzle on it because what happens a lot of times with some of them with really bigger nozzles is you set it down and it gets top heavy and it falls. I can tell right now as I set this down, it's not tipping.
Oh no! I mean, you can like sit it down here on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, and just like you can. Oh, okay, that was a bad example. I caught the edge of the Swiss track, but I mean, this right here will kick around.
Yeah.
It can slide around totally fine. It's not super top heavy, but the Swiss tracks here is a little bit. We pulled these up recently, so
for sure.
Go ahead and click it in, and Alex is next. I know he's ready. So max foam, right? Set to max. Yeah, there you go.
There's only one way to do that.
Yeah, there's only one way to do it. There you go.
So let's see. When can I order it?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that here in a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. Yeah, sign me up.
Alex, you're next. Get in here. Get in here. Alex is probably going to say nice things, but and people are probably wondering, like, what's the point of doing this with people from TRC? It's because these are the people that are honest with me, honestly, and they are our customer, and I know that over the years, these people have given me brutal truth, right? We've had products we've released, and they said, hey, I didn't really like that much, and
nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect, but that kind of honesty, again, it comes with a long-term relationship, and that's why these people are so important to us, and that's why I want them to test it out for the first time. Because I think that I'm confident that you're going to love it.
Yeah.
If Matt Mormon was here, 100%. I would want him probably more than anybody, to be honest, doing this.
We should just FaceTime him right
when
now.
When he told us he couldn't make it, I was like, dang it! Like this was my time, because when he saw the stuff at SEMA, he just could see it. He couldn't really use it, and so I want him more than anybody to test this out and say, hey, I think Anthony got this. Not that I need his approval, but this is something that he would appreciate. So go for it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm done talking.
Thank you, Anthony. Alex here with the Detail Desk, Halftime Show, Detail Grind Podcast, you name it, I'm there. Now, that being said, as an elder millennial, I really, really love this holder, because when you have a dribble in your pocket, you want to know where it came from. If it's coming from a nozzle, I don't love that, okay? So, you got to be cognizant. I'm cognizant of the snow that's on here. I'm dealing with snow on the ground at home. Don't love it, so I'm going to apply some on the truck. So I'm going to go ahead, just push that bad boy on there. Shampoo Plus, who doesn't love that? So what do you say we foam this? That's thick with multiple C's. I don't know what to say. That was a very satisfying experience. And I think next, you gotta foam the bed. Okay, you gotta keep that clean, because if you're out watching the stars at night, it's gotta be a clean surface. And I don't know, maybe I might need some help with the roof. I think Joey can possibly help me with that.
Joey, get in there. You're a tall guy.
I can get the roof.
Now, keep in mind, you can also use the cannon at the end of the wand if you want to,
can.
right?
No.
But those people, I don't know if I trust those people, because I go, that's some weight there at the end. And I go, that can't be comfortable. But there are people who just they live and die by that sword, right?
Joey, I don't want to get foamed, so I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll get out of your way.
Yeah, I do like the clickiness. The clickiness is really, really nice. Nice touch there. But yeah, this is where I shine is roofs. The wand, usually I don't use a wand, but I am excited to try that wand
Your
out.
arms are wands.
Yeah, they're built in. But this is very comfy. I have big hands, and there's a lot of guns that I've used that are just, my hand cramps up because, I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it.
How is the rubber? You like the rubber on it?
The rubber's, it's very grippy. Like, even though my hands are a little soapy and a little wet from the foam cannon, these are, it's holding up really nicely. But let's, little trigger lock.
You can still lock that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah. There we go. There we go. It's really nice foam production. Yeah. I'm a connoisseur of foam cannons. I've got a whole bunch that I play with. There's some that I always go back to because the foam is my favorite. This is how I like my foam. Yep. So I think this is a win in my book.
Okay, well,
and like Ryan said, like when can I get one?
Yeah, well, while we have some left, let's get Nick. Are you ready? You ready? Okay,
yeah, I'm ready.
And you're new here, right? So
we gotta get it off to the new guy here.
Like you are brand new. So this is, truthfully, your experience. So you are a detailer, and this is what you do, right?
Absolutely.
And so this is what you do pretty much every single day. So your opinion is also extremely important because I imagine that you're also a customer buying this.
Absolutely.
Go for it. Yeah.
Honestly, it debuted at SEMA, and I've just been waiting for the green light because I've been wanting to get my hands on it, so to be able to test it today is exciting. And if it disappears, it didn't come home with me.
We'll know. Okay.
All right.
Got it. Go for it. And you can go ahead and adjust it. If you want to adjust some of the tips there, you go ahead and go through it.
Right off the bat, it really is super smooth. It's very comfortable in the hand. You might be able to relate, but I have smaller hands. So,
So
did they put you up to that?
They did not put me up to that.
Didn't they?
I'm new here, but I do have plenty of experience with the channel and the rag company, so I know a few things.
Okay, you know a few things about a few things, right? It's not about the size of a man's hands. It's,
That's right.
It's how they use them. So
they've never let me down, so I'm right there with you.
Yep.
I do love the tactile clickiness of it. It's just, if nothing else, it's very satisfying. I know with like the top here, most people are probably not adjusting this, but if you ever need to, I know sometimes if I have multiple vehicles and I'm trying to save some soap, I'll make some minor adjustments just to not rifle through it. So it's just nice to have that tactile feel there. And like the weight of the gun, it feels very well balanced. Even though the cannon's full, it doesn't feel top heavy. I don't feel unbalanced there.
Yeah,
so.
we really want to try to balance that out. But feel free, go horizontal, click through it. I mean, I really want to see. I'm like a proud dad right now, just kind of looking at like my kid. Like I feel like I'm at the playground and like my child is like the one that kids want to play with, and I'm like, awesome, right? Like I did it right. Like I didn't raise a weirdo. Not that that happens, but sometimes that does.
Do people foam horizontally? I mean, I'll do it for the sake of testing here, but I've never run it horizontal, but to have the option, I'm sure there are people out there.
Right in that middle adjustment there, so you go click it all the way to the side there. Perfect. Yep, now you're good to go.
It just doesn't feel.
I know it feels wrong.
It feels wrong to go horizontal.
Well, think about if you're doing like a semi or doing something massive, a boat, and you're just kind of wanting to,
That's true. That's fair.
You don't want to have to move around a whole lot, but.
There's so many features of this gun, though, that I'm so excited for. And I do know Carson's truck will probably never be more clean than it is today.
Well,
with the amount of foam.
Well, I don't know. We're just. I mean, he's gonna have all these soap stains. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm gonna get you the wand because I want you to get some rinsing as well. But then you guys are honestly just gonna be exchanging hands here in the background, and I'm gonna finish up with some questions and stuff in the front because I know there probably are a few, right?
Perfect.
So go ahead and we'll have you click that in, and then can we get this thing moved over? We'll get some shots of him doing that, and I'm gonna get this
so satisfying.
This table pushed up.
I do want to say too, like especially I know you talked about the wand earlier.
Click that.
It's very robust. Like it doesn't feel cheap. I know there's a lot of them. You talked about what went into designing this. Mm-hmm. I mean, you are going to be gripping it. It feels very stout. It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. I genuinely am just surprised at how smooth this is. I really don't feel like there's a ton of kick either, and I don't know if that has to do with the gun. I run a Rinseless at home, so.
Orifice size is going to be huge, right? So you want to make sure you have the proper orifice for your pressure washer, right? So
makes sense.
The 5.0 on this it has the best flow and has the least amount of kick. But if you were to run a 4.0, then you're gonna have some kick. That wouldn't be necessarily. You'd be between a 4 and a 5. Like you can run a 4.5.
Yeah.
So you're either going to run a 4, you're going to run a 5. 4 give you more kick, but again, would restrict you a little bit more than a 5.
Does it come with multiple orifices?
So that's going to be for you to decide, right?
Perfect.
So when these are launched, there's going to be 3 orifice sizes to start, all
Sweet.
with the 40-degree angle, and
cool.
and everything is branded, everything is labeled. I mean, we couldn't really make it any easier. So really, what would be to come eventually would be a different angle tip, right?
Yeah.
So a 25 degree.
I know.
Eventually.
In my business, I use 25 a lot just because dirtier vehicles, you can kind of concentrate it more on a specific area. You get a little bit more of a punch with that smaller radius versus the 40. But in terms of rinsing, I mean, obviously that's what you want.
Totally. And at 40, that's kind of probably the safest thing to start out with, and something that I think most people will use. But some people who need at 25, if they're running let's just say a slightly lower pressure washer, that needs some rinsing power, they'll like to do that. So
this is just super satisfying. The push to connect.
It is.
Again, not to harp on the small hands thing, but with having smaller hands to constantly have to like pull that collar, the less I have to do that, the better. So just to be able to push on a foam cannon, it just makes the ease of use that much better.
So go ahead, pull in the trigger and hit the lock on the bottom for me, right? So it's gonna be a two-handed thing. Find that lock there, and that's perfect. And now you can just grab right there.
Yeah. That was interesting technique that you're using earlier. I mean, I don't know that I'll be washing this way, but for roofs, I mean, I'm a smaller guy. I don't have that luxury that Joey has of being able to.
But look how well you're rinsing that roof, though. Like, you're rinsing that roof probably better than you've ever rinsed a roof.
I mean, I definitely feel like I can extend further and more comfortably.
Yep.
Then if you have to hold that handle, it just gets kind of awkward to be up here. So that's one of the features I'm definitely looking forward to the most, is that trigger lock.
Yep.
And you don't realize too how much your hand fatigues just holding. Yep. Even if it doesn't require much pressure to hold down that trigger, it still gets tiring.
Yeah.
So especially if you're doing multiple cars in a day, that can get pretty fatiguing. So definitely
And that was something that we learned earlier on, because believe it or not, that's the third different version of that exact trigger. Not necessarily the trigger, well, the trigger pull itself, but the actual trigger, like what you're seeing there, that actual trigger took about 3 different iterations to get that angle correct to reduce like wrist fatigue, because that's something that will happen with some guns. Some guns are angled too far forward, right? And they say you want them far, you want it like that, but then if it's too far forward for that person, and let's just say it's paired with the wrong orifice size, it's going to put residual fatigue there on your wrist, right? And that wrist joint, again, after a period of time in detailing and all the different wrist movements that you're doing through detailing, you don't want to fatigue that, right? So you want that at a really neutral level, which that's at, and you want the trigger pull to also be neutral, right? And what I'm talking about is that exact thing that you're just holding. So put your hand on the gun, right? Just like you were. And so right there is a very neutral wrist, even with the way that the fingers are shaped there. And you can pull it in different ways. So you can grab the gun at different angles depending on what you like. But what you don't want is to overly, let's just say overly, I'm gonna get right here, overly cock your wrist downward, right? Right there, if you're seeing bone here, that is too much of an angle. That right there is going to cause you some serious fatigue and issues down the road, right? If it's too much like this, right? Too much of an angle, right? That's going to, again, if you see bone on bottom, bone on top, something's wrong, right? So you want to find a nice neutral position where that's feeling really, really comfortable in your hand. And so anyways, that's...
I think you made a good point too, longevity. Because especially if, I mean, sure, day to day, like you might get tired just throughout the day, but you're thinking if you're doing this full time or even just as a weekend warrior, it's like you're thinking multiple years of wear and tear on your body. So comfort isn't just a daily thing. You're looking out for future self.
And then at the end of the day, that trigger lock is there
to
again reduce that fatigue, so you don't even have to grab it there anymore, right? So
let's get the rest of this.
Anyways, so what's gonna happen from here is the boys are going to go ahead and here have a foam party. Sweet. I'm gonna come back over here to my fancy desk with some boxes on them. So this is exciting. I'm very excited about this. There's gonna be some questions here, and people are probably wanting to know when this is going to launch and when it's available. So I'll let Dane confirm that that's probably the question. But I did want to showcase just kind of what this is going to look like, right? So the first preview here, Ultra H2O foam cannon box, awesome. Our own Nate Schrum designed everything in-house here. Satin black finish here on the outside with spot gloss here for all of the black lines and stuff that he's done. High quality photos, everything taken here in-house. Nothing AI ever. So right there, you have your nozzle holder, and then the wand. I'm like super pumped about the wand box. I know it's just a wand box, but like for some reason, like I just wanted this to feel substantial when you buy your first box. And so it's going to have all your different specifications here on the back of the box, and then that QR code right there is going to take you to all of the information, right? It's going to be me in front of a desk breaking down how to use your products. And then right here, the Ultra Spray Gun box. So this one is extra special. I mean extra special here. So I'm going to open this up to show you guys something cool. So this right here is one of the first limited edition runs of the titanium plate Ultra Spray Gun. So that is genuine 100% titanium on the front and back that has been burned in. and this is going to be part of the launch batch of these products. So the first 200 units of these sold in the Ultra H2O bundle that we're going to offer will get the titanium side plates on their gun, and this thing, yeah, they're super awesome. So very, very cool piece of TRC history here, and that just, yeah, it looks amazing. So, all right. They're going to have a foam party. They're going to start washing things because they got to get stuff done. So, Dane, talk to me.
I'm just like throwing comments up on screen because everybody's screaming, "Take my money!" And yeah, no, a lot of people are wanting the H2O line. So let me go ahead and pull up a queue. I've got 3 pages of comments here. So I mean, people were definitely all over this.
Nice. I know, and again, I said at the beginning, this is not technically like an official launch or anything like that, right? This is really going to be showcasing more of the experience, you know, kind of why we did it. There's going to be full-on videos of going into like really a lot of the deep stuff that people probably want to hear in terms of like from a technicality standpoint, but this is really just kind of very top level.
Okay, well, I'll start with an easy one for you here. So actually, I've got Weekend Warrior just wondering, are those microfibers new?
Yeah, so these actually are, these are just, I'm kind of using these as a little display piece. These are the new Creature Edgeless 420s in teal. And so those are available right now at theradcompany.com, and you can actually save on them because there's a discount, which is pretty cool.
Ooh, love that. Okay, so then of course the big question. Everybody wants to know pricing in addition to, hey, when's it available? I must have had 30 or 40 comments like that, so you know how it is. But what can you say?
So pricing will be, I mean, really, it's going to be officially launched when the product launches. So I don't want to say anything to put like a foot in my mouth, right, towards that when it launches. But it is going to be more affordable than what you think. Yeah, that's my answer. It's going to be more affordable than what you think.
Yeah, I'm seeing people who are saying, oh, it's going to be $200 plus.
For one thing?
I'm not totally sure what he's referring to specifically, but I saw that. I'm wondering if he just means the gun or the foam cannon, whatever it is. What would you say to something like that, though? At least ballpark, you know.
So I would say that bundled with everything, you could be up in that range, right? Okay. I mean, that's probably where we're going to be bundled with literally everything that you would need to get started. But no, that would not be the individual price of any one thing, not at all, not even close.
Good to know. Hopefully that helps people understand a little bit more. Now, going detailing, I've got, for those of us who like more vibrant colors, are there any plans to release a version in something like a TRC blue, something a little punchier? They're just wondering if gray is all we've got to offer here.
So gray is going to be the launch color, right? Obviously, it's going to be the foundational color here in the Ultra H2O line. Never say never. The molds are ours. Everything is ours in terms of production. So really, a color change is easier than you would think. So if their demand was there for an additional color, then yeah, that could happen. The gray is just very neutral because again, the more vibrant colors you get, the more wear they can show, the more dirt they can show. So finding a color that would make these things look good long term was huge.
Yeah, colors, they look great at first, but they get dingy fast, especially in like a big high traffic environment. Like, we love that, but at the same time, unless you're cleaning them after every job, and I don't imagine many people are, that is something to bear in mind. Now, granted, a hobbyist, though, that makes total sense for somebody who's just not in a shop situation. Now, Neil White had this question, and I actually saw this come up a lot from several others, where they thought, oh, that must be heavy, you know, with the rubberization, that must be a heavy gun, it must be a heavy wand. What do you have to say to that?
It is actually not heavy at all. So the stainless steel combined with, we'll call it the stainless steel core, combined with the outer shell came in very specifically lighter than what we wanted because we actually had a requirement to kind of meet these needs, but then we had an engineer kind of look over some structural things to say this is needed, but this is not. So we're actually able to drop the weight in the shell. The rubberization didn't add much weight at all. The only weight I would say that you would be seeing a little bit of weight increase would be from the end fitting, the auto lock quick disconnect, due to it being stainless and being kind of hefty in itself. But it's a good solid weight, and the wand feels extremely, extremely balanced. So no issues there in terms of weight. I can hold that all day long. A kid could hold it. Yeah, basically in terms of when you're looking at weight, it's not necessarily, you don't want the lightest weight wand ever. Like, you don't want a wand that's completely featherweight, because then what you're going to have is an unbalance there between weight, because you're going to have pressure from the actual gun, the actual hose, right? And you need some type of weight to offset it. So there's actually a counterbalancing that happens in the process to make that feel better without it providing more recoil, right? So just take what I just said, think about that, right? You don't want this, you want balance, but it's not necessarily adding a ton of weight, it's just adding the appropriate amount of weight, and that's what we were able to do here for a non-fatiguing feel. Does that feel heavy to you? Not at all, yeah.
So compared to, their average pressure washer guns they're using out there, probably not going to seem any heavier than that, if not less, potentially.
And when you pull the trigger, it becomes almost featherweight. Yeah, super easy.
All right, next up, I've got CEO Detailing wondering, do the fins close all the way? So you're changing that attachment?
No, so they'll go to their widest setting, but they don't close all the way because I hate that. Okay. I don't want my fins to close all the way and blow a bunch of foam on me or around me. I don't want that. So they close to a very fine degree, and that's about as close as they get.
All right, and here's an interesting one for you, Anthony. I don't know if you happen to have the foam cannon nearby. Neil wanted to see you actually replace the filter, like show the process, if that's possible.
I'm not going to do it right now because we don't have enough time to do it. Okay. It actually is a very fast process. You could probably do it with a flathead in about 3 minutes. I mean, it won't take you very long at all. But basically, you pull the pin out, the front end of you pull the pin out, front end of the nozzle comes off, it pops off, you'll see the detent action there. The second part comes off as well, and then your filters are tucked right inside there. So it is not a 30-minute disassembly. It's like a 3-minute disassembly and replace.
Awesome.
We've done it on I don't know how many of the units here, just to again see how the filters have been holding up, and it's so quick it's not even funny.
Now Neil's apologizing. He says he was joking.
Yeah, trust me when I say I wouldn't make something that was hard to replace, because there's some out there that are a nightmare to replace, and I didn't want that. I wanted the orifice size accessible, and the filters accessible.
All right. Now I've got, Cars with Keeve needs to do a drop test. You've seen this probably a bajillion times. We know the commenters are always asking, how do you think it would fare?
So what's funny is I've been doing all the drop tests for Keeve here in my own spare downtime, and it's that was weirdly enough, and I've said this before in some of our Q&As, like I didn't think we had to make something that was essentially going to be like, I have to make something that can withstand somebody online dropping it, but I did. And so that was a big thing. And so we had to make this thing very durable, from the foam cannon to the spray gun to the wand. We've hucked this thing across the parking lot. We've dropped it on concrete, Swiss tracks, everything. Everything holds up really, really great. Within reason, right? I mean, I'm not going to say anything's bulletproof, but I mean, it holds up really, really well.
Okay. And here's a good question here from Jeff. Jeff Mucci wondering, what's the standard orifice size? You guys going to sell larger, like 1.45 millimeter? I know that there were some different questions regarding orifice size and nozzle degrees as well.
It's going to come with 2 in the box. It's going to come with one, I believe it's going to be the 1.1 installed with the 1.25 in the box. It's a super fast swap out if you want to swap it that way. The larger orifice sizes will eventually come down the road, if demand is there, we'll produce some and have some in-house. But it's a standard orifice fitting, so if you already have one that's already at 1.45, you just transfer it over.
Okay. And then I've got Abigail here, importantly saying, let Nick come home, please.
He is stuck here until he has nothing. I'm just kidding. Yeah. He will come home. He did awesome. He's great.
No, he is fantastic. Got a chance to meet him yesterday. He's a great guy. John's here wondering, same question a lot of people have been asking, these new 3 gallon per minute machines, all this stuff. Everybody's wondering, can this handle that?
Yeah, if you pair it with the right orifice size, and you kind of, dial in whatever that's needed at that point. I mean, to be honest, I think everybody's trying to catch up to these 3 GPM machines. I mean, if for the people that are buying them, I think they're becoming more and more popular, right? but I do think most of the people who are owning them, trying to find this perfect thing, are very much on the internet a lot. So for the majority of most people who are running probably normal GPM levels, then yeah, the normal orifice sizes would suffice.
All right, and here's a good question. You know, maybe you can answer this. Wondering about a warranty on the items. What kind of warranty situation are people looking
these
at?
Will all, yeah, these are all going to come with a warranty that's going to be standard within kind of our accessory line of products, and so I don't see really any reason that anything within that warranty period would fail at all, unless it was a manufacturing defect or something of that nature. But yes, everything will come with a standard warranty.
Excellent. And let's see here. Ooh, here's kind of a fun one because you've opened the door now to Ultra H2O. 0-day detailing. Wondering, are there any current plans for additional Ultra H2O products? I don't know, hoses, hose reels, pressure washers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, people are always asking stuff, so.
Yeah, never say never. Not in the near immediate future, but never say never.
All right, excellent. Then I've got LHL XD, jumbled numbers and letters, asking, are you also going to provide replacement foam cannon bottles as well as caps if we have multiple chemicals that we want to store? Kind of a IK lid situation again.
Correct, yeah. So there will be replacement bottles, 100%. Caps are going to, right now, there's not a cap in production right now for the unit. It would be a pretty easy add-on for us to do, but it would be mostly demand. I would want there to potentially be a cap for some people, but I also don't really know, because while there are people that will store chemicals in bottles long term, that's a very small percentage of people. And I think when you talk about minimums and caps being produced, you want to make sure that you're going to sell enough of them to justify it, and it's not going to be like hey, we sold 100 caps, but we produced 10,000 of them. So that will basically be dictated by the majority of people.
No, that's excellent. Now I realize we're not talking about it being released or anything just yet, but as far as timeline, do we have like kind of a vague idea of something that might make people happy?
Yeah, so as it sits right now, and because people are probably wondering and try checking the site to see if they're available. So right now, we'll call it tentative launch, and it shouldn't be pushed back further than the date, would be June 1 is what it would be.
Okay, excellent.
And
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, when you're doing this ideally and hopefully the right way, I'm hoping that this is the right way, it takes you have an idea, right? And you go, I'm going to do it. This is going to be the launch day. This is going to be the launch day. There's just so many factors there that you really have to take into consideration. And then there's also the analysis paralysis aspect, right? Where you start overthinking the overthinking, and somebody has to kind of pull you out of a hole or pull you out of a pit and say, hey, this is going to be fine. This is going to be fine. And that's something that people also don't talk about, right? But it will be soon, basically. So that's why I'm saying June 1. And if it's available sooner than that, then there will be an official rollout plan and basically a teaser announcement. Again, I do want to say that the launch edition units are limited to 200. So basically, you buy the bundle, and the first 200 bundles sold will get the titanium plate version. And this is really just to make sure you get the best experience possible. You'll be able to have a drop down, to be able to choose your orifice size, and it's the whole process from purchasing it to getting it is ideally meant to be just a killer experience. And we didn't want to drop the ball when you've been carrying it for this long, right? You want to make sure you're delivering. And so I'm really excited about this, and to find out who the first 200 people are. I mean, who's going to be the first people that get these? And I have a feeling that they'll probably go quick.
All right. And then, of course, yes, to BT Dubs here, it does unlock if you accidentally drop it. So that is something to beware of.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Anthony. That was a great segment. It looked like everybody was having fun back there, and that's what matters in detailing here.
Yep. So Dane, thank you very much. I think that really is going to be out for me. So stay tuned. There will be the official launch content coming with all of the nitty-gritty details and specifics and things that you probably didn't even want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyways, and in excruciating detail. So that's coming. So don't worry, I got you, because we didn't come this far to not commit. So.
No,
that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching, and that's all I got, Dane. So I think it's back to you, right?
Okay, back to me. Well, all right, guys, I'm going to pop a little something up here on the screen, or rather Glenn will. Show me what the schedule looks like. Oh, there we go. For Monday here, we've already made it through the last cut products, Armour Detail Supply, and now the Ultra segment just wrapped up. However, this is not the end of the day. Far from it, in fact. We actually have the detail desk coming up, and for those who don't know what the detail desk is, it's effectively our halftime show, and it is a good time. We have a ton of really fun stuff built in with our awesome detail desk hosts, Alex and Joey. So, of course, you can look forward to an amazing segment of, we'll just call it product swap. I apologize in advance for what a terrible job I do detailing. Yes, that's right. You will, in fact, see me detailing today. And I'm just going to apologize right now for that. But later this afternoon, we do have Buff Brite coming up, and then we wrap out the day with WD Auto Supply. So you can look forward to those segments with RJ and the crew as well. Now, if you're hanging out here at theragcompany.com or you're at trcma.com, perhaps you saw we're running a sale. And I think you guys might want to check that out, because it's one of the biggest sales we do all year. It's happening right now, and it's on everything you've been seeing. I mean, I can even hit a little button that says, buy now at theragcompany.com. So, hey, if you're taking a break, I say, go ahead, try it out. See what you think. It's a pretty sweet sale. All right, that's enough from me. I think it's time we kick it over to the detail desk.
Today on Halftime,
Anthony tries new products.
I think this is making sense right here.
Dean washes a car.
This is how a real creative does it, you know?
Chaos ensues.
Two-finger special. This one's more of a four-finger here.
So nobody's going to see how amazing this is.
Hello and welcome to TRCMA 2026. We're your hosts, Joey and Alex, and together we make up the Detail Desk halftime show.
Joey, so happy to be here to TRCMA. For those that don't know, TRCMA is the Rag Company Media Access Show. This is an event held in early April to showcase all of the amazing brands and new products from all of our best friends in the industry. It's the beginning of the detailing season, and I cannot wait to see what's going on.
I am so excited to check out all of their new offerings for 2026. I just can't wait to get my hands on them. Speaking of getting your hands on them, check out theragcompany.com, because there's an epic sale going on all week long with all of these newest drops.
Who doesn't love a good sale, Joey? I love door busters, gang busters, all kinds of busters this week. It's going to be amazing.
Speaking of busters, Alex, I got nothing. You're the king of segues.
What can I say?
I'm going to need a little help.
You know, I think I can help you a little bit, maybe with a capital H to really solidify that assistance.
That sounds like a plan for me.
Sounds good. And with all these hot products we have at our disposal, we're going to get some amazing results. just like Joey's amazing results, that now we're going to give him a shining moment to segue over to him.
Thanks, Alex. And speaking of segues, we have just the greatest. Oh man.
Joey,
Alex,
time.
let's do it. Who are we here with?
Someone who meticulously cares for their car, and Dane.
Hey boys,
Hey.
you excited?
Hey. Yeah.
You ready for this?
Always.
Yeah, we're gonna have you choose your own products to wash your own vehicles and analyze how someone like Anthony would do it compared to how someone who barely takes care of their vehicle will do it.
Do you know how to turn on a pressure washer?
We're about to find out.
Do you know how to fill a foam cannon?
Do you
It's
know
like
about
filling up a
dilution
cup.
ratios?
I try not to think about it too much.
Okay, well, this should be interesting.
Go as crazy as you want, fellas.
I think that's the plan.
Will do.
All right, guys, so Dane's probably gonna be picking some random stuff, but I already have a process and I already have a plan on everything that I'm going to pick personally. So, first cabinet, shampoos from KCX. Obviously, this makes sense. Standard, original, GSF, original formula, right? The good stuff. So, we'll go with that for my soap, and let me think. Okay, now I cross that bridge. Oh, yeah, wheels and tires, right? That makes sense. Okay, so is Dane going to be in this cabinet?
Just broke our under cabinet lighting.
Oh, God, I did. Wheel cleaner and tire cleaner from ADS. This stuff is awesome. I absolutely love it. My tires do get pretty brown, so I'm going to go with the tire cleaner for that. And then my wheels, right, for kind of a built-in all-around wheel cleaner and fallout remover. The ADS wheel cleaner is killer, and it smells like JDM squash. Makes sense for the vehicle that I'm washing. Working our way over to the PNS cabinet over here. Think my paint gloss, one of my favorite drying aids. And the reason for that is that it doesn't clog up towels. You can use it as much as you want. And it's extremely affordable, and it does exactly what I need to do and just offer a little bit more lubrication in the drying process. So we're going to go with paint gloss for that. T2. T2 tire dressing. Love the finish of it. Think it looks awesome. Feels awesome. So let's see. That's pretty much it. I mean, this is going to be just a standard wash. Now, if I wanted to go crazy and throw in a water spot remover or possibly a pre-treating foam and all of that stuff, I can do that. But I don't think that this car particularly needs that. I think it's actually going to clean up pretty well with just this. And by the time I'm done here, you guys are going to be impressed. I'm going to be impressed. And it's simple. This is literally 5 products. That easy. Okay, next up here, I need myself. What the heck? I don't even know how our drawers are all laid out here. Can I do this? Can I do Christmas edition TRCMA? Why not, right? All right, let's grab an applicator for the T2 tire dressing. So we have that as well. I do need towels. Thinking right now. So let's see what I need. I need a wheel towel because I'm going to clean my wheels with a towel. So we'll go ahead and we'll grab a black creature. I want another creature for my door jambs. And let's see. We'll throw another door jam towel in for good measure. So we'll do slim dryer here. And that can go right there. And then, what am I missing? Okay, how about this? To spice it up a little bit, we'll throw glass into the mix, and then we'll throw in an FTW with that. So there we go. Glass, paint, tires, wash, wheels, tire scrub brush. Let's go grab the buckets.
Ooh, smart man.
Foam cannon? Where are they? This is a simplified, easy wash with all good stuff that's going to do exactly what I need it to do. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Okay, so as you know, I'm a thinker, but not about detailing. Not really my my thing. Only when I'm answering on the Q&A and when I learn things from the other guys. But as far as cleaning cars goes, I like clean cars. I just don't particularly enjoy the process doing it myself. I'm thinking, as part of my minimalism approach, we'll just call it that, I am going to use a pre-wash, like, you know, a decon soap, something really strong. I'm thinking active foam. I want to knock out that stuff right off the bat. I don't want to agitate if I don't have to. So I'm looking for, is this going to be the right spot? It's not. Okay, moving along. Where are we? It's got to be this one, right? Okay. Whew. Yeah, and look at that. Active foam. That's what I wanted. I'm going to need something to wash the car with. I notice Anthony's got his buckets. He's got GSF. He's got like a whole mitt situation here. Cut out the middleman. Let's just go straight to the point. So rather than dealing with all that water, the buckets, all that stuff, I'm going to need a whole lot of OptiClean. Anything, dirt spots, patches, whatever. I'm gonna attack it with this, and if it's really heavy, I'm gonna pre-soak it. So I can just get in there, spray it with this, and focus on the spots that need it. The pre-wash should have taken care of everything else, ideally. You can bypass a lot of this other stuff of worrying about it and just go straight to a really good high quality seal at the end. So I'm gonna use Hyper Seal. I really like it, feels good, looks good, easy peasy. I remember PNS is up here. I do have a PNS product that I wanna get because, in the words of Carson, full send it. Yeah, so we're gonna use that for any and all trim, tires, all that stuff. Now you're probably wondering, what am I gonna do about the wheels? Well, I got OptiClean. I'll clean them up that way. And how am I gonna protect them? Oh, Hyper Seal. I can do it all with these. Now you're probably wondering, Dane, you don't have buckets. I don't need them. I got OptiClean. But how are you gonna actually clean the car? Well, he's got mitts, he's got brushes, he's got all this stuff. No, we're not doing that. Where's my secret weapon at? Well, this isn't what I was looking for, but I do need these, so taking that. So, took a little hunting, but I finally found them. I wanted to get myself a nice Detail Factory brush, nice and super soft with a big grippy handle, color, I like it. Then I got the Ultra wheel and body brush, so I'm gonna be able to do, wheels, body. It's a little bit small for what I wanted to do, but between the two of these, I can clean a whole car. So I got the wheels, I got the tires, I got the full body with these, and I got the ripping rags for any kind of towel related stuff I need to do. Let me look for just a little bit more. Let me see what I can, I don't know what happened there, but let's go with, take one of these, and I'll take one of these. I'm gonna use these as my full send applicators. And I realize I'm missing a foam cannon, so I actually need to get one of those, and I'm not gonna waste time walking over there. I'm just gonna, I don't think he'll mind. Just grab that. And it just occurred to me, I am missing one more item. So, let me see if I can find it. Oh, wait a second, they're hidden in the back. Okay, good. That's what I wanna do.
All right, so you're probably wondering, what makes my setup here better than Dane's setup? Well, first and foremost, Dane doesn't like washing cars, right? He's gonna be hemming and hawing about what he's gonna use in this entire lineup of cabinets, and he's probably gonna pick what is easy and what he thinks is going to be just the quickest way to do it, right?
All this stuff here, I'm realizing I was going for minimalism, and I'm using a few more things than I really anticipated, but I pared it down pretty good compared to all this.
Myself, however, I want to have a good and thorough process. And what I like about this lineup here is that it's pretty much everything I would need to give myself a really good wash.
I get it, I understand it, but it honestly looks like a lot of stuff. You could do better than this.
Dane is definitely going to be second guessing himself probably half the time. He might even forget a bucket along the way.
My move is, don't think so hard. My advantage, I don't have these big buckets. You could fit this into a car. You could go anywhere you needed to go, a little mobile detailing situation. Got you covered. So That's my move. That's my game. I'm feeling pretty strong.
I think that I'm going to be pretty set with this setup.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, Dane.
Hey.
How'd that go for you guys?
Great. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, you think you picked some winners?
I think so.
How about you, Dane?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I have questions, Dane, but
I've noticed, Dane, that you have chosen brushes to wash your car with, which is a popular choice nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I watched some videos on the internet. I felt inspired. I want to try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, one thing I'm very observant, and I noticed a little bit of sabotage happening. Dane, you want to kind of explain that a little bit?
Okay, it wasn't sabotage. I just didn't want to walk all the way over there to pick up a foam cannon, and I saw it looking real good.
So you
over
took
in
Anthony's
setup.
foam cannon.
I just grabbed the one. I thought he could get another one later.
How's that make you feel?
That it makes me feel hurt.
Yeah.
Right? That was the foam cannon that I actually went through all 4, and you saw me pick out the one that was glowing, right? And I was like, this is my foam cannon. And I walked all the way over here, across the entire studio, and set it down next to my stuff, and it was taken from me. I didn't know we had a thief in the house, but that's, whatever.
Wow.
At least you have a wash mitt, at least.
Yeah, no, I got that going for me.
Dane's is kind of all over the place. I don't really see a structure back there for his wash process, where yours is more of a systematic approach.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have a bucket, so.
I don't need them.
He said he doesn't need them.
Okay.
I mean,
Zero bucket method.
And I noticed a little bit of a lack of a double twistress, but we have an even better twist.
We do have a twist. Are you guys ready for it?
Oh, no.
You guys have selected each other's chemicals,
Oh.
and you're switching now.
Oh, no. Well,
If this was Dane's plan to actually wash a car, this is crazy.
I'm trying to make it a thing, so roll with me. If I beat Anthony at something, that just makes me happy. Oh, yeah.
So nobody's gonna see how amazing this is. Okay. I will never ever do this again in my entire life.
Thanks, Joey and Alex. What a twist that was. If you want to see the rest of it, you're going to have to stick around.
Now, back to Joey and Alex. Thanks, Alex and Joey. Man, what a day.
What a day. I also cannot wait for everyone to see the rest of the Dane versus Anthony little switcheroo project.
I know, seeing that in person was one thing, but having the recap after a few months of kind of forgetting it is absolutely amazing.
I don't remember who won. Do you?
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, it's halftime show. This is the this is the time of year that everyone looks forward to. Specifically, this one because it's Arts and Crafts Day with Sydney Bragg.
Hi guys.
Oh my goodness.
Hi guys.
How you doing, Sid?
Good.
Would you?
I love this segment.
This is an aftermarket Yeti bucket.
What'd you bring for us? What'd you bring for us today?
What do we got? Oh, that's a secret. That's a secret.
We're not there yet.
Okay, so I brought a friend with me today.
Your buddy Bamboo.
Yeah, so I've kind of like stepped it up since like making my own labels and my own bottles, and so kind of like took a jump this year and started creating stuff myself. And so this is my Bamboo P2S. It's a 3D printer. I have started making all sorts of stuff for my detail shop.
Which looks amazing, by the way.
It's done a complete 180. We were here in September to see it.
Yeah.
And the fact that you got that much done in only a few months.
I couldn't believe it.
It's been pretty crazy. So I actually, like last November, Tony Mazzell, great friend of the show, we will see him later this week. He got me into 3D printing and started with like the home stuff, and then it kind of like bled over into the detail stuff. So now it's like a hyper obsession, right? Hyper obsession. So I have all sorts of fun stuff in this bucket, and we're actually going to do 2 arts and crafts today. And so I'm going to hide some of these behind here yet. You can't see these yet.
I saw them.
So what I'm going to start with,
you want to put them down here?
You can see this stuff. You can see this stuff.
No peeking.
Just not these ones. Okay. So let's see what we have here.
Hans Closen wants
Here,
to
I'll
know
put
if
some
you
stuff
painted
on
that
the
bucket
shelf.
yourself.
No, it comes in this color. And actually, Tony gifted me this bucket years ago. And it's actually never seen the light of day.
Is that the man with the dragon tattoo?
Yeah, because I've always been too afraid for it to get dirty. And so it's like hid in my closet for like the last 3 years. But it actually comes in this color. It's so pretty, right? Look, it matches the teal. So in this bucket, so here's the deal. I met these two guys on TikTok, and I don't know their whole official names, but so in the 3D world, you can get all kinds of files for like anything you can think of, right? You know, broom handles, like whatever you need, you can make. And so I met these two guys that make stuff for the Yeti bucket specifically and other detailing tools. So I don't know their whole official names, but so there's two guys. One is like the designer that takes the ideas from this enthusiast detailer. His name is JC, and then the guy, the one that does all the CAD work and makes the design, his name is John. So
shout out to JC and John.
Yeah, so shout out to JC and John. So first file, this is how I got on with him. And so here, Joey, I need you to be a piece of wall, just like this. You just be a piece of wall.
Okay.
Okay, so you screw this to the wall, right? And I forgot to grab an IK sprayer. So imagine if we had an IK sprayer. This holds your IK sprayers. You just set it in there in the holes, and it hangs 2 IK sprayers on the wall.
It's pretty cool.
Like, it's the coolest thing, right? And so I have 2 of these in my shop, and I have 4 IK sprayers hanging off of them. So then they're not taking up room in my cabinets because they take up a lot of room.
Oh yeah.
Or mine were always on the floor.
Or the floor,
right?
Yeah.
So now I have them hanging on the wall. They're so cool.
And with this too, if you're mobile and have a trailer,
Yeah.
the walls are wood.
Right.
Most times.
Yeah.
And you screw that up.
Screw them in, yeah. So
do
cool.
that.
Stuart, I'm going to hand you this iPad because you're the man at that. I don't know how to use it.
So he has these in 1 hole or 2 hole ones. So love these. This is his handle, DS3D. So he has a TikTok, he has an Etsy where you can buy the files. Super cool. Then he made these little, you can organize your Yeti bucket. So I know that because of TRC, we all love to use our Yeti buckets, right? So
and they're like uniquely shaped and have different lips than a standard bucket.
Right. And so on the Yeti bucket, they have these little slits, right? And there's a whole bunch of them. So you take these little adapters, you snap those on.
Hot diggity dog.
Then you can accessorize your Yeti bucket however you would like.
Okay, what is happening right now?
So then this slides in here.
Bottle holder.
And then this one, we're gonna slide in here. This one is to set your pressure washer gun while you're doing your wheels. So I wouldn't like normally store it here. Didn't I just had one. They're too efficient around here.
Yeah, they're too efficient.
So you can just hang your pressure washer gun right here. And then this one fits.
Oh,
look at that.
Found one.
So you just go like that. So when you're cleaning wheels and you don't want to throw your gun on the floor, you just kind of set it on the side of your bucket, right? And then this one over here fits a press-all bottle.
Oh,
look at
that's
that. Like,
fancy.
I mean,
there's not much custom stuff for press-alls, so that's pretty cool.
Fancy, right? That's so cool. So there is the press-all bottle size, and then there's also the quart bottle size.
So really, you can make whatever size. You know, if you had the larger IK, the Tier 1 or the Mini, you can use it for that, or even the 16 ounce or the quarts or what have you.
Yep, there's pints, there's all sorts of stuff.
That's
wild. And he also has prints for like if you fish. So there's all kinds of Yeti bucket accessories from this guy. So cool. So love those. You can also obviously print them in any color, right? But I did black to contrast with my teal bucket. Now, if I unfortunately had a black bucket, I would have printed them in teal.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
It's one or the other.
Now, one thing I think that we learned is that Joey and I are very, very new to this. You're slowly becoming an expert. So tell us a little bit about the types of filaments that you use. Because, you know, if you don't use the right one, stuff might fall.
Yeah, so this is called PETG. So this is going to be a stronger, more robust filament. So it all comes out, I don't know if you guys can see these, they come on rolls, and it pulls it through and melts them, and then it 3D prints this item, right, from a file. And so there's different types of filament. There's PLA, which is kind of your normal, everyday, you know, whatever you want to make is PLA. And then this is PETG. So it's stronger, it helps it not break. So anything in my shop, I'm building with PETG. Now, one more thing that I made out of PETG, which I love, and I should have sent in pictures of this, but I didn't. Do we have,
what is the tall guy doing?
I don't know much about this stuff. I don't have a 3D printer, but I can make myself useless. I'm going to go ahead and coat this for you, Sydney. Is that okay?
All right. Well, we'll shift over a little bit.
I don't want to feel
one thing real
completely
quick,
useless.
my little prop. So this is really cool too. So I have since changed my entire shop to, so you'll have to stay tuned for videos and photo of this, but I've changed my shop to slat wall.
That blew me away.
Because,
as soon as we walked in, I'm like, because I thought everything was just screwed to the wall like the indicator would be.
Yeah.
But you, as always, took it to the next level.
Yeah, and so I put in slat wall on my walls, and then now my options are endless with slat wall attachments. So I have boxes, I have hooks, I have bottle holders, and I have these are like my favorite thing. So these are made out of PETG. So this is my polisher holders. So now I have 12 polishers hung on my wall, all perfectly spaced. And look at that. I mean, it's so cool, right? So I did them all in teal. So now I have this whole wall of polishers. It's like artwork.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. And there's even space for if they do have the cords. So I do have.
California getting in the way. Jeez.
Thank you, Joey.
You're very welcome.
I drive him all the way here, and he's nothing but a nuisance.
Right.
Anyways.
So
Cindy, is it normal for these to poop back here? There's little poops coming out of filament.
If you want some 3D printer nuggets, drop a comment in your order. And we'll throw them in there for you.
Put these 3D printed nuggets right here in your order.
No kidding. So I didn't bring the poop chute today, and literally, when you search the file, you search poop bin. Like it's literally called poop. There you go.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's just not us being inappropriate. So yeah, polisher holder. This is my favorite polisher holder ever. So I have a whole row of these. I've got bottle holders. Absolutely favorite. But I think what I love about this is, you know how I love to be matchy.
Yeah.
And I so this way you can customize your shop and all of your accessories to be exactly what you need.
So keep in mind, like really, you can go to your heart's content with colors.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can do this in any color of the rainbow.
Yeah.
If you really want.
Yeah.
And you could probably do two-tone if you want to get really crazy.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But where's the craziest one? I have the craziest one.
I feel like the craziest one right now with what I'm doing.
I mean, we're about to break the internet, Sydney. I don't know if they're ready for it.
Oh wait, maybe I should hide this then. Okay.
Nah, it's too late. It's too late.
Okay. No, I was right at the end of the camera. Did you see that? So this is my favorite one.
This one's cool.
This is so cool. So he designed this, and what I thought was so cool was in my mind, I was thinking I wanted to do 3D printing for arts and crafts. But then when I was looking into his files that were kind of his secret files, he had a bunch of stuff to fit Rag Company stuff.
Yep.
And like we hadn't talked about the Rag Company or anything. So look at this. So cool. Now I hid my sponge in here. So this is for your USS. It's got the drain holes on the bottom, stores it, lets it dry.
Can I show the party trick?
Yeah.
Can I show the party?
You do it.
Just watch me. Watch me. Watch the Canadian. Okay? For my next move. For my next move. For my next move.
Oh, that's
my
amazing.
gosh.
Look,
I've always wanted
hands.
something to drip dry my sponge.
So cool.
I don't know what to do with my hands, but right here we have
Look at that.
little magnets.
So cool.
What a time to be alive, Sid.
I know.
What a time to be alive.
Life-changing. So I hung mine on the side of my cabinet right next to my chemtrail, right where my bucket goes, right? So I just stick my sponge in there, it holds it, it dries it. Like, how cute is that?
It's the cutest thing.
It's the cutest.
Like, as soon as you showed me that file, because I'm like, really, when you're done doing a rinseless wash or soap wash with it, whatever you want to do, you squeeze it out and it's already pretty dry, but it's not quite there, and then you're just left with like, it's either you throw it in the laundry immediately.
Right.
It's like on the verge of dripping.
Yeah. No, I love that. How cool is that?
We don't say that anymore. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I love it. I'm gonna have to, steal that one or something.
So I'm gonna print you all this stuff before you leave. So is our little guy still running here? We're actually printing something for you guys live, which is really fun.
I'll collect the.
So Juice Free is asking if it can do half-ounce caps, which honestly you could. You could really do whatever you want.
That's a good idea.
You can do anything.
I know Joey's measuring orifices and containers were going viral for some reason, but you could print anything you wanted. You could print a measuring cup if you wanted.
Yeah.
It's honestly, you think about it, you could probably print it. So
you seriously could. I mean, I printed a thing the other day to pull hair out of a drain.
What?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Like the little snake
the little
guy?
snake thing. Yeah.
Ooh,
Printed one of
I'm
those.
always missing one.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Make my own.
I printed the little cat accident.
Yeah.
Thing,
yeah, the little wet floor sign.
The little wet floor sign. Okay, so how much longer do we have on that thing? I wonder.
Let's see.
So Joey, I'm going to tell you, touch the front screen. Did you coat that?
I didn't touch the front yet. I
okay.
don't want to mess with
Okay.
everything yet.
What does it say minus how many minutes?
We've got 92% of the way.
Okay.
Minus, where's the minus minutes there? Oh, I see. Minus less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Okay.
Less than a minute.
So let's do the, okay, here's something I 3D printed. We're going to use this for the last minute before we get into our labeling.
You could do that,
So
but we got something cooler.
I made this as a gift, and he doesn't know what it's for yet, as do none of you, but I made this as a gift for Joey. So I just wanted to give it to you live on our halftime show.
You know what though?
You might
like
need
a
it later.
Snow scraper? Like I don't have snow at home.
This is more for me because I have the snow and the ice and the miserable conditions.
We'll see. He might need it here this week, here in Boise.
It's like a straight razor almost.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you hold on to that. Like
Okay.
keep it in your back pocket. You might need it later this week.
Okay.
All right. So are we almost done on this?
We have 8% left.
8% left.
8% left, something like that.
Oh my
Maybe a
gosh.
little bit less.
You know what? We'll
No,
let
it's
it
at
cool off.
96.
We'll
96,
we'll
there we
get to
go.
our last project here. So I'm going to move this a little bit over here. So the other thing that goes along with 3D printing, right? Because I like things that do things for me now, is I bought a Cricut.
Yeah, you did.
Is this our guy, Mr. John Fawcett?
Yes.
Hello, John.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome that he's in
so
the chat.
amazing.
Nice to meet you, John.
Did you
Thanks
tell
for
him that
tuning
you were
in.
doing this?
Well, I
We'll
did,
be
but I don't
exchanging
think I told him what
information,
time.
John.
So thanks
That's
for tuning in.
cool.
So cool. So I brought a Cricut. And, you know, the press-all bottles are taking over. As we all know, I'm not really that big of a fan, but I really like the way they look. And so I wanted them to be extra pretty, extra me.
Yeah.
So got this Cricut, kind of goes hand in hand with the 3D printing. I can label stuff how I want and all that. So we made custom SBG, the detailer.
Look at those bad boys.
I don't know if you guys can see these. This is like glitter paper with the teal over it.
This one here was a V1, a little messed up. It's 11 o'clock at night. it's falling a little sad.
So Alex is actually going to show us how to do this.
Yes, we're just going to hide that one for a sec. But
Sydney,
right
I
here,
heard a beep over here. Does that mean it's done?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe
this neon
hold on
pink.
to that. I don't know why that's in here.
Oh, okay.
Like this, I can't get over that. It's kind of textured. It's almost like grip tape, almost
Yeah,
like
it's
on
so
a skateboard.
cool. But it's like glittery.
Yeah,
it's like
it's pretty fun.
really glittery. So
It
fun.
looks like it's rough, but it's not. It's not like it's not as rough as grip tape would be.
Yeah. So we're gonna make custom bottles.
Yep.
Because I like things to be all of my vibe.
Yeah.
So
You gotta have it all.
Alex helped me out because he's I call him my Cricut girl.
Yep. We got hot girl stuff to do. Okay. This is a party week. This is a party week.
You can start on that.
So
class.
yes, I have become a bit of a Cricut connoisseur myself. You know, a vinyl slayer, if you will. So essentially, what we did was this is essentially the template for the shape of the bottle.
Yeah.
So this kind of bare space here is the same as this.
Yeah.
Now, normally, you would just have like a printable vinyl that you could just print your design on.
Yeah.
And then you would just cut the outside of the shape, right? Like a print sticker. But I like to do things twice. I like to do things a little bit hard. But sometimes, it's a little more creative.
Well,
it's
and
a
what
little
I
more
learned,
unique.
so we did that.
Yep.
And what I learned is that actually when you do that, wherever was white, prints clear.
Yep. Yeah.
For
so
certain
it's,
things, that can be a problem.
But hey, it's all about learning,
Yeah.
which this whole week is all about. If you're not learning something this week, I don't know what you're doing.
Right. Yeah.
So what do you say we go ahead?
Yeah.
I am actually going to have someone grab me some scissors though, because I need to do a little bit of cutting of the tape. But yeah, I think it's.
Do you lay this on first or no?
So yeah, we do lay these little items here. So this is actually the cutout design that we did yesterday of the design. So this is the actual SBG, just a simple text, and then we have the product here. So in this one, what do we have here?
That's actually wipe and shine.
Okay. Well, today it's going to be rinseless.
Oh,
that's what we're.
no,
Oh
this
no,
is
I'm sorry.
rinseless.
I got it.
I got
Okay,
the
we'll do
rinseless.
both. I'm so sorry. It's been a day.
That's our Cricut girl.
That's our Cricut girl.
It's my Cricut girl.
Okay. So
Girl's
what we
girl.
can do.
I think
How
Carson's
should we
getting you some
start?
scissors.
Okay, beautiful. So what we want to do is we're actually just going to lay this out. So imagine when you take away this white back paper here, only the letters are going to be sticking. So I'm going to grab those scissors from Carson. Give me 2 seconds. And the reason why we need the scissors is we have this transfer tape. So this is basically clear. So you stick this on the sticker, and then essentially the letters stick to the back side of it. We'll show you that in a sec. So because we have a couple different things, I'm actually just going to cut something that's going to be wide-ish enough. So we're going to go ahead here.
Measure with your heart, he
Yep.
said. Measure with your heart.
It's the old TRC glug glug method.
That's what we do here on the arts and crafts.
Yep.
We just measure with our heart.
Most definitely. And like you can reuse like a single piece of transfer tape if you want, if you don't have a lot. We don't have a ton, so we don't want to waste it, so we'll probably reuse a little bit.
Cool.
So I'll kind of cut this to size even more. So we'll kind of cut that in half. Let's go about there. So then you would just peel. So if you saw like the IK labels, you know, that were really popular in the TR ones.
Oh yeah.
Kind of the same idea. And really, you know, you can
Did you make those?
go to your heart's content. I've made some.
Yeah.
I've made some.
He's labeled my bottles.
Yeah.
So you'll just kind of apply that there like that. You know, it wasn't the straightest thing in the world, but as long as you get good coverage on most of the letters.
Nice.
And I actually like to take, you know, like a little, heat is your friend.
Yeah.
You know, just like a
Like
little.
a
Will
friction.
this help?
Ooh, this
Is
one-
it maybe that's
This will work really, really well. So
like
we're
a
actually
like a
just gonna-
brayer
we're
kind of
just-
option?
We're just gonna
Oh,
do this.
that's got to be what it's for.
Exactly. So you cracked the code. Congratulations.
I'm gonna do a little with
Oh,
this. That must be what that's for.
You know, you win, Joey. 20 to 25% off on the Rad Company.
Oh my gosh! Head on over to theradcompany.com and look at that sale that's going on.
So then what we do here is, depending on the transfer tape and depending on the vinyl quality, it slowly tends to pull away onto the clear part.
This is a part that requires patience that I've noticed
Yes.
when I've labeled my
He
IK.
did say that last night. Yeah, that this is a patient sport.
If you have a few hours to kill, this is what you do.
Once you get in the zone, though,
Yeah, once you get in the zone,
you get
It's
going.
We might only get one of these done. We're on a time crunch.
so then we're gonna go ahead and then we're gonna actually stick this as best as we can eyeball it.
There we go.
So right about there. Take our ice scraper again.
Same.
It may officially be spring, but it is still winter in the detail studio.
How cool that you found that tool to
Yeah.
do this.
I knew that it had some purpose. We'll see if it works for anything else later this week.
Oh, that's fun. Maybe like is it like your Magic Wand credit card thing?
Yeah.
So then we slow ahead. You know where else you can use your credit card? I'm just kidding.
Over at theradcompany.com.
Oh, geez, now you got it. So we're slowly gonna move this down, and again, just be patient. Just be patient. And again, with the finer the letters, the more difficult it is. So I'm doing the easy one first. So we just have wipe and shine.
Wow, that
there.
came out really
How
well.
freaking good does that look?
That's
Look at
awesome.
that. And then we got the SBG. We're gonna take our same piece of transfer tape because we like to reduce, reuse, recycle.
Oh, you can reuse it.
You can reuse it.
Oh, awesome.
Just like I'm reusing your ice scraper to get that on there.
If
Joey,
it works, man.
Joey, you're doing a lot of standing around. How's the coating going on that?
The coating is great. I didn't leave any high spots that I can see. No low spots.
Oh,
It
darn.
looks.
I was hoping
was
for some low spots.
I was a little scared to coat the screen. Maybe I'll do that in private. I didn't want to like start,
there we
start
have-
a job while I'm in the middle of it.
If you can see me right there, you'll have the little clear tape, and then you have the letters on there. And then we're going to go ahead, again, just eyeball that bad boy. Slap that on there. The Ice Scraper 3000, I think that's what I'm going to call it. So get that nice and down.
Joey, do you know how to pull the tray out of the 3D printer?
I can sure figure it out live on air.
Okay,
Let's do that.
This feels like a cooking
This
show.
comment says, I feel like I'm at a Michael's Arts and Crafts store.
Well, that's what we're shooting for. That's why it's called Arts and Crafts.
People really look. So do I just open this?
Open the door. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then you're going to really put some masculinity behind that. Yep.
Yep. Pull.
Nope.
Lift.
Lift.
Oh, it's a magnet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a strong magnet. Oh, it's warm.
Man, that thing is cooked.
I don't know if we
It's
use.
like
I
the
don't know.
oven. It's like the chef's
I don't know if you
oven.
use that right. Would you?
Like the
Would
chef's
you
oven.
like?
Yeah,
this?
I'll just hold on to that. Is it nice and warm?
It is toasty.
Nice. Okay.
So we need to be a little bit gentle with the smaller letters, as I mentioned. So
I'll figure out the iPad while you do this here.
Sure.
Oh my goodness.
We've got hellos from
forgot about the
Portland,
gun.
Oregon. MC Master JCM here says Bob Vila would be proud. Do you know Bob Vila? Do you have Bob Vila in Canada?
Bob Vila.
Bob Vila.
Bob Vila. Someone asked me if we had insurance in Canada. That was pretty hilarious.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Oh
Honestly.
man. Juice Free gave you a little compliment here.
Juice
Pretty
Free.
nice, bro.
Then
Juice Free, you can shoot Alex an email and he'll make you some personal labels.
I will.
But that would require you.
So we did lose the eyes, so we're not going to cross our eyes on this one. And so now we have everything on the black portion of the vinyl.
Yep.
And so now the pièce de résistance, as I like to say in my French accent, I am officially bilingual. If you didn't know that. So we're gonna take our wipe and shine.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, would it benefit from like panel prepping this or anything first?
I mean,
it's probably fine. We like to eyeball. It's okay. So I'm gonna do this in the most awkward way possible because that's how I like to do things. So just kind of gotta line it up, eyeballish. Throw the bad boy on there. A little too high. Just a little too high.
These are kind of easy to label because of the little indentations.
So
in the bottom.
Yeah. Wow.
Bingo, bango.
Look at
Look
that.
at that.
I will sell this to you for $42,000 on TRC.com.
That is so
But
cool.
they can get
I'm
25%.
so excited.
They could get 25. That's a banging discount, man.
Yeah. I'm so excited. So excited. Okay. So we're almost at the end of our arts and crafts. So I have to show you guys, we 3D printed a custom print. Can you guys see that?
That is amazing.
Look at that.
How is it magically sticking there?
Because we haven't cracked the code yet.
So with all this hot girl stuff we're doing,
That's
the next
cool.
step, Sydney, is the bend and snap.
It's the bend and snap, and then you grab it. There we go. Look at that.
Look at that. We created that from essentially
nothing. We just made that. We just printed it right here. Isn't that cool?
I might have to cut a hole in the
From
No,
a
I'm not going to lie.
ceramic-coated
Most
3D
prints
printer.
take several hours, but
Yeah.
a friend of ours helped us make this speed print. And how cool is that? So we have a little rag company logo. So what I think is really cool about that is you can, we've printed keychains, we've printed stuff for customers, and now we have you can print any logo.
Anything you can think of.
Anything you can think
to
of.
improve your day-to-day, your life, like whatever you can imagine,
It's
it seems like
crazy.
you can print it.
It's crazy. I've been printing like toothbrush holders. So we're good. So you guys, there's arts and crafts for this year.
I love it.
I don't know how we're going to beat this next year.
You're going to need two printers.
I'm going to have to bring like my Roomba with me next year.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be crazy.
So Joey, thank you for coding
crazy.
the printer. Sydney, thank you for bringing all your
Yeah.
toys.
Yeah,
We're going to
well,
load this back up.
Yeah,
and,
so great. I love this every
Joey
year.
and I
Just
got a little bit
love
more
it.
work to do.
Yeah,
We do.
thank you guys for joining us for arts and crafts.
Thank you for coming on and doing it again with us.
Thanks for
Amazing.
coding my
You're
P2X.
absolutely welcome.
I love our little
Probably the only
tradition.
one in the country that's coded.
Probably.
Most likely.
Love it.
Most likely.
All right. Well, we will toss it back to y'all now.
Let's learn something.
Thanks, Joe and Alex. And in today's video, we're going to learn how to detail in the fall. It's fall, y'all. The leaves are beautiful, the air is crisp, and the flannels are very, very warm. So here we are in a shaded area with the beautiful leaves, the beautiful colors, and we do have a different wash technique for today because today is the start of rinseless wash season. So over here, I have some buckets, I have some detail supplies, and I have a warm coffee. That's actually not coffee at all. It is actually just more rinseless wash, and so we'll probably just end up using that. Now, it's fall. So what happens during fall? I'll let you guys answer the question down below. Leaves is the answer. Leaves fall. I think that's why they call it fall or something like that. So when leaves fall, what happens? Well, the leaves typically fall onto your vehicle's paintwork. Can we get more leaves? Okay. I don't know what kind of trees these are, but these aren't really the leafing type of trees. There's a giant leaf. I need that giant leaf there. Oh my gosh, nightmare, right? Leaves all over the place. So when it comes to fall, one thing I do recommend doing is, this is kind of like a dual purchase, right? You can kind of justify it in both ways. A leaf blower. If you don't have a leaf blower, this is a perfect time of year to justify buying one, because not only can you use it on leaves, but you can also use it on your car, and you can also use it on leaves on your car. So over here, what do I have? I have an Ego leaf blower. So what I recommend doing is, due to oftentimes a lot of leaves or dust in the air or just overall just environmental changes, I do recommend actually taking a leaf blower and just giving it a quick blow dry, especially since we're going to be going through with a rinseless wash today. So for this, I'll just take this. Nice. I'm gonna blow off all the dust, all the leaves, not getting it into my bucket here. I don't want that. Now, we will be utilizing the leaf blower here later in the wash when we go for our follow-up after drying, but also, I mean, hey, just have at it, right? I don't get paid enough to do this as well, so I'm just gonna set this down. Now for this, I'm using Hero Rinseless Wash from Armour Detail Supply. I have it 256:1 dilution in both of my buckets here. Dang it, the leaves, the freaking leaves. I shouldn't have done that. Hero 256:1 in the buckets, Hero 256:1 in the IK tint sprayer. Why am I using the tint sprayer? I like this one because it's got the stretchy cord on it and it makes things pretty easy. We're typically going to get some lower area contamination on our vehicle. Not fun, not a good time. So for this, something you can all do is pick yourself up a bottle of a waterless wash. So what I'm gonna do for this, I'm gonna go through and actually pre-spray all of the lowers of the vehicle before doing my main spray with my rinseless wash. And trust me, this does make a big difference. So I have a DAP from Armour Detail Supply. I'm gonna go through and start spraying my lowers here. Now again, some people might go, what, is that a waste of product? Shouldn't you be wiping a waterless wash? Well, yes and no. If we use a waterless wash and then follow up with a rinseless wash, the chemistry is going to be similar, it's going to work well, and we're not going to leave behind any type of residue. Whereas if I were to use an APC with a rinseless wash, the chemistry is quite different. And so what will happen oftentimes is we may not be removing that APC on that lower area as much as we would with a waterless wash. Now, with our pre-treatment done, let's go ahead and grab our rinseless wash at 256:1 and begin our pre-spray. And for this, we'll just be going from top to bottom. Now this is Hero at 256:1 dilution, and it smells like strawberry lemonade. It smells very, very good. This is kind of the vibe that I was going for. You know, some people might be thinking, I don't like that guy. Now, if you're wondering, why am I doing another rinseless wash, whereas I probably could be doing a full-on pressure washer and foam wash since it's not quite freezing yet? Well, that's a good question, and you can actually still do both. I am choosing to do a rinseless wash because I know that most of my washes were spot on during the summertime. This car is still relatively clean. I don't have to go crazy. I can actually pretty much start rinseless wash season right now with doing some periodic kind of pressure washing in between throughout the winter. And I will say, the fact that this is not immediately drying on the surface is incredible. I'm not fighting the sun, I'm not fighting the heat, I am not sweating. Oh no, the leaves. We're battling the elements now. We've had 4 leaves specifically fall. It's almost like somebody's planting those leaves there. But I will say that having yourself a pressure sprayer is gonna make a big difference for all rinseless washing. So whether you pick up like a PPF sprayer like this or another type of IK sprayer that sprays a liquid, it makes a huge difference, right? We even like the small little handheld sprayers. Pre-spraying during any rinseless wash is my preferred method. Now I have 2 buckets here. One bucket I'm probably going to use for the wheels, the other bucket I'm going to use for the paint. Now, you can do the multi-towel method, you can use the multi-mitt method, you can also just use one mitt if you want to use just one mitt, but I'm going to assume that I have a little bit of debris and things like that on the surface, so I'm going to go ahead and throw 2 wash mitts into my wash bucket, and this is what I'm going to use for today. I like the chenille mitts for rinseless washing. I always have, and that's kind of my preferred way to do things. But if you want to use more of a microfiber mitt or towels, you can do that as well. It's like a high traffic area. Is anybody else's nose running? Okay. All right, feeling pretty good. So, top down wash here. We're gonna go ahead and grab our chenille mitt, dunk it. We're gonna come over here. Oh crap, we have more leaves. I think that those did naturally fall. Our leaves abrasive. Technically, yes, they are abrasive. If they get caught in your wash mitt or if they get caught in your drying towel, they can be a mess, right? Leaves in your microfiber sucks. Holy the one did just fall. It is sabotaging me. Oh, oh, oh. A leaf in my microfiber mitt. Telling you. Inspect my mitt here. Everything still looks really good. I'm not seeing any extra leaves on there. So we are good to keep doing our wash. Now, I don't know about you guys, but fall is one of my favorite seasons. I've always loved fall, right? Halloween, you know, trick-or-treating, pumpkins, going to the pumpkin patch, right? Other things I like about fall. Yeah, there's a lot of leaves and stuff like that, and yeah, you kind of can't really wear the same thing, you know, throughout the day because it starts off cold, then it gets kind of hot, and then you're kind of like miserable at the end of the day. You're like, why is it so hot? It's supposed to be fall, but then you're wearing a flannel. That part's kind of annoying. You know, other things than that, I mean, allergies are kind of crazy as well during the fall. And then, you know, I mean, all the leaves that you have to essentially rake up. Then your neighbors has bigger trees than you have, and their leaves then go into your yard. And then I have to clean up my neighbor's leaves because he didn't clean them up quick enough. So now I'm cleaning up my neighbor's leaves in my yard. And that is infuriating. I hate that. I hate fall. I don't know what I'm saying. I actually don't like fall at all. There's a lot of the things that are negating all of the good things. But I do love Halloween. Also, Thanksgiving, overrated. All right, so at this point in time, the car is washed. We've gone through and we've taken our wash mitt to everything, and it is now clean. But things we are fighting right now in our current environment is leaves are still falling. Pollen could still be falling, right? Or just small particulates could be landing on our freshly cleaned paint, which means I need to prioritize drying this first and getting this dry. I'm gonna go ahead and take my Slim Dryer drying towel in camo because I just felt like that was the appropriate color to use today. And I am going to pair some of this with a drying aid / spray sealant. So this is going to be PNS Defender. You can use it as a drying aid. It is going to be a longer term spray sealant. And this is something that could get me into the winter months in terms of protection and adding some good hydrophobic behavior. You can do this as a drying aid if you want to. Just keep in mind that it will clog your drying towels and you will need to wash these with rag stretches almost immediately. So keep that in mind. Different strokes for different folks. This car is ceramic coated, so really what I'm going to probably do is going to use this as a drying aid and just do maybe a spray or two per panel and then dry it up. And then again, immediately wash my towel in rag stretches to prevent it from getting all clogged. So that's the process. Let's go ahead, roll up our sleeves again, these keep falling down, and begin drying. Oops, sorry, Jimmy. All right, so at this point, no more leaves have fallen. The paint is clean, it is dry, and it is now protected with PNS Defender, which will hopefully get us into the winter months, and ooh, that does feel really nice. Now the wheels, right? When I'm doing a rinseless wash, I will typically save my wheels for last, no matter really what season I am in, because oftentimes I can actually utilize what's left in my bucket from the paint itself. I am going to use this bucket here as my wheel bucket with a microfiber towel and of course my wheel cleaner. So these wheels are pretty dirty, the tires are pretty dirty as well. For this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make myself comfortable, get down here on my Viper chair. What is this? Top, what do you call this? All right, now for this, I'm gonna get down on my Viper chair cushion, make myself comfortable. I have a dirty wheel, I have a dirty tire here. Now, since we're not using running water, I have not rinsed these off yet, right? So what I'm going to do is just kind of mimic that with some rinseless wash. I'm gonna go through and then just get some liquid on the surface. Perfect. Now, once I've done that, I can take my wheel cleaner of choice. Now I'm gonna use Brake Buster today, but really you can use any type of wheel cleaner that you choose to use. I'm gonna do a couple sprays here on the face, you can do a couple sprays here on the tire, and then call that good. Then I'm going to take my soaked microfiber towel that is soaking in my other rinseless bucket here, and then I can also do a spray here into the towel itself, and then go through and begin doing my wheel cleaning. Now, if you want to use brushes, you totally can, and you can use those as well. I'm just going to be knocking this out with a towel, since that's usually how I'm fastest and most efficient. Oh no. Oh. Remember when I was talking about getting leaves in your microfiber towels? Yeah, this is no good. Don't do this. So at this point, is this towel worth saving? And the answer is probably not, right? What's gonna happen here is I can try to pick out all this stuff, but it's fallen and all these leaves are starting to disintegrate. I'm making it worse and worse and worse. Don't reintroduce this back in the bucket. Don't try to wash this out. I typically recommend either just letting it dry and then using it as a floor cleanup shop towel in your house or whatever, but I am not going to introduce this back to my microfiber collection. So for that reason, we're gonna go ahead and just, To neutralize the Brake Buster, we'll go back through with our Rinseless and then just re-rinse everything off. What's cool is that I can actually just go into drying, or I can utilize a waterless wash again, just to make sure I didn't miss anything and I'm cleaning these wheels as safely as possible. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so we just finished up with the wheels on the car, and this thing is looking and feeling great. But the environment is fighting me right now. Leaves have continued to fall on the vehicle after it's been cleaned. And so, once again, we are pulling out the leaf blower. Now I'm gonna use my leaf blower as my final kind of blow dry on the wheels, just to remove any excess liquid, also around the car, but also to just blow more leaves. So I'll do this on the car, then I might do this more on the ground, then maybe back to the car again. I mean, that's what these are for, right? So let's get to blowing. And that is how to detail in fall weather. So back to you, Joey and Alex.
And
we're back! Man, doesn't Anthony look good in a flannel?
It does. It really made me want to. It made me want to go back to fall for a little bit. It's been so warm in the California area.
Yeah, it's man. What a morning. Oh. I don't know how many times Anthony's washed Dane's Miata. But
Dane's a lucky man. Dane's a lucky man. Not only is he the prince of the rag company, where he has access to all these high quality microfibers, but he's got access to all of these people to wash his vehicles for him.
Like, do you think he has like some kind of homing beacon, or just like they can't have, like, he has to be on the allowed do not disturb list? Like, what do you think it is?
I don't know, but what I do know is we had a heck of a morning with a bunch of, I don't want to say announcements, but it was event packed.
You know, it was a heck of an excursion, but on the Ford Escape, okay?
Yes.
That thing was absolutely hammered.
Cooked, as the kids say nowadays.
These guys knocked it out of the park. And you know what? Jace Price in the house.
Yeah.
That guy, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But between Jace and Bradley working on that like there was a whole lot of Rolex going on in that segment.
Whole lot of Rolex. Time will tell if the Last Cut Plus and the Last Polish are going to be your ticket to a successful finish. They were knocking that out with microfiber pads, EdgeGuard foam pads, Blueberry, which is one of my favorite pies. I don't know about you. And then, you know, you can do rotary, you can do random orbital, you can do forced rotation.
I think Chase was doing all of that to figure out the right combination yesterday.
Yeah.
Because the paint, the paint was responding really well to some things, and just some things weren't doing a dang thing to the paint.
I mean, the paint was pretty rough, and it was also followed up by Armour Detail Supply with their new green clay blocks that can clean up that paint.
Yeah.
Because they did coat the damn thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Bradley,
that thing is shining out there.
Bradley had about 6 minutes of sleep after 3 banging pieces of pizza last night.
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
Man, that thing was slick. I ran into the back of my hand along the hood.
Did you get a chance to try the new applicator with the hand strap? Because I didn't, but I agree with Bradley that
I have small hands.
Yeah,
it fits mine and yours.
I agree with Bradley that the Pearl Puck is great to use for coatings, especially something like phobic. Anything you're gonna like move in the circular motion, the puck works well. But yeah, sometimes you just don't want to hold it anymore.
But I mean, if Donovan Jameson Mayonnaise III has an input on something, we like to listen. But I did see that, and they were doing a really great job because that was a Quartz V2.
Yes.
I have the Quartz V1.
Is that installed on your vehicle?
Not yet.
Okay.
Pretty easy. Since I was not privy to the V2s, I got to work my way in.
Yeah, the V2s take a little bit to get to Canada.
They do. They got to cross the border.
Yeah.
They got to be in a truck. They got to get to me. They got to go on the dog sled. It's a whole thing.
The dog sled is the last mile delivery.
Yeah, dog sled with the dog hair. Tom's going to be knocking that out a little later with Sydney.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm always excited for a Buff Brite segment because I know that there's going to be a crazy before and after.
And it is. I've seen the tools. Okay, like just you want to stick around.
Yes,
Joey.
yes. But speaking of tools, there's a whole new lineup of tools that the Rag Company covered today. Anthony, in particular, the Ultra H2O line.
Small hands. Joey, it's been a long time since I've had to use 2 hands on something, and the wand, the gun, some of those things.
I don't know if this is an early version or not, but I'm going to use it as a prop. But I am so excited because a couple months ago I was telling you how the swivel on my pressure washer gun just wasn't cutting it. It was making me more angry than it was making my life any better.
Yeah.
I've tried to lube it up with grease. I've tried butter.
Butter.
A little butter on there. Why not?
What else?
Crisco.
If you want butter, this sign is absolute freaking butter.
This is not for sale though, so Alex, do not try to tell people that this is part of the sale over at theragcompany.com.
This is so special. It's the Ultra line, not the Ultra, because you fell apart when you had to rinse the roof. Everyone makes the tall jokes.
You need to calm down with these segues. These segues are just out of control. You can't use them all up on Monday. We've got 3 more days after this.
Can people use all their money on theragcompany.com?
They can. There's 20% off. There's 25% off. I'm curious what's still in stock. If there are things in stock that you would like signed, or if you'd like us to, what else would we do to stuff there?
Look at Lucas Berge.
I still expect Anthony to be foamed. I would like to get Anthony foamed at some point. You know what? I'd also like Anthony to check out the Detail Grind podcast, maybe be a guest one day.
Maybe. If he's not getting a haircut or family photos, that would be amazing.
But the Ultra line, do you have a favorite?
Honestly, it's the female nozzle on the gun.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to pull it back. You can do it with your eyes closed. You just push it in.
Yep. It's very convenient. I've got a couple of those. I've retrofitted a few of my older pieces of equipment with those, and they make it much easier to pop things in and out of your gun.
And we were in the grace of the presence of FD10 himself, rocking that gun with the rollie.
Oh my God!
Foaming.
Speaking of Rolex,
spraying. Oh my God! Can't hide money, man.
Did we miss the memo?
I guess so. Maybe we could 3D print a Rolex for us. That's more our speed.
Sydney, if you're listening and there's any Folex or Rolex
Bolex
options, we will gladly wear one of those this week.
Made these little labels. This one we were able to finish off camera. We got the sweet press-alls here. Amazing.
Do you want to go over maybe a couple things that are coming up this afternoon?
I do. As we mentioned earlier, we got Tom and Buff Brite prepping there. We do have Sydney in the house. Piper is not in the house, but that's okay.
I'm so bummed.
Piper is probably my favorite animal in the world. That being said, once Buff Brite's done, we got, instead of a first 2-name steakhouse like Matt loves, we have the 2-letter name auto supply, WD.
Yes, we've got WD Detailing, and they're going to. I think they're going to show off some of their chemicals. Hopefully, they didn't bring any rat-infested vehicles into the studio, because I feel like they'd probably make us exterminate them.
Rats, mice. The only mice that needs to be involved is on your millennial big screen purchases. Okay, you can slide that. You got to click.
Do you make purchases at the Rag Company on your phone, or is that considered a big screen purchase?
It's a big screen purchase.
Yeah.
For a big time purchase.
It really depends on like what I'm putting in the cart. You know, if I'm buying one thing, maybe not. But look at that. Look at
25% off detail frag. Are you frigging joking?
And before I forget, we've got the giveaway every day.
Yeah.
So if you head over to theragcompany.com, you can click on over to TRCMA, but you can go to trcma.com directly.
Yeah.
And you will be able to scroll down to the bottom. You'll be able to enter that giveaway.
Now today.
We've got giveaway. Oh my God. We may have been in the warehouse peeking through the boxes, and these giveaways we got to find a way that we can enter them.
Yeah, at 1500 hours, which is 3 p.m. Mountain Time, that is the deadline today. But don't worry, you can still enter because you're just going to trickle into the next day's giveaways. We're not going to tell you what those are, but I mean, they're all bangers. You're not going to be disappointed with entering that giveaway, and who knows? I don't know if it's worth disassociating ourselves from that so we could win, but I mean, it's pretty.
I think all of you need to stick around to the amazing presentations that we've got going on this afternoon.
I mean, a Rolodex, maybe that's
more Rolodex. Yeah, we put that on the wrist.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think we should. Kick off the afternoon.
I think we should. So thank you guys, and stay tuned to the rest of the day.
Thanks, Joey and Alex. I think we might have forgotten something, though.
The sale?
No, not the sale. No. I'm just kidding. We wouldn't leave you hanging. Back to Joey and Alex. We're going to have you choose your own products to wash your own vehicles.
Obviously, this makes sense. Is Dane going to be in this cabinet?
I'm a thinker, but not about detailing. Okay, moving along. Where are we? My move is don't think so hard, don't work so hard.
You guys have selected each other's chemicals, and you're switching now.
All right, so here's the deal. This is real. I like set up Dane for perfection.
I see a lot of redundancy. I see a lot of extra things, and I don't know. I haven't seen how Anthony used my stuff yet, but I kind of feel like
if this was Dane's plan to actually wash a car, this is crazy. If I didn't have this, I would be genuinely worried. But since I do have this, I think this will do some heavy lifting. So,
I gotta go fill these up with water now. This feels dumb. I like my 0 bucket method. Wait until it stops making sound. That's how I know it's deep enough. Yeah, there we go. I'm sure that's enough. Okay, so a fun little Dane tip for you. You can use the back side of any Detail Factory brush as a stir stick.
This foam cannon is my saving grace. So Dane, thank you for stealing this from me, I guess. My thought here is that active foam is going to be my wheel cleaner.
Oh, did I mention I'm wearing gloves today because, I don't know, safety first, right? You know, I'm not the professional here, but I'm at least trying to look like one, so.
So we're gonna take this and this is already off to a horrible start. I just spilled active foam all over me. That's like the worst product to spill all over you. This whole situation has thrown me off so much right now that I'm just gonna do it, okay?
What am I gonna do? Oh, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna rinse the car off. Why not start with that, right? Achoo! Making myself sneeze.
Dane, you really me, Dane. You me. This is what I could have had. This would have been like this would have just been a good wash. Dane should be very grateful. I'm expecting a thank you card. I'm
left-handed, so left finesse, right power. Kind of feel like if I'm going for big coverage, precision coverage, big coverage. That's how I'm going to do this. So I'm going to double fist this. Wheel cleaner, tire. Let's see if I can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Matt Mormon edition. Get all that paint, right? Watch this. Okay. Okay. We're fine. This is going to be totally fine. I'm a professional, not even stressed about this. Not a tire scrubbing brush, but it's better than nothing. With like me, I go, I can figure this out. I can do this. This is not an impossible task. Dane, what was his plan?
I'm trying to make it a thing, so roll with me. Okay, so once again, wheel cleaner in the right hand, tire cleaner in the left hand. Get the tire, get the wheel.
Quick question, did you guys get B-roll of this car? So nobody's gonna see how amazing this is, that I'm tackling this with how dirty this car was?
If I beat Anthony at something he considers himself a professional on, that just makes me happy.
So, the car has some dirt on it. It's got some dirty rain on it. I know that. If I hit it with active foam as a pre-soak while it's dry and rinse it, chances are I'm probably gonna have a relatively clean car. However, I probably should agitate the active foam just to play it safe. I think physical agitation is going to be my best bet with some type of rotating media. I need these towels to be wet.
This is my least favorite part of the wash. This is what I was trying to avoid with my wash method, and then I honestly don't know how Anthony did it, but I'm looking forward to finding out.
I think I have a plan here. I think this is making sense right here. Okay.
This is not graceful. This is not a ballet. This is just cleaning a frickin' car. So, we're having fun. Well, you're probably having fun. I'm not having fun. I'm having so little fun right now because I'm doing what? I'm cleaning a car.
Bam, bam. Here we go.
Some of you out there, you find the act of cleaning a car therapeutic. And honestly, I love that. I think that is so awesome. I think that's so cool. You found something that you love, and it makes you happy. I'm just here to say that I may not be one of you guys because this doesn't make me happy. This doesn't make me feel like I'm in therapy. This makes me feel like I need to take therapy, but I'm not in it right now so much as I'm going through it right now, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Well, yeah, there we go. Make them happy.
Okay, we've gotten almost half this car done.
That's how you have to think about car washing. It's just something you have to endure until it's over. At least that's how I look at it. And then people wonder why I use a tunnel wash. I don't think it's such a mystery.
Oh, we're almost done. We've almost done it. All right. I think we're doing okay. I think we're going to make it through this. I have Hyper Seal here. I'm going to use this as a drying aid. So the Gabe Garcia method. He likes to spray it onto the paint and then rinse it off. Actually does a pretty dang good job. Then I'll come back through, a little bit of OptiClean, maybe the M22, spot dry things as needed, but I think it should be pretty easy. So we're going to go ahead and do a couple mists here, just around the car. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that water behavior. Ready?
Just nice sopping wet in there. If you're squelching, it's a good sign. Once again, could look better. Will it look better? Not today, it won't. Back to our sopping cat. I've named him Salem. It's a 2-finger special. This one's more of a 4-finger here, but. Okay, that one's just an index. Maybe if you're feeling adventurous, you can actually switch it up and use a thumb. Yeah, that's a thumb size one. Okay.
If I would have just had, like honestly, if I would have had a couple eagles, a couple creatures, it would have made all the difference in the world. This wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But he picked ripping rags and 1 drying towel. Oh, I'm rubbing my eyes with this active foam water. Hold on, I gotta wash my face off. Hold on.
Okay, so I've already rinsed this car 5 million times, but what's one more time? Okay. Woo, moving on. Oh yeah, now it's time to dry. But most importantly, I should probably start with myself. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Like, I'm not happy. This isn't how I do things. I pretty much hated every moment of this. I think it totally sucked. But is this better than probably going down to like a spray and pay car wash? It might actually be.
So, just gonna spritz along here. Box method. Thinking about today's wash process, I probably haven't been the most efficient. If anything, been a little deficient, but I feel like with my lack of skills, I was able to overcome a lot of things that would have slowed me down just through the power of not caring. Seeing a dirty car doesn't make me insane, feel crazy, the way it does someone like Anthony. I can tolerate it. He can't. So I understand there's a difference, and there's probably a lot of you out there who feel the same way. You're more in Anthony's camp than mine, and I get that. Not judging, I'm just saying it's different between him and I. But this is gonna get it clean enough for me to show up someplace and not be totally embarrassed.
Okay. Let's get the car behind me. So, I will never ever do this again in my entire life. Like Jimmy said, probably rather just leave the car dirty if that was an option. I don't think that was an option, so I used what I had to. I used every single product that was on that table. There's probably a few different ways I could have used them, but ultimately I ended up with a pretty clean car overall, and I'm pretty happy about that. I still, to this moment, have no idea what Dane was thinking. I'm like...
If Anthony had used the products he'd originally intended, I think he would have done a better job than me, simply because it's what he wanted. It's what he was going to use. He went in there with the plan. He was ready to use it, do it, and clearly his skill set, he built it around that. Now, granted, nobody could really build a kit made for my skill set, because my skill set does not include anything in the vein of car detailing. Knowledge, perhaps, yes, but actual application with my own two hands, not so much. When it comes to me answering stuff on the Q&A, I know there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh, Dane washes a car like this. Why would I trust his words on the Q&A? Well, I actually do know what I'm talking about with that stuff. However, when it comes to actual application, I'm kind of a goof. I just like to mess around a little bit. So I'm going to try things that are a little more challenging, a little more difficult.
I'm jealous and envious, and if I would have known this was going to be this way, then I probably wouldn't have knocked everything down in the Armour Detail Supply cabinet, because I realized that that was immature and didn't make any sense. So I guess that's that.
Well, that was fun.
That was absolutely amazing, Joey.
How did you guys fare?
Not good.
Yeah?
I hated that. I never want to do that ever again in my entire life.
You were not having too much fun.
No, I wasn't.
Dane, you might have had a little bit too much fun, because you took about 5 times the length to wash that car.
I felt like I needed to rinse it one more time, but because I didn't do that, I guess I had a little more fun than Anthony, but I still feel like I didn't have that much fun because I don't like cleaning cars.
I set you up for a perfect wash.
As the Prince
You
of the
set
Rag
yourself
Company,
up for a
Prince of the
perfect
Rag
wash.
Company, you had on a silver platter.
Yeah.
The perfect
Yeah.
situation for
Yeah.
washing that vehicle.
And, you know, still rather have somebody else do it.
I know there were a lot of negatives that were spoken, but
some positives.
Some positives.
Okay.
What was your favorite part of your wash?
Finishing?
Oh, man. Yeah, probably like the end.
Dane, what about you? What was your favorite part?
Oh, man. You know, I didn't really plan ahead either. I had all the products there. Clearly, Anthony had a plan, but I'm not inside Anthony's brain. I don't want to pretend to know what he was going to do with it. And I came up with that little two-handed method, the double fister, like just little zip-zap, and I enjoyed that. That was fun. I like that. That's probably my favorite.
I really thought that that was going to be like an indication of the efficiency that you were going to have, because you were spraying 2 things at once. But it turned out not true.
No, in the business, we call that a red herring.
Now, Joey, we did have a look at the cars.
We did. They both came out really, really well.
Hey, guess what? We got a clean car, right?
You guys both have clean cars. I was looking at the red.
Yes.
The red is immaculate, other than, you know, a couple rain spots here and there. I will say one of the pluses of yours was the amount of reflect that you put on. The glass is really, really popping back there. Yeah. So if you had one thing to take away from this, what would that be?
Get Anthony to clean my cars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Have the right tools for the job.
Yeah.
That's makes a world of difference. I don't like detailing this way. I like detailing my way.
And I just don't like detailing. But you know what? There are lots of professionals out there and people who are enthusiasts, and I want to support them. Yeah. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to support them with my wallet.
There you go.
Right on. Well, with that said, I think you guys both did a killer job. We're not here to like throw out a winner.
No.
We were just here to analyze, you know, the different methods.
Everyone's a winner.
Huh. Oh. Okay.
I went through all that crap, and I don't get anything.
Not even a participation trophy.
A pat on the back.
Yeah.
Attaboy. And now,
back to Joey and Alex.
You and I have done a lot of hard things in our life, but that was I didn't know it was possible to take 7 to 10 business days to wash a car the size of a go-kart, but Dane managed to do it.
He spent about 25 minutes per wheel. He rinsed the thing like 5 times. I'm really not sure why.
Well,
and Anthony was making tools.
I know Dane's flexible, but my goodness, like the flipping with the bottles, I don't get it.
We were sitting back over here and we were laughing our butts off, because it was such a funny sight to see the two of them struggle so badly, but ultimately ending up with 2 clean vehicles, and I couldn't be prouder of both of them.
I mean, yeah, the cars are clean, but I mean, Anthony's car was supposed to be a beater that is now turned into not a beater, which he kind of has a habit of doing. And you know, what I think everyone should have a habit of doing if they're not feeling great is, you know, they can check out the Detail Grind podcast, which might help them out a little bit.
Well, since our day's coming to an end here, before the afternoon starts, if you guys still want to keep in touch with us, you can follow us over at the Detail Grind podcast over on Instagram or on YouTube. But what do you say we get this afternoon started?
I think that sounds like a plan.
All right. So can I just say for a second that wash was absolutely brutal. And I had no idea that was the original intention that Glenn and Jimmy and everybody had behind the camera, to essentially have us pick out these products that we thought we would use against each other, and then actually had to use them on our own vehicles. That was tough. That was very tough. And I think I deserve some type of award for MacGyvering that to a safer degree, but that was not my favorite thing ever. So with that said, we hope you guys have enjoyed most of this kind of mid-show segment, kind of trailing off now into really kind of more live and in person, because it's technically the start of the official second half here of day one of TRCMA 2026, where we have some exciting segments coming up. Some maybe hairy segments coming up, right? Because yeah, you know, we say that Dane has that dog in him, right? But what about the dog out of him, right? Where does that dog go? Where does it bury? And what does it end up starting to eventually shed? So we're going to cover that here in just a second. But what I do want to highlight really quick is right now, live at theradcompany.com, we have an amazing sale going on right now where you can save a wonderful percentage off of microfiber and all other detailing products. And so one of our biggest sales of the year, if not the biggest sale of the year, and we hope everybody is taking the opportunity to pick up some detailing products and stock up for spring. So whether it's TRC microfiber, Detail Factory, or just the rest of everything else, everything else, again, 25% off, pretty incredible. So again, this has been such a fun show, and it's going to continue to get better because there's this one of 3 more days. I can't believe it. It's going to get really, really good. So I don't really know what else to say other than it's going to continue to get more unhinged. I've been watching some of the comments, and people are like, oh, we love it when TRC goes off the rails. We kind of went off the rails today. It's going to go like completely off-road here in probably like the next day or two. So I would stick around, don't go anywhere. Make sure to mark your calendars that this event continues on every single day here on the Rad Company YouTube channel, and it's just going to get better and better. And hopefully you leave with some laughs, some detailing products, and maybe some product knowledge along the way. So we have a very fun segment coming up here where, again, I said it's gonna get a bit hairy. So we do have Buff Brite with the For Real and all of that with Sydney and who else do we got over there? We got somebody, oh my gosh, I think I know who that is. It must be Tom. It must be Tom. It has to be. So coming up here in the next segment.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for that wonderful introduction. So we are back with probably the first segment to go completely off the rails. I have with me Tom Smith from Buff Brite, and Tom likes to travel with hair. So what do you have for us this year?
Well,
you have some new things.
Well, I have the bag of hair that I know you've all been waiting for, and we've tried to go above and beyond this year.
Yes,
so,
of course.
We've got a lot of new things that we've been working on this year. So I just dropped this one off to you a couple weeks ago, and you had a chance to play with it.
Yeah.
But this is our newest that we've come out with, and we're going to save that for just a second.
We are going to demo, but
we're going to demo.
I wanted to hear about them. So this is called the
Furricane. Yeah, there's a little bit of a theme to our products. I don't know how
hairy.
I became the pet hair
hairy,
guy, but
furry, yeah.
I did. So, but before that, we released earlier in 2025 the Furnado. Once again, the fur. Yeah.
Right. So the tornado meets the fur.
Yeah, basically what the concept was
tornado concept, yes.
Yeah, so you've got the spinning tube in this one that everybody's used to for years. You guys do a wonderful job here at the Rad Company. I love this air gun here. The Ultra Air guns are an amazing product.
So this is on the Ultra Air Mini, but it also works on the full size as well.
Absolutely. So what we did is we created this cone that you can just take off the cone that comes with from the Rad Company. Yep, and this just spins onto here, and we give you a little bit of an O-ring there for the back, just so you can get it clocked to the right position, get it right where you want it, and then you take your For Real that you've been used to using for years, you just kind of give it a squish like that, and pop it on there, and now you create a tool that has that spinning air and all the grabbing ability of the For Real.
Yeah.
And you've gotten to play with that one, haven't you?
Yeah, which we actually used it for something not so conventional. We used it in my shop on a stain, like dried on food.
Oh yeah.
Right? And so we used the pressure from the air and the rubber teeth, and it just literally got rid of all of it, and we didn't even really need to clean it after that.
No,
like,
it was
totally clean.
It was clean and it was dry.
Yeah,
That
which
was the other
really
thing.
cool.
So you can hand it back to the customer. It's not wet. You didn't have to get out the pressure washer and blast the whole thing out, let it drip for 12 hours.
Right.
Which in the winter, it's easy to end up with, when you do that, with some really wet mats.
Yep. All right.
But yeah, if you can spot clean it, it definitely helps out. So
yeah, love that.
I think everybody knows about that one, the For Real. I've lost count of how many of those we've sold, but it's a ton.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and the rag company here, they also sell our, this is called the Vario Max. So many guys out there have so many vacuums that there's so many different sizes. So we've tried to create something, you can see as you spin this, it gets larger and larger. So we can go from 1.5 inches all the way up to like 2.2 inches with this and seal against it, and any of our tools will just mount right on there.
Oh, I need to get one of those.
Yeah, they're pretty handy.
Because I have the Eagle vacuum that we have over here, and I feel like all of my normal vacuum attachments don't fit it.
Well, now they will.
Well,
just put it right on there. And we also came out this year with one called the Vario Mini. Oh. So this is new. So this will actually, I don't know if you can see that or not, but as we do that, it goes from 1.5 inches down to 1 inch. So it constricts.
Okay.
So that I can actually go in and tighten this against here, and it'll stay together on that.
Okay.
And we won't use that a lot in the U.S. We mostly did that for overseas applications.
Okay, cool, awesome, perfect. And then obviously we don't want to forget about the Old Faithfuls, right? So what else do we have on our table? It looks like we've got some colorful stuff going on that I happen to be a huge fan of.
Now, this is the other gun from the rag company, and that same Tornado will fit right on there. So that's really nice that you can use it between both. Yeah, we have the skins. Now, we aren't doing a lot of custom designing of these anymore because it got a little crazy. We only have so much time in the day, so we have some stock designs that you can buy. If you want to buy a bunch for your shop and you want to get in touch with us, please do. My phone number is on the website. Let us know what you want. Or you can design your own. We have our own design tool that you can do that with. So it makes it really easy. If you have just the slightest bit of computer savvy, you'll be able to figure it out. If you can get your logo and put it in there, you can make whatever you want.
Yeah. So those are really cool. I've been using those for 5-6 years now at least. 6, maybe 7. And so I have custom ones on all of my polishers, and I know if you guys were watching the halftime segment, you know that I just redid my polisher wall, and so we're going to be do new ones, which I cannot wait.
We're already working on it.
Yeah, so I'm super excited.
For you, we're going to design and make something.
Well, I get I have like 12 right now, so I need 12. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
It will be, and you can just do all sorts of things with this is one from TRCMA a couple years ago, but. Yeah, we have not had any problem with these coming off of polishers. Once they're on there, hit it with a little blow dryer or a little heat gun, it locks in and it stays.
Yeah, I love them. I love them.
It's been excellent. So what else do we have that's new? Of course, we have the flamethrower. We'll show that a little bit later and show you what those are, just in case you haven't seen them. Some guys, I don't know if they know, but have you ever been to the car wash? Or some of you guys have this if you buy a vacuum and it has what they call the detailer kit. All of our tools, let's just take this For Real out of here. Whoop.
They fit right on there, huh?
Yeah. Oh. I'm going to have to get in the gym a little more.
You know what these are nice for? Doing the headliners.
Oh.
Yeah, because then you don't have to have your face too close to it.
Ah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But all these will slide right on here. Those For Reals, we designed them to go, you can take them to the car wash, throw them in your glove box and have one there. So that when your little puppy does their thing and leaves hair all over the inside, you're not going to have any problem getting it out. I've tried. We have 3 German Shepherds. Well, we've lost 2 of them. I guess I have 1 German Shepherd now. But anyways, when we had 3, we'd put them in the car, and it was just a nightmare. But having one of these for my wife and I to use when we'd run to the car wash just made such a difference.
Yeah.
So makes that whole job a lot quicker.
Yeah. Very cool.
We have the Hammerhead, which is a staple for us, just a wide mouth version of the For Real that we already have.
Yep.
We've got different accessory kits, and then we just put on the website. Now I have to show you. This is going to seem strange. I had an idea the other day, and maybe you'll appreciate it. Some of the other detailers might. So these are nothing more than just Velcro straps that we've had made.
Yeah.
But I was working on a car, and I was like, I wonder, what if I took one of these little straps here? Oh, I got to go the right way with that. And created a loop. And then what if I had a vacuum hose or an air hose?
Oh, yeah.
And I could just keep that with me,
that's
right at
actually
my
kinda
side.
nice, yeah.
Then I can get in and out of the car.
Yeah.
And I'm not having to drop it on the floor,
Right.
trip over it. It's
Yeah.
right there. I can reach back, grab it, and just take it up here, work with it, and then bring it back, and it just hangs at your side. So these are inexpensive. They last really, really well. And there's a million uses for a Velcro strap. And that's just one I thought of the other day that I thought you might appreciate.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because I just hucked my vacuum on the floor, right? That's awesome.
I think most of us do. And then you got to lean down and you're going to throw your back out trying to lean out of that car. Or I've done it before. I hate to admit it, but been working on a car like a 4-wheel drive, and I'll reach down to get my vacuum and I lose my footing and I end up on face down on the floor.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. All right. So what do we have exciting? Do we have anything exciting in a bag?
Oh, well, yeah,
like,
that's
should we put this
always
stuff to work?
exciting.
Like, let's put it to work.
Let's
I'm
just
sure
go
you
for
didn't
it.
not come with hair,
Well,
right?
yeah.
You know what's so funny? This is a true story that I'm going to have to tell. So Tom came and visited me at my shop a couple weeks ago. We're obviously both from Boise. So, every now and then he comes out and visits me and we do videos, and he brought his bag of dog hair with him, right? And he left it in my shop. And I thought, oh my gosh, he left it. What is he going to do without his bag of dog hair? But you know what? He was totally fine with it. He had spares. So...
Yeah, I have a friend who's a groomer.
Yeah.
And whenever I need it, I just say, hey, can you save me today's trimmings?
That's so funny.
So
that's great.
I'm not Santa Claus.
Oh no.
I am Santa Paws, maybe, I guess. I don't know. But lots of dog hair. Is it all right if we make a mess?
Yeah.
I don't want to get in everybody's way here.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine.
I'm going to throw this down here for a second. And we'll just take a little bit of this.
I'm going to watch from up here.
Okay, yeah, you watch from up there.
You know that whole throwing your back out when you're
Yeah,
vacuuming
let's just take a little bit of this and we'll put it on here.
Oh boy.
And
I wonder what kind of dogs those were. So shout out to Piper, who didn't join us this year, but how cute is she?
Yeah, Piper awesome.
Stayed home. She stayed home sleeping this year.
Yeah, I mean, look in there.
Oh boy.
That's a... What do you think? Should we just dump the whole thing? Okay, no, maybe not.
We got like lots of different kinds of dog in there.
Oh yeah. I promise we'll clean up our mess when we're done.
So for the viewers at home, this carpet has a bunch of different textures of carpet on there, right? So it's got like the impossible carpet, it has the normal carpet, different things like that. So this just simulates all what we may find in cars and why some carpets are harder than others. And do you want to throw a little sand on there? I heard you brought some sand too.
Yeah, because we don't all live in Idaho. Some people have to go to the beach.
Right?
All right.
If you don't have dogs, you probably definitely have sand.
I apologize for the mess. So, all right, we're going to try a few different things. So we just showed off all these new tools.
Yeah.
Throw this down here. So we have to mess with, we've got the Hurricane, the Tornado, and where'd my for real go?
Right here.
Oh, I've got it on here.
Oh, look at that.
Got one ready to go. Now we're going to use this vacuum hose. This is something new we're working on for the consumer market. And I want to show you how this, you were talking about using your Ego vacuum.
Yeah.
It's got an odd size. It's like an inch and nothing else fits it.
Nothing standard, yeah.
Well, there's nothing that this doesn't fit. So as long as it's 1.5 inches or larger, put that in there, hold it, twist.
That's cool.
Now pull on that. Is it going to come out? Nope.
No.
All right. So now I'm just going to take this one, put it on here. Whoop.
So you need your Velcro strap.
I should have left that. What was I thinking? All right, now it's going to get noisy. We're going to do a little bit first with just the for real. And the for real is amazing. Now the for real is the business end of all these tools.
Right.
All these tools are very we're just adding different things to them. So this we're adding air, and this we're adding air and vacuum and the for real. So this is just for real and air. So everything's going to be pushed out, even though we're chambering it down within that and kind of keeping it here. But let's get that sand you were talking about.
Yeah.
Because that's some nasty stuff. Let's just put that in there.
I get a lot of sand where I live.
Yeah, it's
people riding bikes in the mountains and stuff.
Let's get it down in there. We'll just put on just that section there.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, I didn't get their little remote. Oh, it's gone. We'll do it this way. And I'm going to turn this on the... Oh, there we go.
Had to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted turbo
We're just
mode.
going to turn on, not turbo, but we're just going to, let's put on the lightest.
Okay.
Let's make sure we got no vacuum.
No cheating.
Really to speak of. So this is, will that even stick to your hand?
No. Oh, no.
That's not very much suction there at all.
No.
So, but this will just show you the for real's doing the work.
Yeah.
It's not the vacuum doing the work. The vacuum's just doing the cleanup.
Right, that's just moving the hair basically.
Yeah, so all those little polymeric silicone teeth are pulling all that pet hair and bring it up, and that slight amount of vacuum. Now, more vacuum always will help. So if you have more vacuum, and you can just go back and forth with it. Now, this is out of a Toyota Scion.
Okay.
Awful, nasty, Velcro, horrible carpet.
Yeah.
This one, I believe, is out of a Nissan.
Okay.
So this works well. Even on the sand, it's not bad. But when we get to the other tools, it'll be better.
Yeah. Cool.
Now, when we get to the air, I was told not to try and talk while we're doing the air because
probably not.
It's going to be loud.
Yeah.
So let's shut this off. And let's grab some air. We'll just grab this. Now,
that is loud. So that's
really loud.
The Fernado.
This is the Fernado. And I love these, but it does when they are not low on decibels.
Yeah.
But when you need to get things out, they're awesome. So
Yeah.
this is the impossible carpet right here. This is that stuff that's on the back of the seats.
Yeah.
And it can be just a nightmare. Even with the for real, it can be so hard to get things out of it because it's
those last
just,
bits, right?
Yeah. But watch what this does. So we're getting all the effects of having it here, but we're also getting that scrubbing power.
Right.
It's also an excellent tool for doing like an air scrub brush. So if I'm doing a carpet, like we did on that carpet that you had, we can put down our shampoo and then we can take this and scrub with it. And it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we
and
didn't
it just
have to go back over it. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, love it.
So, and we've sold about 10,000 of these. Everybody that's bought them has just loved the way they work, and it gives them another use for their for real that they already really like.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It is amazing how it uses the air and blows the hair out, and you're pulling, like, it's so much faster.
All the good
So
things
much faster.
from your Rag Company Ultra Air Mini and that Fernado and the for real all in one. So you're getting that duo of both all in one.
Yeah.
It's an incredible tool.
Super cool. All right, and then the Big Daddy.
Yep, and so if we take this up, well, we did that. This is some bad carpet too. I just want to make sure you can see what that'll do on there. So let's take this off. Now, if we take this, attach it here. Try not to make as much noise. Now, this won't be near as noisy.
Right.
You can see that air. I mean, that's
this one, interesting enough, is coming through those little holes up there,
come
right?
take a look. So this doesn't have a spinning tube. This has 6 holes in here that are angled so that the air comes out in a counterclockwise fashion, and it makes it so that you're not having a spinning tube in there. You just got air. So it's a little quieter. There's nothing to wear out or anything in there. I still think that this is a better, if you're trying to pound the dirt out there.
Yeah, if it's ground in.
You're going to do better with this.
Yeah.
But you're still blowing the hair everywhere, or the sand or whatever.
Yeah.
This is nice on sand because it won't let the sand come up and go over the dash and over everything you've been working on or back up in your eyes, so it chambers it, and that's good. But now we're going to put the vacuum with that. Let me... Oh, wrong one. We're going medium speed. Now, can you still feel the air?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So plenty of air there and suction. So as we come back through there, whoops, now we're doing it all at once.
Yeah, look at that.
But if you look at it,
yep,
you can see
right
that
where
difference.
it's actually pulled the dirt out. Yeah.
It's really got into that sand and really powered it out.
Yeah.
You notice I'm not going back and forth like I was.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to just go over it. Now, I can go faster. I mean, but that almost makes it look like it's shampoo.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it like full on pulled all the dirt and sand out.
Absolutely. Let me shut this off. So we're getting kind of a trifecta effect. We're getting the powerful for real. We're getting the vacuum, which we only had on a medium speed, and we're getting the air at the same time. So all that synergistically just works together to create kind of a super tool.
Yeah. So show them the strappy thing on this.
Oh yeah. So
that's what I was most impressed with was the strap.
So I hate that all
so those
some
Velcro
of the other
straps, right? Back to the Velcro strap.
Back to the Velcro strap, but we made this and it comes with the kit. So you can just take this.
I thought this was cool because then it holds them together and you don't have to worry about, you know, it makes it a lot easier to use.
Exactly.
For sure. It makes it like one piece.
It's just
Super
very handy
to
use. It doesn't pinch your finger. It doesn't give you any issues. It's easy in one hand to take care of it. And you can get into all your corners and areas.
Yeah.
There's other tools out there that combine, they don't combine the for real with it.
Bulky, yeah.
Oh yeah, you've got a hose that comes off this way and that way. And it's just, they work.
Yeah.
But it's not a pleasant.
Yeah, you can't quite get into the corners and like under the dash and all that. So super cool.
And you can take this, even leave that on there and blow out vents. You can blow out pockets.
Yeah.
You don't have to switch and go to an air gun every time. But when you, I still think for powerful cleaning, you know, if you're going to use one of these, I think for just air, that's great. But when you get into situations with sand, it's just hard to beat having all three.
Yeah, and I think even for my car, like my personal car, you know, I'll go through with the Ultra Air Blaster and then I vacuum. And so like for me, where maybe I don't have like such a big mess, it's really nice to just hook it up and do it in one. And, you know, I'm not looking to get into the cracks and crevices and stuff. So I don't maybe always need the Air Blaster in my own personal car. So it's nice to just throw this on and vacuum and, you know, get Piper's hair out and stuff. So I know exactly what you guys at home are thinking, that we just tossed all this dog hair on here and it hasn't been ground in and sat on and stepped on and driven. So behind me, I have the Escape from this morning. And when I saw this, I thought, you know what, I'm gonna bring this car with me to my 2 o'clock presentation. So this Escape is what I would say is very typical.
Yeah.
Right? There's obviously a dog that gets in this car. They probably vacuum it every now and then. I would say it looks like it's been attempted to be vacuumed, right? Generally speaking, when somebody vacuums their own car, that's about how much hair they leave behind. So I wanted to bring it.
And they've left it in the most obvious spots. All the areas that are really hard to get out of, the impossible back of the seats.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then this back area in the trunk is very nasty carpet to deal with.
So I wanted you to show the viewers at home, Jimmy, if you can follow him, I wanted you to show them like real life car.
Yeah.
Like do the real thing.
Do you want all three tools and show the difference, or just show this?
Show them this because I think that this kind of is like, for me, that's like what was needed to actually get it clean, right? Yeah. So no, totally that.
Okay.
I would use turbo mode.
All right. Well, let's go over to the.
You know me, anything that's stronger, use the strongest setting.
That's right.
All right, I think right here in this corner up here, there's a good, like it's clear that the dog hangs his head over this seat here.
Absolutely. And we'll try not to talk during the air again, but all right. So same thing as we go through, it's gonna grab that hair, fluff it up with the air, bring it up, let the vacuum pull it away. Now I'm still not on turbo mode, so I'll go there in a second, but I just want to show you on the low speed what it'll do.
Oh yeah, those little sticks that stick in the back, you know.
Look at that, it's definitely pulling some stuff up.
Yeah.
It's got some kind of dead carpet too. These carpets are probably not your highest quality out there. Get back on some of this. Pull it up. So, I mean, you can really see a difference back in here.
Well, and I think there's a lot of dog hair ground in there that we actually can't see. Like, look at all the red hair that you're pulling up.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you can
pretty
see
wild.
There's plenty of dog hair in here.
Yeah.
It's not like we're dealing with a black carpet, so it shows up quite as much, but it's definitely there. And it'll work on headliners. We don't have any in here on the headliner, but it'll work on the headliner too. But yeah, that gives us a pretty good...
Yeah, super cool. And I think the one thing that I want to mention here is, like, I remember when I first started detailing and was just trying to use, you know, a normal shop vac and normal attachments, I would spend over an hour trying to clean the back of seats like that.
Yeah.
You know, and so now for me to have tools that just do it in like 5 minutes is, I mean, so worth it.
Yeah,
so worth it.
We've heard a lot of stories over the years. It's fun to see people send us emails and pictures of what they've done, and it's interesting to hear what a difference it is in their business, because I had one guy in Canada who sent me an email and he said, I have this customer that brings me in his Ford Super Duty truck, and it's got black interior, and he's got 3 Huskies, and he brings it in every 6 months, and he said the last time we did it, the dry vac to get out all the pet hair was 20 hours.
Yeah.
And he bought the for real, and it took him an hour and a half.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's money in your pocket.
Oh,
That's,
yeah, totally.
Yeah, and now
I
that
think the first job, it pays for itself.
Oh yeah,
easily.
now that you've got the Furricane, now that as good as the for real is, adding that extra element of air and vacuum in one just makes a huge difference.
Yeah, super excited about that. All right, so this has all been really fun. We love the dog hair, but I think you have something that you've started with, right? That you've had for a long time, that maybe we do have a lot of new viewers in the last year, especially the last 2 years. So I think maybe we should rip out something from a couple years ago and like, let's
do it.
Show the viewers something that we don't want them to be missing out on.
The only problem is that the thing that I've got here is probably the only real polisher on the planet that it won't work on.
Right.
So I brought the wrong polisher. I wasn't thinking ahead. Yeah. So do you know where we can get another?
Yeah, so we have our friends from Barjack here this week, right?
Oh,
Do we have,
there it is.
At Barjack, there we go. Okay, so are we keeping this up here?
Let's move that out of the way. As fun as that's been.
We'll move that. All right, so way back when we all first started doing TRCMA, we were talking the flamethrower.
Yep.
I had to think about what it was called, the flamethrower. All right, so we have a Barjack tool here. So this is just your classic, what is this? Is this a 15,
I have not seen
21?
one of these.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I haven't held one of these. So this is pretty awesome.
Yeah, super nice. So we're gonna like light this thing up.
I like the, yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know how tight these are in here. Do we have
like a little screwdriver?
Or a coin?
Let's see what they got in the box here.
Maybe they got something in there that'll help. No?
That's not going to help us.
I could try and break a fingernail.
Let's see.
See, if I had known I was going to have this polisher, I would have undone it. Do we have anyone in here who has a flat-bladed larger screwdriver?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you know what?
Good support staff is so important.
TRC. They have all these fun drawers with all sorts of tools in them. All sorts of them.
And of course, the guy with the, here we go. That's what happens when you do
Oh, I love
live
that.
stuff,
There
right?
you go. That's
all right. Hey,
awesome.
thank you.
That was awesome, Jimmy. Thank you.
So we're going to take off these.
That was perfect.
Now, what's neat about the flamethrower, I'll tell you how it came about. I've polished cars for years. I've been detailing for, my wife will kill me, but over 40 years. Let's just say that. She doesn't like when I tell people how long I've been detailing. But anyways, I was polishing a black Camaro out in my shop that had just been painted, and I was color sanding it and polishing it. And the ballast in the light above me burned out, and I was like, no. And I had 1/4 panel left to go. So I actually went out and grabbed a light. I tried to put something on my head. It didn't work. I couldn't get the right angle. So I actually duct taped something to the front of the polisher, and I was amazed how well it worked. And so then I took that idea and we started prototyping and prototyping. And 6 months later, we came out with the flamethrower. Now we're on the flamethrower 3 now.
Ooh.
So there's so the flamethrower 3, it actually comes with a headlamp.
Oh, like a little headlamp.
Yep,
Little
so you
band.
can
That's
snap
cool.
it. Now the light itself will pop out of here. Now this is not a weak little light. This is a lot of light. So that's a little bright. And when you get it down on a car, I'll go over there in a minute and we'll show you. But so what we're going to do though is we're going to take this. We have these little hubs, and we can take the hub out here, and it'll spin into the side of the polisher. And we'll use this itself and just tighten it down. Becomes its own wrench. And these are, feel that, is that very heavy?
Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah, it's
Holy cow.
all made out of aluminum.
Wow.
Super, super lightweight. So the whole, if you put 2 of them on there, you're going to be less than a pound of weight you're going to add. It's like 3/4 of a pound or something. I like to have them back a little bit, like right about there. And then you can take these, snap them back in. I'll pop into this grommet. And then we'll take another one here. And it comes with 2 chargers. Comes with an extra hub in case you want to do it on another polisher. Take this off. Take this. Now it'll also work on if you have a polisher that doesn't have an 8mm thread. Some have a 10, like the DeWalt's and the Milwaukee's has a bushing, and that bushing will work for you. But this is an 8mm.
I love that. That's how you know when a tool's been around long enough, when they've answered all of the questions.
All right. If I can get that on there, there we go.
Sweet.
Tighten that down. And pop that on, and pop this in here. Now let's wander over to the side of this vehicle.
Now this is great for those, you know, because obviously I started my business about 14, 15 years ago now, and back when I started, like having a home shop wasn't that big of a deal, but now there's a lot of them out there. And so this is such a great solution for, not everybody has like the greatest lighting in their shop, right?
Yeah.
So this is like such a great solution.
Even if you have great lighting, it's side lighting. And,
Yeah.
and the worst scratches are usually on the side of the vehicle.
Right.
So wander over here and let's show you what this will do. So this doesn't look like this vehicle's that bad. And I haven't even tested this, so I don't know. Maybe
well, hopefully it's not, because we
perfect.
fully corrected this and coded it. So we're gonna hope it's not that bad.
Well, let's just be sure. Hey, you guys did pretty good. But if you get in there, see some of this. I don't know if you can see that with the camera. But by having that light right where you need it, now these lights will last about 10 to 12 hours on one charge. But now when you're polishing, all that light is right there.
Directly on your surface, yeah.
And if you put a light behind you, the unfortunate thing is sometimes you get between the light and the car and you create shadows.
Yeah.
You can't get shadows here. Nothing's going to get in between there. So, and the fact that you can take it and put it on a headlamp also makes a huge difference.
Yeah, yeah. And I remember back in the day, we manufactured it to fit on my vacuum. Remember that?
And we still have those. Those are on the website.
Yeah.
So we can actually attach it to
those were fun.
To a vacuum. We can attach it to the mini polishers. All those.
Yeah.
We have attachments for just about everything.
Yeah.
Except this.
Except that.
We just I love the polisher, but I can't attach a light to it. So so I end up having to use the headlamp option, which is, you know, it's a great option. Just show you here real quick. Just pop this out anytime you want to. Pop that into there, and throw it up on your head.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So
very good.
And that you can take it to the interiors and all that kind of stuff. So
very cool. Well, gosh, thank you for bringing all this. Dane, do we have any questions? Any hairy questions out there? Yes, interesting polisher light. It is very cool. It's been around for a long time. Super awesome. We're on V3, you said?
Yeah, version 3, yep. And they're lighter weight, longer lasting, quicker charging, just everything about them is better. But we've still got guys out there with the ones we made 8 years ago that are still...
I still have my OGs.
Yeah, yeah, and they still work great.
Yeah. Very good.
Up here I've got, question for Sydney, of course, starting off. Where's Piper?
Well, she's kind of sleepy. So,
okay.
You know, it's a process. Obviously, if we remember last year, she has her, broken leg that she's had for the last 9 years. And she, actually her whole life really. And so she, it's a little bit of a process to get her out of the house, into the car, in here. So we figured we'd give her this year off.
That's fair. That's fair.
But, she did make the promo picture, which, she's adorable. She's adorable.
Is.
Valid. Next up, I got X6M Ghost wondering with a quick question, what size is the inlet on that orange crevice attachment?
The inside diameter?
I guess
I think it's the measurement.
Inlet.
So I think it's at 1.25
inch out OD, yeah.
Okay.
Which is the same as the thing that we already have. So if you're using that, it'll fit either one.
Okay. And then I did have John's 440 here saying, show a regular vacuum and its attachments first. So regular, whatever that may mean to you, just think of like the average person who maybe doesn't have like a detailing centric vacuum.
You're talking
that's going to work for you probably.
Yeah. So I didn't bring any tools for like an old Craftsman or anything like that. But we all know that if you've used the for real and you've not used the for real, the difference is immense. We only had one in our car a while back, and my wife took it and did her half of the car, and I had to go without, and she finished way quicker than I did.
Yeah.
And then I've got a question here from one who shall remain nameless, who we haven't given a name today. Actually, Tom, you're visiting. Why don't you come up with a name here for our friend? Because he's always getting new names every time we do a show.
So you just come up with any name.
We just make up a name
every time.
Yep.
Every time on the show, we give him a new name.
Sounds good.
Wow, I'm being put on the spot.
Okay, Howard. His name is Howard.
Trixie Purple. Okay.
Trixie Purple. Oh, whoa. Okay, not what I would have thought, but okay, go ahead.
I didn't know if it was a girl or a guy, so
it's part of the fun.
There you go.
He'll appreciate that.
All right, so. Is TRC going to carry the Furricane?
Well, we sure hope so. I think it solves, so it's a lot less cost than other tools that are combined, we won't name names, that combine vacuum and an air source.
Yeah.
But
it's, we would like you guys to carry it.
Simple enough. Okay, then I've got Wolfsburg here wondering what the average lifespan is of the tool with regular use. Seems like the rubber fingers would break off. So kind of speak a little bit to the wear and tear, the lifespan, just starting with the for real, but you can extend it to the other products as well.
How long?
That's a great question.
We were in your shop.
That's
How long have you had that last one? The for real?
Oh gosh. Well, so what was that, like version 2? I mean,
yeah, you had one of the first version 2.
Yeah, and I still have the version 1 as well, but those wore down, and then the version 2 was indestructible.
Yeah.
And now we're somewhere in the middle. But honestly, I still, even on this one, I have not been able to wear one out, and I use mine all the time, like literally every single car. I even use it in the house. So I have yet
to wear one out,
from
I think,
version
right?
1, I have not been able to destroy one.
Yeah, and we apologize for version 1. You know, we were trying to get it right, but we realized that we needed to make it last longer.
Yeah.
So don't go on Amazon and buy version 1 and then complain to me. We don't even make them anymore. That's like so 2024 or 3 or whatever.
Oh no, I think it was like 20.
Was it 22? Oh, well, no, we came out with the for real in 2019. That was the first year.
Yeah.
And then we switched to the Pro, and then we switched to the version 2, the Pro 2.
Yeah.
So we've had that since at least 22.
Okay.
Good luck wearing those out.
Yeah.
It takes a long time.
Yeah.
I love this. Trixie Purple Trixie, what you said there. Thanks, Tom. That's a unique name.
Yeah, you're better at naming him than me. You know what was funny on the last show? I did not know his real name. and I actually guessed, like I named him his real name.
Oh, right.
So
Whoops.
yeah, remember that? Yeah, I'm not very creative.
That's no fun.
I know.
So we've got Ronnie out here. What size air compressor would you need to run a furnace? He says, but furnace
I'm
is
not
not
an
a product.
HVAC guy, but
could exist.
no, the Hurricane, I think, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
You know, these. What do you guys say on these? Is the minimum PSI? Is it like 50 PSI or 80 PSI that you need to run the Ultra Air Minis?
Right, yeah, you're in that ballpark. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. The other guys know for sure.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly for sure. I know I have a
90.
26 gallon and it's fine. Yeah, so usually like 90, and then you just want like more than 10 or 11 gallon. I have a 26. The thing is even if you have like a pancake, it's still gonna run it, but you're gonna have to let it refill each section, which can get a little bit mundane. So, yeah.
The Hurricane though is a little bit different because it doesn't have a spinning,
quite as much air.
Not as much air, and it doesn't have a spinning apparatus, so it will still perform down to a 25 PSI. You'll still be able to see the effects of it working. There's no doubt at 80 PSI it works better.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stall out or have any issues when it gets low on air.
There we go. Pulled it up on screen there for the folks looking. Yeah, that is definitely helpful. And for future reference, maybe you keep furnace as a name for a possible fur-fueled patio heater or something along those lines.
Well,
eventually.
We'll have to think of
wow, I've got a whole bunch of fuel right here in front of me, the whole bag.
Just burning bags here. All right. And then, of course, there was a question, what polisher is that? So, Sydney, you brought out the polisher, but maybe just a quick
We better talk,
mention.
Yeah, so this is the bar jack. So we do have our good friend Keith Duplessis, longtime friend of TRC and of the show, is here with us this week. So he loaned us his bar jack. He is obviously now the president of Bar Jack Tools. And so he loaned us this 15 millimeter DA. It's pretty cool.
I love the feel of it, and it feels lightweight, but yet it's got a lot of power, I think.
So a lot
from
of
what
us
I've seen online.
Yeah, so a lot of us are getting to play with it this week. So we
and it has
appreciate
holes
him.
on the side,
Yeah.
so I love it. I love that feature.
He's a fan.
Yeah,
I am a big fan of having holes on the side of your polisher.
So they thought of you. All right.
Oh, thank
and then
you.
last one here. Yeah, if y'all haven't used the For Real, you're missing out big time. The only thing for pet hair. So nice shout out there for sure. But wanted to include that because I saw several comments where people are like, okay, regardless of what you think of this segment, if you got what you needed out of it or not, I'm somebody who uses it in my shop. It's awesome. So you've seen it repeated over and over now.
Awesome.
Well, thank you. We feel the love, and we appreciate everybody who's used it and who has made it what it is, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, guys. Excellent. Now, we are moving along from Buff Brite and all that fur-related fun over to WD. What's going on over there? Let's check it.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is RJ from WD Auto Supply, and before I get started with my presentation, I just want to give a huge thank you to the Rag Company for hosting TRCMA. They do such a fantastic job, and I'm really appreciative that they invited me out this year to present to all of you. And they truly are a cornerstone in the automotive detailing industry, and I just want to show my appreciation. But now, a little bit about myself. My name is RJ Wagner, and I am a part owner in WD Auto Supply, which is our product line, but you may know me from our YouTube or other social media channels under the name WD Detailing. Now, WD Detailing was started February 28th of 2020. My business partner, Brent, at the time he was an employee of my mobile detailing business, and he said, hey, what if we started to make videos where we showcase the work that you do on all of these super dirty cars? At the time, it was a lot of mom minivans or SUVs that were extremely dirty with dog hair, you know, kind of the whole disaster detailing niche. So we went ahead and we started making videos. We posted our first on February 28th, 2020. And I'm sure, as all of you may remember, the whole entire world shut down in March of 2020. And our fourth YouTube video ended up doing extremely well and got 1 million views. And so I looked at Brent and I said, hey, we're not stopping this no matter what, because making YouTube videos is extremely fun. And I'm very thankful that that's my job today. But the channel has evolved a lot. Like I mentioned, at the time, I was doing a lot of disaster details, mom minivans, you know, extreme amounts of pet hair or even mold buildup. on the interiors of daily drivers. And slowly we transition the channel to where we focus on cars like this Cadillac, where we drag out these classic cars that are left in barns and we trailer them back to our shop here in Cleveland, Ohio. And then we film the whole entire detailing process from top to bottom, interior. We pull the whole entire interior out and detail every crack, corner, crevasse, and try and make it look as like new as possible. Not only to offer that service for free for the owner of the vehicle, but to hopefully tell the story of the vehicle and the original owner. A lot of times when we do these vehicles, the owner has since passed and left it to either their son or daughter, or maybe their widow or their husband. And so the cars are very sentimental to these people. And so we get to go and pick the vehicle up and detail it completely for free for them and kind of give them that memory of, or maybe restore that memory of their loved one's vehicle that they have so many good memories with, and reminds them of their loved one. So we get to tell some seriously awesome stories on the channel. One of my favorite being is this 1985 Monte Carlo SS. Beautiful car. It was actually stored in a farmhouse in the kitchen. The house is very dilapidated, very dirty, and it was stored in the kitchen. And the car has a lot of sentimental value to this family. The car was bought brand new by this woman's father, the woman that we were dealing with. It was bought by her father, who was a Vietnam War vet. The whole entire family watched it come off the trailer. And then it was a part of huge moments in their lives, such as it was a car that the daughter used in her driving test. It was the car that was in the marriage, or rather driven to the wedding of one of the sons. And then, unfortunately, it was part of the funeral procession of one of the other sons. So very, very sentimental vehicle. And we were able to drag it out, clean it up, and make it look brand new, and then go and surprise the Vietnam veteran father with his car clean, running and driving again. It was the first time that he saw it in 20 years. And we actually got to take him for a ride in it for the first time in 20 or 25 years. And, you know, tears were streaming down his face, tears might have been streaming down my face. It was a very sentimental moment, and that's what we do here at WD Detailing, and I truly, truly love every single minute, and I'm so appreciative that I get to live this life. So thank you to anyone who has watched or subscribed to our channel or any of our videos. Without you, we could never do this. But over time, we decided, and we'd actually tried to do this multiple times throughout our whole entire YouTube career, is we wanted to start a product line because it only made sense that we wanted people to be able to buy the products that we were using in the videos to detail their cars at home. Because if you can use these products to clean a car like this, you can use it to clean your car at home. And so we had tried 2 times prior to this line with some different partners that didn't exactly work out. And we finally found the right partner, the right blenders that are actually local to us. And I should have started with them first because they've actually been providing detailing products to me since I was 18 years old. I'm 30 now. So the last 12 years, they've been providing me with detailing products that I use for my mobile detailing business. And I was able to go to their facility and be a part of the blending process on each and every one of these products. So we were able to change surfactant level, detergent levels, colors, and scents, and really make this product line our own. So my motto is, if these products can clean a car that's this dirty, it can definitely clean your vehicle at home. And the best part is that the money that we make by selling these products goes right back in to our videos and allows us to travel further and do more for the owners of these cars. Like, for example, I'm actually flying out to Los Angeles, or at this time I've already flown out to Los Angeles and filmed a 930 slant nose Porsche Turbo. Let me say that again. A Porsche 930 Turbo that's a slant nose cabriolet. Very special car, and it was this gentleman's father's car, who has since passed and left it to his son. So very, very special car, but because of the revenue generated from our product line, I'm able to do and travel and make even better content for the world to see, and continue to do this for free for all of the people, all of the customers that own these cars. But now let's get into the product line. So the first step in our detailing process, we always start with the wheels. And so we have our Purple Rain wheel cleaner, which we call Purple Rain because it has iron removing properties. So when you spray it on your wheel, as you can see here, it turns all of the brake dust on your rim bright purple. That way you know when all the iron is removed. Not only that, it does a fantastic job of removing road grime, grease, and overall road film. It has surfactants and detergents that are formulated or that are put into the formula that differentiated from our iron kryptonite, which is solely an iron remover, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. But back to the Purple Rain wheel cleaner, it's different because it does have those surfactants and detergents and creates a little bit more lubricity. That way you can safely clean your wheels without scratching the paint underneath. Not only that, but it is also a gel formula, which means that it's very thick. So when you're spraying up into the barrel or the face of the wheel, gravity doesn't affect it as quickly, which means that it has a longer dwell time and removes more of the iron particulate before you have to actually agitate it with a brush. So that is our Purple Rain wheel cleaner. Moving on, we have our tire cleaner, and this stuff is no joke. It is a very heavy alkaline formula. So this is a product that I would recommend diluting, either 1-to-1 if you have pretty roach tires, or 4-to-1 if you're just doing a maintenance cleaning. And if you're gonna use it, if you're gonna use it at all, use it in a well-ventilated area, because this stuff is no joke. But it does a fantastic job of removing, the typical road grime, grease, and whatnot, but also tire blooming, that browning that you see on the tires. It does a great job. It also does a fantastic job of removing the blue dye that they put on white walls if you have a vehicle that requires white walls or that you put white walls on. With the sprayer that we include, it's no problem, but it has some issues with our pump sprayer, but I like to make the tire all foamy for our videos, so that's why we use it. But this stuff is fantastic. It does a great job. It also does a fantastic job of cleaning your rubber floor mats on the interior of the vehicle. Moving on, we have our pre-wash, and so we use that on every single one of the vehicles that we film, because obviously they are extremely dirty, but it makes sense to use it for your vehicle at home. It's the pre-wash. It's something you do before the wash. Before you actually start the contact wash, you spray this all over your vehicle. That way it can start to break down all of that road film, grease, and grime that you can then rinse away before, again, moving on to soaping the car and using your mitt, because the more contaminants that you can remove before the contact wash, the less scratches that you will end up putting into your paint and the less polishing that you'll have to do later on. This is also a very heavy alkaline product, something that I would definitely dilute. You can dilute it anywhere from 1-to-1 if you have a pretty soiled vehicle, all the way up to 4-to-1 for general maintenance cleanings. In our case, we used it straight because, again, we are using it on cars like these. So in order to remove all that bird poop that's in that left corner or the right corner of the windshield, you're going to need this to be not diluted at all. So we have a huge pump sprayer full of it that we spray all over the vehicle. And I should mention that this is not a product that you want to use on any vehicle's paint that is single stage. In this case, this vehicle is going to need polishing. Well, I'm going to polish what paint is left on it because I want to surprise the owner with it and make it look as cool as I possibly can. Obviously, this is a vehicle that probably needs to be repainted, but for the sake of our videos, we go ahead and we will polish this paint. So I'm going to actually use the pre-wash to clean it, even though it is single stage, but I would not recommend that for you. If you have a classic car that has single stage paint still, do not use this at any dilution ratio. Use this only on base clear cars, but it does a fantastic job of breaking down all of that road film, grease, and grime. And also it does a great job of breaking down moss and lichen and any organic material. If you've ever parked your vehicle underneath a tree and let it sit for a couple weeks to maybe even a couple months, you'll know what I'm talking about. All that organic material from the trees they shed and all their pollen will line up, or rather will cover your vehicle's paint and eventually build up. And this does a fantastic job of helping you remove it, and you technically don't even need a pressure washer. You can go ahead and just spray this on and then rinse it off and then move on to your contact wash. And for your contact wash, I recommend Cherry Suds. It's a pH neutral soap, which I'm sure if you're watching the rag company's live stream, you'll know what pH neutral means. Basically, this is a soap that is safe for single stage paint, base clear paint, paint that has wax, that has been waxed, or paint that is sealed or ceramic coated. It's not going to strip any of those waxes, sealants, or coatings, and it's safe because it's not alkaline nor acidic. And ours is called Cherry Suds because it smells like cherries. It also does a fantastic job of foaming out of a foam cannon. Real quick, guys, before I continue on with the next product, I just want to let you guys know where you can purchase any of our products. And I'm happy to announce that we just launched our Amazon storefront, all thanks to the Rag Company. We have partnered with the Rag Company, and they are running and managing our storefront, which is why it looks so professional. They did such an amazing job, and we couldn't be more excited to be partnered with them. So you can now purchase any of our detailing supplies, and depending on where you live, and if you're a Prime member, you can get it shipped to your house extremely fast and for free. And so, of course, thank you so much to the Rag Company for this opportunity. And I should probably also mention that we have varying sizes. We have 16-ounce varieties. We have our 32-ounce that are pictured right here. And then we also have gallons available. So go check us out on Amazon at WD Detailing. Go follow our Amazon page because we're going to be going live once a week where I actually take our products and take a barn find or a garage find, whatever you want to call it, and I showcase how these products work on some of the dirtiest cars that we find every single week. But now, moving on to Iron Kryptonite. I'm actually extremely proud of this product because we took such a long time to try and find a scent for this iron remover that masks that sulfur smell, that rotten egg smell that iron removers usually have. And so we found that cinnamon does the best job at masking that sulfur smell, and so this is a cinnamon smelling iron remover. I think it's the only one that I know of that smells like cinnamon, but it does a fantastic job without making that putrid smell. It's also a gel formula as well, so even if you're spraying vertical panels of the vehicle, gravity doesn't affect it as quickly, and so you have a longer dwell time that allows for more of that iron to be removed from the paint before you go ahead and rinse it off. But what I like to use it, or how I like to use it, which is kind of sacrilege in the detailing world, is I actually use it as a clay lubricant. Because I'm going to polish these cars anyways, it doesn't necessarily matter to me. This actually has surfactants in it to make it a little bit more of a lubricant so that the clay mitt will slide without scratching the paint. But I kind of kill two birds with one stone using this as both my clay lube and as my iron remover. And also I found that when you agitate this more, it breaks down the iron particulate in your paint. And again, if you guys aren't familiar with iron particulate, as you drive down the street, your brakes give off little pieces of iron that get stuck into your vehicle's clear coat, and then it turns orange, and you need this stuff to break that down and be able to remove it from the paint in order to go ahead and move on to the polishing step, or the next step of your process, which generally is going to be polishing or sealing the vehicle or waxing the vehicle. Moving on, we have our citrus degreaser, which is a solvent that is limonene based, so it's actually made from the oils from orange peels, and it does a fantastic job of breaking down grease and grime. In particular, or we like to use it mainly for engine bays. It does a fantastic job of breaking down oils and other grease deposits in the engine bay. We also use it for organic grease, like the grease from your hand on your steering wheel or the grease from your butt on your seat. It does a fantastic job of breaking that down, and it is alkaline, so you do need to be careful around single stage paint. So if your engine bay is single stage, if it's painted single stage, if it's an older vehicle, I would stray away from using this. But for any car that's base clear and any isolated grease deposits, this stuff is fantastic. It also smells like oranges, which is always nice instead of it smelling super chemically like some of the other degreasers. And then we have our Tire Shine, which is a silica-based tire shine. It's also high gloss. My personal taste is I don't like high gloss tire shines, but what I do is I spray just a little bit into an applicator pad and I go around my tire, and then I go ahead and wipe off the excess, and then sometimes I'll even rinse off the tire one more time and then wipe it again, and then I get a matte finish or even like a satin finish. But this stuff lasts so long. One bottle will seriously last you, if you wash your car once a week, it'll last you 3 years, 4 years. It such a little bit goes such a long way. I don't even think we filled our shop tire shine in the last, I don't know, it's probably been year and a half, probably since we launched the product, which is about a year and a half ago. And then for my favorite product, it is our Super Slick Ceramic Sealant, which is hard to say, but extremely easy to use. You can use it as a rinse aid, you can use it as a drying aid, you can use it as a standalone sealant. As a rinse aid or a drying aid, you're gonna get about 2 weeks of protection, 2 weeks of smooth paint and that water reaction, the hydrophobic reaction that we all know and love. But if you use it as a standalone sealant, you can get anywhere from 1 to 2 months, depending on how you maintain your vehicle, how long you drive your vehicle, how your vehicle is stored, and it smells fantastic. And not only do I use this on the painted surfaces on the exterior, but I use it on the door jambs on the interior. I also use it on my door cards. I'm not a big Armour guy. I don't like greasy interiors. I like matte or even like lightly, like a light sheen on the interior. And it does a great job at not only protecting, or rather keeping dust from coagulating on the interior of my car, but it also has some UV protection as well. This is my favorite product in our lineup. If you're gonna try anything from WD Auto Supply, this is definitely the product to try. In my humble opinion, I love this product. I use it every single day of my life, as many times as I can find a use for it. We even use it to clean some of the windows and some of the interior of our shop, our offices and whatnot. We wipe down the desks and whatnot with our Super Slick Ceramic Sealant. And then we have our WD Auto Supply interior cleaner. And when it came to our interior cleaner, we wanted a product that both did the job and got rid of dirt and grime and grease from an interior, but didn't leave that chemical smell that some interior cleaners can leave. I remember when I was detailing back in the day, the car almost smells like, it's kind of a hard smell to describe, but it smells not like chlorine, but it just smells like you're losing years off your life by sitting in the car after it was being cleaned. This has a very fresh scent to it, but it doesn't leave a very fresh scent after using it on your interior. And it's highly dilutable. We use it straight because, again, we're working on cars that look like this, but you can dilute it 1-to-1 if your car is pretty dirty, and you can even dilute it up to 5-to-1, even 10-to-1 if you're just trying to remove or use it as lubricant for removing light dust in your vehicle's interior. And then to round off the collection, we have our WD Auto Supply glass cleaner. That is a non-ammoniated glass cleaner. It's also aerosolized, and it sprays out a foam, which is really nice because you can, when you spray it on a windshield, you can make sure that you only target the windshield and not any other panels of your vehicle, for example, your dashboard or your door card. Not only that, it's not ammoniated, so it's safe for window tint, as well as will not cause any stains on, again, your door cards or your dashboard. This product took us a long time to get the approval to formulate and to sell because it is aerosolized, and this is one of my favorites as well. That does round up the whole entire lineup, and again, our biggest selling point is that we don't necessarily need to talk too much about our products, and more so, we just need to show you how they all work through all of our social media pages. And it's kind of cool because, if you buy into any of our products here, you not only know that they're going to work, but you know that they continuously are working on vehicles that mean a lot to all of the people that we do these vehicles for. I always say at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of metal, rubber, and glass, but it's the people that drive these and the memories that are made with these cars that make these so much, that make these so special. And it's why I'm a car enthusiast. I'm sure it's why a lot of you are car enthusiasts as well. And I'm very, very proud of what we built here at WD Detailing, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you that buys our products or watches any of our videos and affords us this amazing job that I never expected to have. So with that being said, thank you guys so much. And now I need to get over to the Rag Company headquarters and do a Q&A. So I guess I better get going.
How the heck did you just do that?
Technology is amazing.
It is amazing. Well, welcome, dude. What's going on, man? Happy to have you here, straight from WD to TRC. Here we are in the house to answer your questions, your burning questions, and also talk a little bit more about the WD line. So, RJ, what's going on? You made it here. How's everything going?
Everything's great. Actually, my flight through Denver, a bunch of turbulence, so that wasn't the best, but I made it here safely to talk about the lineup, even though I did just give a quick breakdown of it that everyone just saw at home. But one thing that I'm extremely excited about off-rip, because I don't know if we actually showed it in the video back at the shop, but we just changed all of our bottles for any of our alkaline products to heavy-duty polyurethane, or high-density polyethylene, ethylene, because we had some serious issues with the strength of our products eating the plastic and destroying the bottles.
Okay.
So we have
that happens. Yeah.
So we have since gone through some suppliers and found a bottle that is extremely high density, and so that problem does not exist anymore. So
looks good too.
I know, and I think we may end up doing the whole lineup like that one day, just because they don't break. You can drop them a lot higher, and you have no worry of them cracking on you and losing all your product you pay good money for.
Totally, totally. So I think that we talked about some stuff off camera here that I think really hit home, right? You even said this here in the video too, that you can talk all day about your products and stuff like that, but you really want to show people what the results are in a lot of the video content, right? Because they really speak for themselves. And it's true, right? So with the WD products that we have here at the studio, we've been using these for, God, how long has it been? Over a year, right?
Yeah.
Well over a year. And we have been testing them on so many different vehicles and scenarios and whatnot, and the stuff does perform literally as good as it does in person as it does in the videos, right? And that's a huge testament to the products, because not everything does that sometimes, right? You'll see something, you'll go, is that movie magic or is that dramatic effect, you know? And it is not, right? So that degreaser, crazy. I mean, that thing is insane. It's very, very potent, right? But all the other stuff too, again, the iron remover, everything from the glass cleaner, also this, right? The spray sealant, right? Amazing. Smells awesome, looks awesome, feels awesome.
We don't even get to show that much on our video because it's it's at the end of the video, you wipe it on, and so I can't express to someone through a screen how the paint's gonna feel after, or even the water reaction. It's not like we're doing.
And it's good. Like it feels really
great.
good. It
feels
smells
really good.
The whole experience of that product is amazing, and that's where
my favorite.
I know what you mean by, like, people, especially with the content in the restoration projects, they want to see a lot of the grime. They want to see a lot of this filth from years and years of sitting just kind of melt and fall off. I totally get that, right? But the end result too, I mean, it is provided by something, and something like that makes a huge difference. So I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to ask you here. So WD has been around now for how many years? 6 years, right? Me and you first met at the Creator Summit that was at Chicago Auto Pros, right? So it was there, and me and you met for the first time, and we started talking about content creation and whatnot. And then all these years later, we reconnected, started trying out some of the WD products, kind of have some plans there on Amazon, and this kind of turned into a really cool situation where we had to bring you out here to be able to obviously do TRCMA. What I want to know is if you have questions about any particular videos that RJ and the team have done, this is also a good time to even ask about those, right? I mean, maybe the reactions of the people who got the cars back, or maybe what their favorite project was, because I know you have some favorites.
Absolutely. I will say one question that any avid viewers that have seen a lot of our content might ask. There was a gentleman in one of our more recent videos. It was a 1963 Colony Park, Mercury Colony Park wagon, and he had a stroke at the beginning of the video, and we had to call an ambulance, and thank God he ended up being all right. He is back home finally from the hospital, and he is healthy and much happier at home than he is in the hospital. Than he was in the hospital. So if anyone was concerned about Neil's health, he's doing great, and I'm just glad that we were able to be there and to witness his health decline and call the ambulance in time. Dude, that was scary. That was one of the most wild experiences. I mean,
you've had a lot of wild experiences. You've had more wild experiences. Like when you've told us some of the stories, I'm like, that's crazy, man. And like the cars you found, right? Because that's the other thing that people don't understand is that this is like real deal crap. I mean, they're really finding these cars. This is not planted. This is not an NSX abandoned in a field, planted there. This is not anything like. This is like
very much pride in that. We don't fake a thing.
The real thing, and so I'm just blown away because again, their commitment to literally driving with a trailer states. I mean, literally states. You guys will drive states away to pick up a car.
As I just mentioned, so we'll do that. But I just mentioned, actually, everyone here is getting a sneak preview of a video that nobody knows about, which is that 930 slant nose that I flew out to Los Angeles for. So I'll go anywhere that has a dirty enthusiast vehicle with a good story. The story is becoming more and more paramount, and I'm just thankful that we get to showcase these amazing people. We meet such amazing people, and we get to really, I think we get to really show the world what it means to be a car enthusiast and what it means to be a human, I guess.
Yeah, dude, I totally get it, right? Because again, the products are great. They do an awesome job. But the story and I guess the reason behind using the products in the first place actually means a lot more to you and the audience than I think most people realize, right? And
absolutely.
It's an important part. So we have Dane as the man in the box.
Man in the box.
I was hoping he would hit the reference.
Yeah, there
Beautiful.
it is.
Dane.
All right, okay.
Dane,
It gets worse every time.
We can only do it so many times before we ruin the joke.
R.I.P. Lane Staley. Anyway,
you're doing great.
Yet.
So I'm sure we have some comments. I'm sure we have some questions about the line, or maybe just WD in general. So we're going to sit here and answer some of those because we got the man here in the house. So why not?
Absolutely. No, love having RJ here. Thank you, RJ, for coming and visiting. And that was a good-looking caddy you had there. Curious to see what happens on that one. I haven't seen that one yet, personally.
That thing is a.
And is that video done?
It's done. It's out.
Okay.
It was.
Okay.
It was
I
rough.
haven't seen that one.
Rough around the edges.
So can you tell us? Did it turn out pretty?
If you like patina cars, it's cool. It's cool.
Okay.
I mean, throw an LS.
Levi
in it
was
and
watching.
Go.
He seemed to be into it.
Yeah. That's sweet.
So I have a question from Ricky here for RJ. What does WD drive? Is it a classic or an antique? You know, you see all these videos, you kind of wonder, what do you drive?
Yeah, so funny you ask. Well, so I have a BMW M2 that I love very much. That's one of the best bang for bucks you can possibly buy.
2018, or what year is it?
2019.
2019.
So it's a comp. It's got the S55 M3 motor.
Nice.
Mike is an auto enthusiast. He has a classic Scirocco, as well as he's a big van enthusiast as well. He has a Euro.
Dane's eyebrows raised when he heard the
Scirocco's, Corrados, yeah.
And then Brent likes to be flashy. He has an R8, and he has it wrapped in like a peach color. It's very loud, and you see him coming, and he loves it. And hey, more power to him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Hey,
and
sick.
We do have a Porsche 912 that we're rebuilding. That's WD's car. And so I just found an engine for it, and we're going to pick it up the day I get back, and it'll be installed hopefully in the next couple weeks, and I'll be ripping that this summer.
Nice.
Not very
That's
fast,
awesome.
but I'll be ripping it.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be great, man. That's gonna be a ton of fun. No, it's great. We find that there's, behind the brands, behind some YouTubers, right, there are people who really are like hardcore car people, and then there's also people who are like, hey, I'm less about being a car person, but more about what a car can be, or the transformation, and it's super cool. It's super interesting. There's no wrong answer. It's just everybody kind of approaches it differently, and it's kind of fun to see. We've met just so many different YouTubers and people over the years that have different approaches to vehicles, but the M2, it's literally almost a perfect vehicle. Literally almost a perfect vehicle. It's awesome.
I 100% agree.
So I like Molasses' answer here when they're talking about the iron remover on the Cadillac. Don't use it. It might the whole car might disappear.
Yeah. So when you guys,
Has that ever happened?
When you're dealing with is there a particular rust that you find in iron remover is like, oh my God, it's going to be amazing versus not being amazing?
If anyone gets a chance to actually go and watch that Cadillac video, the amount of rust that this took off baffled me. I mean, it removed so much rust that it actually made the car polishable. I was actually really upset at Brent because that was a surprise car. I didn't know about it until I got there, and I saw it. I was like, Brent, why did we just drive an hour and a half to this? Like, this thing's trashed. Like, I didn't think there was any saving grace for it. And after don't get me wrong, I think we used like 2 bottles of iron remover on it. Yeah. The whole thing was purple, and we were able to remove the majority of the surface rust and then polish it out. And then it like I said, it looked pretty cool. Throw an LS in it and rat rod it.
It's amazing, dude. I love being able to, when this pops on surface rust, what it can do on chips, what it can do, the smallest thing, it makes it workable at that point, right? Whether you are polishing or whether you are, Dr. Color chip and filling something, right? Now you have a good clean surface, really, that maybe you didn't really have to physically agitate or sand or do anything crazy. Yeah. So it's very, very helpful to have an iron remover in the line.
Now, I had another question here. Well, rather a comment. I was going to bring it up because of the whole, for sale on Amazon thing. It's under WD Auto Supply, so if anybody's searching for it on Amazon, they can find it that way. I just wanted to make sure and put that out there for people.
Yep. You should see how difficult it is with our insurance provider when he's trying to figure out what policies go with what company. Yeah. They're both WD, so it's hard to... So I appreciate that clarification, Dane.
Yeah. Just want to make sure people know what they're looking for. Now, Mondo had a good question here, wondering if everything's ready to use or are there concentrates? How's that work?
The majority of the products are concentrated. The iron remover and the wheel cleaner are not, and neither is the tire shine or the ceramic sealant. Yep. But everything else can be diluted, and I suggest diluting it. We don't, but again,
you're dealing with things that most people aren't. Yeah,
I think at this point I can confidently say we work on the dirtiest cars on the internet.
Yeah.
At least we try to. And so we don't dilute anything just because we need as much cleaning power and dwell time as possible to make sure we don't lose our arms in the process of cleaning these cars. But most of these products can be diluted anywhere from 5-to-1. Our pre-work, like our interior cleaner, 2-to-1 to 5-to-1, depending on your purpose. The pre-wash though can be diluted 10-to-1 and still have pretty great results.
Sweet. And so for everything else, you just recommend diluting it into like an IK spray or some type of extra spray bottle just to have, right? And then you can keep the rest, really, and then just dilute it as needed. Or to your point, right, if you're dealing with some pretty gnarly stuff, you can go full strength.
Absolutely. The citrus or greaser can be diluted as well. Again, depends on the application. In the engine bay, I'd go straight if you have an actual solid amount of grease buildup. But if you're cleaning grease off a seat or maybe a steering wheel, go ahead and dilute that 5-to-1, and it'll perform.
Sweet.
And I'll throw one last comment out here. It's not a question, but I thought it would be nice to hear for RJ. It's actually Ricardo saying he loved your iRock videos, so I brought him back to his old car.
Oh, nice. Cool. We actually gave that car to our mechanic, Adam, who is now becoming a pretty significant part of WD. He's now our mechanic. And so our next iteration, or rather, I guess we're already in the middle of it, but we're starting to, become mechanics and actually fix these cars for the owners.
Are you picking things up along the way? Like, are you learning mechanical skills that you feel are like, okay, I'm kind of really getting the hang of this?
My dad was always a small engine guy, but he never taught me how to work on cars. So I didn't understand carburation. I didn't understand, well, at least not on a car. I didn't understand the simplicity of some of these older engines. And now through Adam's help and through all these cars that we work on, I'm pretty confident that outside of some of the timing stuff, I can do sparks, wires, fuel pumps, carburetors. I can do like 90% of it. So I'm feeling like a real man these days.
So then I guess I'll ask a question. In terms of restoration, right? Is there, and you're taking on, let's just say, a restoration project that needs some mechanical work, but also needs a massive amount of detailing work. What is like your, you draw the line, right? What's your hey, I don't think it's worth taking on, and not from a content perspective, but from an own personal skill perspective?
So I guess, and unfortunately we don't usually know this until the car is in our possession, but we have a borescope now, and the second I see rust on those cylinder walls, we're SOL, unfortunately. So that's really the cutoff point. But as far as any amount of dirt or contamination, there's nothing I can't do at this point. It sounds conceited a little bit, but I've just dealt with so much. I can identify the poop from 7 different animals.
You
like
shouldn't
that.
be able to do that, but
I know.
you can,
Isn't
right?
that messed up?
Yeah.
That's really bad. But when you see it enough, you're like, yep, that's a raccoon turd.
Yeah, that's a raccoon. That is a deer, right? How did a deer even get inside this thing, right? Or that's a car that Dirty Mike and the boys had their way with, right? You never really know what you're dealing with, right?
We have gotten very health conscious over the last couple years as we get older. So we have HEPA filters everywhere, and we wear a mask. We don't always show it on camera, but we deal with some pretty gnarly stuff.
Totally, and especially when you're spraying degreasers and stuff like that, because you are activating things that have been sitting, right, stagnant, whether it could be mold or whether it could be just poop and things like that, right?
Hantavirus,
you are reactivating it the second you are essentially spraying that. You're trying to kill it, but also you're kind of giving it life again, so you want to make sure that you're protected and all that. But no, again, a big testament to the chemical line here and what you guys have been able to put together as being this really complete package that if it's capable of doing and cleaning the cars that you have been, then it is more than capable of being diluted and for all of you to use at home and still have amazing results. We've used every single product here and have been like, wow, this is awesome. Like, we don't really have any changes or suggestions to make. We genuinely think the line is very, very good. And again, you can pick it up on Amazon, which is cool.
No. Awesome, guys. Thank you, RJ. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate it. Great segment.
All right, Dane. So, thank you. Back to you, man. And
All
see
right.
you, RJ. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
See you guys. All right. So we're rounding out the day. We're almost there, but there's something important people have been waiting for. If they've been going to TRCMA.com or going to the Rag Company website and going to the TRCMA page, scrolling to the bottom, they've been entering into some brand giveaways. So what can we learn about that today, Sydney?
All right, our day would not be complete if we didn't go over the giveaways. So today was absolutely fantastic. Like, we had great presentations, great presenters. So personally, I just want to congratulate everybody again and thank them for being here. So cool. And so every day, like we've been saying, all of our presenters are donating things to the giveaway. And so every day, one of our viewers wins a huge giveaway package that has been curated by the day's presenters. So today, real quick, let's go. This is like an amazing spread. I was not prepared for all this. So we have the decon kit from Armour Detail Supply. We have their new clay blocks. We have a wash mitt, some miners, a package of miners. Then from Brite, we have that Furricane, the Fernado, along with the Ultra Air Blaster Mini. From the last detail, we have the full lineup of compounds and polishes. And then, as we just heard from RJ, we have the full line of WD. And then over here, my goodness, we have the whole line of the H2O Ultra line. However, there's a caveat on this one. You see them sitting here, but you actually will be shipped them literally the day that they get delivered here at TRC. So these will come a little bit later, but you do get one of the first sets, which is super cool. And then down below here, we cannot forget the Viper chair. So today's winner, crazy. You are winning one of the custom Rag Company Viper chairs. This is the Low Pro in this great gold color. Super, super cool. So this is quite the package. I don't even know the dollar value on this, but absolutely amazing. So in these little envelopes every day, we have the winner. And today, I don't have everybody left me. I don't have a drum roll. How do you do winner for day one? Congrats to Tyler C. from McDonough, Georgia. You are the lucky winner. I can't believe this is gonna arrive in a box to your house, and super cool. So everybody keep entering the giveaway all week long. Your entries stay in there, so you wanna make sure that you enter every single day so that you have a chance to win one of these great giveaways. And Dane, what do we have in store for us tomorrow?
All right. Thank you, Sid. Well, we've got ourselves some fun stuff coming up. It's a whole day of action-packed goodness. And I hope the giveaway winner enjoyed what they got there, but there's a whole week left to do. I mean, that's really, there's just so much more. There's so much more waiting for you all this week. So don't consider this the only day. No, there are several more days of TRCMA goodness coming your way. So let's go ahead. Let's cut to the schedule. Let's see what we're looking at coming up tomorrow. That's right. We start off Tuesday in the morning with Detail Factory. Yes, in fact, the very same Detail Factory for amazing brushes, clean screen, all kinds of good stuff. Then after that, we have a very helpful video featuring, hey, Sydney, recognize her there, and I think you're going to appreciate what she has to share in that. Then we move on to the Rag Company where, I don't know, maybe we'll talk about towels or something. Maybe. And then after that, we've got G-Technic, of course, doing their promotion, their whole spiel. You will find that out. And after that, we've got the Detail Desk, kind of bookended by some very interesting videos. Why am I smirking with sunglasses? It's because we're doing a junkyard wash, and they cut me loose in a junkyard to talk about the cars I see. I apologize in advance for anybody who suffers that. Anyway, it's a good time. After that, these guys do in fact wash a car in a junkyard. After the Detail Desk, we've got Buff and Shine. That's right, Buff and Shine. The pad experts are in the house, ready to talk about all things polishing, compounding, you name it. If it's got foam, microfiber, anything like that, they're in. Then after that, we have a little fun snippet to show you guys how your orders are created, how they live. As soon as you place that order on the website at theragcompany.com, say you're shopping at today's sale, or rather this whole week's sale, you can take advantage, but you can see how your order actually comes to life from the moment it's placed to when it goes out on the delivery truck. So that'll be fun there with Anthony. And finally, to round out tomorrow afternoon, we have P&S, fan favorites around here. I know you guys love them, so you can look forward to all that and more coming up tomorrow. All right, so I hope you guys had a fantastic day. I know I certainly did. And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, I really hope you do, because it helps us all out here, helps spread the show to more eyeballs, and, just let this whole thing grow. It's great. So if you're not subscribed to the Rag Company YouTube channel, consider that as well. After all, we can't do it without you guys. So with that said, I'm ready to go. We'll see you tomorrow.